Good morning, everybody. Good morning and welcome to all of you. I'm Eve Patton. I'm the director of the Trinity Long Room Hub. I know lots of you have been with us before and are familiar with this building, but for those of you who are new to the Hub, this is Trinity's much-loved Arts and Humanities Research Centre, and I'm the director, but much more important than that, Jennifer is with us in what is the kind of living heartbeat of our digital humanities team downstairs on the ground floor. So this conference that you're running today is right at the heart of the work that we're trying to do in the Trinity Long Room Hub. And I'm so proud that the forum is going to be run here today, and I'm delighted to welcome you all. The work that you're doing, and I've seen an absolutely marvelous program, the work that you're doing speaks, as you know, I think to every discipline in this university and speaks to every scholar who's currently trying to keep up with that contemporary, vivid interface between the human and the digital. So I'm absolutely delighted to welcome you all and look forward to hearing, coming in and out, look forward to hearing some of the panels and proceedings. But I just wanted to also take this opportunity to congratulate Jennifer on her term and her leadership in DARIAH. She has been such an inspirational colleague to work with here in Trinity. She has helped me and educated me and informed me and many, many others, having driven the bus of the digital so expertly through the arts and humanities, and driven it, I have to say, past skeptics and refuseniks and unbelievers like myself who are now fully committed and on board. So Jennifer, many congratulations. Thank you so much for the work you've done, and best wishes to you all for a really enjoyable day.
Thank you, Eve, for those kind words and for starting our event. And of course, thank you to everyone who's come. I don't know of other events like this. They exist, of course, but the fact that we're here today with a full day program, really jam-packed, to look at the questions not only of how do the arts and humanities engage with industry, but how do we make that real? And to bring that from the perspective of, apparently, of the construction of Dublin, to bring that from the perspective of so many of the kind of industry representatives who made the time to be with us here today, the policymakers who've made the time to be with us here today, and also the students and scholars and researchers who are here with us. I'm really grateful that you're willing to take this plunge with us, because what I'm looking to do, and in some ways this is a very selfish thing, we want to explore these two questions, and in conversation over the course of the day, we want to capture these best practice examples of how arts and humanities contribute to innovation and interact with industry. That's the key question, and that we're sort of coming at from many, many different angles. And more specifically, because I am, as some of you know, a denizen of this house. I'm an associate professor here in Trinity, but I'm also, as Eve mentioned, the outgoing director of the DARIAH-EU, a research infrastructure. And research infrastructures have a really interesting place. We're a bit more agile than a university. We are a bit more focused on technology than a lot of research academies. We have a lot of affordances that are unique to the structure we have, and we think that there's something to be done there to facilitate this interaction of our disciplines with industry and with innovation ecosystems. So what we really hope is that over the course of today, we'll have panels, 4 of them, shaped around questions. We'll have an innovation challenge, and this is again something that we just sort of threw out in the world, where we asked young researchers coming from an arts humanities background how they would address a real world problem. And so you'll see the 3 finalists in that innovation challenge here today. We have an inspiring keynote from Michela Magas, and we're so thrilled that she's here with us. But we have you. And what I'm really hoping is that the conversations over coffee, over lunch, in between panels, at the ends of panels, will help to drive a better understanding of how we might really move toward this kind of human-centeredness in innovation through a greater contribution of the arts and humanities. So, again, If you're with us online, you can come to us through the Zoom channels, or you can come to us on Twitter. We'll be monitoring the DARIAH account and the hashtag, so just make it your event as well. Let us know where you think we can actually move this conversation forward. So that's all I wanted to say, other than, in case of fire, that way or that way. And in case of emergencies of another sort, there are 2 toilets through there, and there's one at the far end there. There's also some other ones around, so if there's long lines at the toilets that somebody who knows the building know, any of the DARIAH team will be able to tell you where the other facilities are in the building. So with that, I'd love to ask the 3 speakers from the first panel to come up to the table, and we'll start the proceedings. Again, I think this first topic of how we can make technology better with human-centered innovation and policy was one of the ideas that when we sat down as a program committee, and you'll meet most of the members of the program committee over the course of the day, sharing the panel sessions, and then of course we had Katrina and Kieran I've seen somewhere here, from here in Dublin. We felt that this is one of the topics that really would help us to focus on this question. So we have 3 great speakers. I think we're going to start. Sergey, are you happy to go first?
Yeah.
Okay, so our first speaker will be Sergey Fernandez, who is the head of Media Network Research at I2CAT, and coming to us from outside of Dublin. You're from West London, are you? Okay. I2CAT is a non-profit research and innovation center that promotes mission-driven knowledge to solve business challenges, co-create solutions with a transformative impact, empower citizens, and promote pioneering and strategic initiatives. And he will tell us more about that. I'm just going to say who the other 2 speakers are before we go on. We also have, do you prefer Simon or Simon? Same? Oh gosh, so this is same. Well, I'll call you Simon.
That's how I say it.
Okay, that's how you say it. So we have Simon Delera, who is the Research Valorization Manager at IMEC Smith, based at the Vrije Universiteit in Brussels. And again, IMEC is one of these organizations we're looking at, this world-leading R&D and innovation hub in nanoelectronics and digital technologies. And again, you can say more about what you do. And then finally, we have Jess, and you know what? I realized I've never actually heard your name said. Magicotomy? Magicotomy. Boy, I got that completely wrong. Anyway, so Jess is joining us from just up the road at Accenture in the Human Sciences Studio, because I know the name has changed. A design historian and innovation designer, and she's okay with contradictions. So I think we're gonna make good use of that talent. So if I can ask Sergey for you to come up and do your presentation, I'll wave at you after 20 minutes, and then we'll have time for questions.
Okay, so I have 20 minutes?
20 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll go fast.
Actually, I just want to go over to the front row so you can actually see the presentation. It's not better for now. Let's do that.
Okay, so thank you, Jennifer, and the team for the organization and for inviting us to speak today here. So when I saw the title of the session, Making Technology Better with Human-Centered Innovation Policy, I questioned myself, why should I explain? Because this somehow summarizes very well everything that we do in I2CAT. In the end, I2CAT is a policy instrument. We are a research center, okay? We are organized as a public non-profit foundation. So the president is a politician. So in the end, we have a strong relationship with the Catholic government. And we are, as I was saying, a policy instrument to deploy digital policies in the territory and to deploy technological programs in the territory. Okay. When I say territory, I mean the region of Catalonia. Okay. So we were created, I'll speak a bit about I2CAT in general, and then I will give you some examples of what we did in the past in the area of arts and what we are doing now in the area of cultural heritage. So I2CAT was created in 1999 as a project with a budget of 200,000 euros and 4 people working 1 year. It was created as an institution in 2003 with five people working. I joined I2CAD in 2008. We were 25. And now we are many more, but that will come later. So, we were created following this triple helix model. Probably most of you know what this means. That's already old, but when we were created in 2003, that was very innovative. So the triple helix model means that you put, let's say you see the same table, the public administration, the academia, and the companies. So they co-create, collaborate, and innovate together. After some years, we saw that one leg was missing in this helix, was the citizens, the people, how you enroll your community in the end in all these innovation processes. And now we are saying that we are adding a fifth helix, which is the environment. We have to be environment conscious. I was saying, I started in 2008, we were 25 people, now we are almost 200 people. We have 16 million euros income per year. And we are the second most important institution in Catalonia in terms of funding received from the last European Commission Framework Program, the H2020. So I always say that we are very strong collaborators. This is because the conditions that we have let us be strong collaborators. We don't compete against companies, we don't sell services, we develop for them, we develop services for them. And we support the public administration, as I was saying, to deploy specific policies. So let's say, in Spanish we say that you are the, eres de azúcar, no? You're sugar. You can play in many places because you are not a menace to anyone, especially companies, because innovation in companies is tricky. So we are very, I2CAD means Internet and Digital Innovation in Catalonia, and we call ourselves the Internet Research Center. So we are very, very strong in Internet projects, in future Internet projects. So obviously in 5G, we have a lot of participation, but you see, we were in H2020, we were in 39 projects, and only half of them were in the 5G domain. So we are very active in many other domains. So as examples of how I2CAD is used as a tool to impact in the territory, I put here some logos, especially important, the 5G strategy. So for everything related to the deployment of 5G infrastructure, to give information to the communities, to the towns, to cities about what 5G is going to suppose for them, what they can do with it. We have this program. This is like 5 innovators that city by city try to gather their needs and try to co-create with them how these needs could be fulfilled with 5G. Another very nice initiative that we are pushing from I2CAD and support from the Catalan government is the Colaboratory Catalunya. I2CAD was one of the first recognized living labs in Spain. That was a long time ago, more than 15 years ago. So with all this expertise, we are trying to create, let's say, smaller living labs in different towns. Every county, every town has its own conditions, its own demographics, its own economics, its own interests and challenges. So we have to go down to the local level to create these collaboratories with small local communities. In the end, the locals are those that know what they want for their territory, and they know better their territory. So this is something that you cannot do from Barcelona. You have to do it in place. And obviously we collaborate a lot with the private sector. They have specific challenges. We deploy co-creation methodologies on their organizations, and we help them to address the challenges that they have internally. And that's for both for SMEs or corporations or big public administration. So I2CAD in the end is a technical research center. Most of the people working in I2CAD, they are engineers, they are technical researchers. So these are the 7 research areas that we have. I'm leading the media and internet area. You will see some examples of what we did and what we're doing. But the other relevant area for DARIAH is the digital society technologies. They are not technical people, they are sociologists, they are anthropologists, and they help us to deploy all these collaborative co-creation projects. That's my department, so basically in the network and media area, what we do, very general terms, is video technologies, and all the evolution of video technologies, you will see something later. And the digital society area, they deploy living labs, collaboratories, and they drive innovation processes with users. So, some past works that we have done together is 2 areas in the arts domain. Probably some of you know about this. Actually, that happened in Dublin, in the Future Internet Assembly in 2013. Here, I was here. It was here, or the DCU. I don't know, but it was for sure in Dublin. So let's see if I can play. So you will see how we experiment technology or the development of technology with end users. There is no internet. There is internet? Oh, it's the picture. Can we put the... No. How much time I have? I'm going to show you anyway. So that was 2013. We were developing low latency video streaming technologies and real-time video production systems. Okay, you will say video streaming, okay, but remember that was 2013. So low latency, internet, that was not that easy by the time. And software production systems, I think that there were not many out there. Everything was hardware. So basically, what you saw here is 4 locations in Barcelona, Corpri, Dublin, and Poznan, I think it was in Poland. And we were trying to do a song all together. I don't know if you recognize someone in this video. This lady, singer. Actually, we were 2 days singing flamenco in a Future Internet Assembly. They were crazy with us. I said, hey, we are experimenting, so it was okay. This lady that is singing, she's Rosalia. So probably, you know, this lady knows who she is. She was 16 by the time. She was, let's say, not no one, but just a person, singer, young singer. Now she got many, many Grammys. She became incredibly rich. Is the most important Spanish singer at the moment. Don't count Julio Iglesias, okay? But let's say from this generation or the last generations, is the most prominent Spanish artist. What this demonstrates, that being a strong innovator is part of the success, or at least is an important ingredient for success. She was a strong innovator. She knew nothing about us. We just went to the music place where they were studying and said, hey, we're experimenting with this. We need someone to come with us for 2 days and try what we can do with this technology. And she said, I will be there. She was 2 days singing. Now that would cost millions. But then another example. That's also from 2013, later than the previous video. Here we were already playing with this metaverse thing. No, now it's very. So what you see there basically is a dancer that is being captured real time, ingested in a 3D model, in which we also ingest two low latency real-time videos. That creates this piece. We were experimenting with the metaverse without knowing, of course. We just were trying to do what we can do and then try to make it look nice and appealing. So this is the kind of projects that we are used to do with the creative sector. So basically, we put our technology, we meet with them, and let's see what we can do together. I'm going to come back to the presentation. So, what we are doing now with the cultural section, we are co-creating the visitor experience in Villanova in Lazare 2. Villanova in Lazare 2, and we are doing this in collaboration with these guys. This is Neapolis. Neapolis is a local living lab. Neapolis is the local innovation agency of Villanova Lazare 2. And I'm very happy to work with them because this is my hometown, so I don't have to go to Barcelona every day. They have my laboratory in my hometown. That's kind of a dream, because 50 kilometers every day with a toll in the middle is like a lot of money. A bit more of advertisement. If you go to Barcelona, it's a very nice city, I know, you can do a lot of things, but if you want to discover the real Spain, Catalonia, go 50 kilometers south of Villanova Lazare 2. If you go with kids or you want to go beyond the typical tourist experience of sun and going to the beach and that's it, go to Villanova and you will be able to experience what I'm going to show you. So together with Neapolis, we created the Crea and Play. This is like a joint laboratory where the guys from Neapolis, they put their expertise on gamification, we put our technical expertise in video, in VR, XR, let's say in general terms in technical domain. And we are together in this project, Med Games. The objectives are to cooperate in the Mediterranean basin, because we have partners from Jordan, Lebanon, and Italy, and share best practices. That's sometimes also tricky. The cultural differences when you approach certain challenges are relevant. The second objective is to put in value the local cultural heritage through gamification, to offer a new dimension to the cultural heritage that we have in the city. And third, and very obvious, to involve the local communities. Again, you cannot do this from Barcelona. You have to be there. You have to talk with people there and co-create with them. When I explain this project, I always like to show this picture. This is a TV studio in this building, and a lot of things happen there. It's easy to set up, easy to clean. A lot of people can get in. It's a good place to co-create together, to gather people from different teams. So that's what we did. And in this room, we conceptualized a whole project with the community that we created. It was like a 2 or 3 months period, meeting every 2 or 3 weeks in full day workshops. So this community that we have created there includes the teams from 3 local museums, politicians and their teams, local politicians, councillors of tourism, culture and business development. It includes the tourist office network. So in the end, the persons that are in front of the visitors. It includes the restaurants and the hotels of the city, and obviously volunteers that have helped us to develop the whole project. And the result of this project is this. Is the agency of secrets. We have created an agency that you become an agent, and your objective is to preserve the secrets of the city. So this is a different way to discover a coastal city of Spain. You normally expect to go to the beach and good restaurants, but you have culture, you have things. If you let's say you leave the beach and get into the old town, you can discover many things. So the project resulted in this many routes that take you through all the city, and you will think, okay, with your cell phone, you go, you follow the route. No. These are 10 different, completely different games for completely different types of users. We have applications, we have VR games, we have augmented reality games, we have books that you can read from home, books that you have to, escape books they call, books that you have to be on site to play with them and discover things of the old city. All this was co-created with this community. None of these games was our idea. It was a very cooperative process. In the end, each game had a different developing team. So they are very heterogeneous, but they are under a common umbrella, which is the agency of cities. So, from the technical perspective, what we did there, we developed 2 VR games. But this is not research, and we are researchers. We normally do research. We do, let me say, more advanced things or more tricky things, technical things. I don't know how to say it. More complex in the end. If you say, this is a 3D environment, we recreated the museum and things happen there. You have to discover things, well, you come and play. But what we included from our technical research, that is what pushed my team to be part of this project, is that we include holograms in the virtual reality experience. We are able to do volumetric video capture. We put 3 cameras, depth cameras, we reconstruct the user body, we are able to ingest it in a 3D environment. As you saw in the first in the video, well, let's say with a bit more of quality. And that's our research. We are trying to improve the quality of this reconstruction. We are trying to reduce the latency of sending these holograms, and we are trying to scale this, so instead of 2 users, you can have many users in one 3D scene. This is very metaverse, right? But we have been working that in 5 years. We have been working that 5 years before the metaverse hype came. And this is very important for us as researchers, because now we have these games deployed in the city. People goes there to play, gamers go there, and we can test different things that we develop, and they don't even notice. And we do some questionnaires at the end of these experiences. And for us, this feedback, this formal feedback, is very important. Then we can do publications, and so on. So what's next? The idea that we have for the next year is to enhance this collaboration, to include 2 more partners. The Catalonian Film School, they are local institutions. A local film school and the local art and design school. So together we are going to put 3D artists, 3D designers, developers, actors and production crew with us, that we will further develop our technology. So, this is basically what we are doing now. So as a conclusion, I would say that human-centered design is not about design or innovation or technology development, you name it. It's not about just asking the user what you think, what you want. It's about including the user in the whole process. Otherwise it's just a requirement elicitation process, like in any technological project that we run. Okay? So in the end, it's about empowering the user to participate in your process. That's it. Thank you very much. Is there any question?
We'll take questions, I think, after the 3 presentations. So, Simon, would you take that?
Sure.
Hi everyone, very good morning from me as well. I'm Simon de Lader, also very delighted to be here. I come from Brussels, and I'm going to talk to you about what we do at SMEs. I'm going to start with introducing SMEs very briefly. SMEs is part of IMEC, I'm going to talk to you about, because basically human-centered innovation is our bread and butter. It's what we do every day. It's our core mission. So I'm going to talk a bit about how we do that, also with relation to policy making. And I'll start out with what with our basic framework for doing that, the Living Labs framework, and then how we have been taking that forward in 3 ways. First, by domain expertise. First, by going from domestication theory into really inclusive engagement. And then thirdly, and I think interestingly for the theme of today, how we involve creative industries in our work. And then I'll conclude with some challenges from my part, which I think could resonate with some of the things you are discussing. Briefly about Smith, where I'm from, we've been around since 1990. It's a bit like what Sergi was saying. When I joined in 2004, there was 15 of us, and now there's 120 of us, 124. So we've grown a lot over the times. In the days where I joined, we could meet every week and everyone would discuss what they were doing. And now we have 6 units, and we have horizontal staff and so on. We've been doing more than 200 projects in the past 5 years, with 270 publications. A lot of those are European projects. We're a bit atypical in our university in that we run a lot of European projects. That's why I know Sergi so well. So there's 22 part-time staff, and what is interesting about that, it's peculiar about my institution, is that it is both VUB, which is the Economic and Social Sciences faculty of the Free University of Brussels, the Flemish one, because there's 2 of them, the VUB, not the ULB. And at the same time, it's part of IMEC. So we have people on IMEC payroll, we have IMEC people on VUB payroll. We kind of pick and choose who we want to serve based on the topic and the interests. What is our focus? We want to make technology society-proof. That's our core mission. And so we do that in 3 ways. We do user studies, a lot of empowerment studies. So it's not just like Sergi said, it's not just asking what people want in a certain technology, it's empowering people through technology and together with them. Strong focus on impact, social impact. We do a lot of market impact assessment, so we look at the market side of technologies and we want to make them work in a real world environment. And we do policy analysis, both prescriptive and evaluative. This is what we look like today. So we have 6 units, as I said. 3 of them are more media related because we come from the communication sciences originally, but with the advent of the internet, everything became digital. So now we're a digital innovation center and one of the bigger ones in Europe. So 3 media units and then 3 units that have more to do with digital health, digital work, smart cities, and digital inclusion citizen engagement. We also try to make a difference by translating our research into actionable tools, guidelines, workshops for regular people, code books for companies, and we do that via knowledge centers. So we have Mediawijs, which is the Flemish knowledge center on media literacy. So they're the one-stop shop for media literacy in Belgium. So they have packages for schools, for pupils, they publish books for parents and so on. We have MediaPunt, which is a media research valorization point. We have the Knowledge Center Data and Society, which comes up with tool sets, games on ethical, social, legal, and economic aspects of AI and data for companies and governments. And we have the Data Bus, which is an electrical bus, which we have leased in a crazy idea of my director a few years ago, to go by in schools with a program of data literacy. So we structured it full of sensors and stuff, and we use it to do like an escape game on privacy, what happens to your data on the internet for, I think, 8 to 16-year-olds. So as I said, let's skip that. There's just 3 missions. We want to make technology society proof. We want to know our subject. We want to collaborate with people. We don't want to be in our little island and do things by ourselves. We want to work in the quadruple helix, like Sergi said, and we want to make a difference. We want to be on the field and with our feet in the mud. How do we do user research? How do we involve users? We've always done this from the foundation of the Living Labs. We were together with I2CAD, I think Sergi's former is your director or one of the, and my director. They formed the European Network of Living Labs basically more or less together. My director was the secretary of it for a long time. We hosted the European Network of Living Labs for a long while. It's really in our genes to do this kind of living lab research. This is the framework that we usually use. The idea is that you do iterative phases where you go from a lab phase with immature technology to a live beta phase with large-scale testing. And you use different methods to involve users along the way. So you really scale up from lab tests, in-lab user tests, to open living lab tests, where nowadays this is applications that we throw into the wild via app stores and let people use. And then we use logging materials plus focus groups and so on to get results in more and more, but I'll get to that in a minute. We use digital methods for that as well, because obviously, if you guys are interested in using digital methods for your research, we do research on digital networks and services, but we need to move also from focus groups, interviews, to more digital methods, which for us is an interesting and fascinating realm, but also sometimes challenging to do. So it's ecosystem research. It did this in the beginning mostly. So you had technical people that have technical requirements, and we would come in and say there's also user requirements. Wait for us, we want to talk to users, we want to co-create a system. More and more, the ecosystem is also business. So more and more, we're also involving professional users. We're asking what they want. We're asking how people that potentially sell this thing, what they would want out of it. So for us, the users is now a whole ecosystem of end users, but also the people in the business domain. And they obviously require very different things than end users. It's also often professional users in the sense that, for example, we do a lot of things on health, surgery, for example, holographics in surgery rooms, exoskeletons, I'll come back to that, where we're talking to professional people, doctors, on how they would see this fit into their daily practice. So it's not just the consumer, we were interested in the citizen for a long time, but more and more this is also the professional end user. I'll skip that. How we take that further, I mean, it's a tried and tested framework. We do this in many European and national projects, but we try and take it further as well. And one example is Mobius. It's a European project on the future of publishing running around now with Patricia, who's running it from Eurocat, which some of you here know. And what is interesting there is that in terms of the future of the book, we conceptualize the user as intervening in the production of a book at several stages. So the idea here is that the readers are at the same time data providers and influencers. What we do there is we look at fan fiction communities, we analyze them using AI technologies, and we kind of assess what people are reading, what people are writing, what people like in fan fiction communities. I don't know if you know this, but there's these big communities, for example, in the Harry Potter universe, with thousands of people writing Harry Potter stories in that universe. There's a lot of other universes active, there's a very active community. So what we're trying to do is we analyze what people are writing about so we can give publishers ideas on what the future topics for good books might be. So that's one. Then we conceive a book based on the ideas coming from the community, and then we beta test this. This is really the typical research we do. We beta test these kind of book concepts with early adopters. So the users take on another role. They're no longer the source of ideas, but they test a book. And then when the book is being commercialized, we're going to find out how we can remunerate these authors that have contributed to the book from the communities in a fair way. So we're using blockchain technology to kind of follow the IPR that is in the book and to make sure that these people can be remunerated as well. So then the users become authors and entrepreneurs. So this is 3 different ways, pilots running in 3 different countries as well, where we're testing. So there's 3 types of tests in different phases, in 4 phases basically, where we're moving from 40 people until, if you saw the open living lab test, the final test, up to more than 2,500 people in several countries. So it's becoming more and more ambitious the way we want to do this, multi-country, multi-pilot user testing. So how do we take this further? So this is a general framework that we use for all kinds of research, but we do it we augment it with specific domain expertise, because it's only when you couple a sound methodological expertise on how to involve users with a very deep knowledge of your domain that you're working in that you can really make a difference. And one example I could give examples of as I said, surgery, operating rooms, where we have people knowing how doctors think and what they would want and how they want to be funded and paid for their work. And another one is human-robot interaction, where we have a few specialists that focus on that, and they do a lot of acceptance and living lab research in the human-robot domain. And so, for example, one of my colleagues came up with a very specific framework for exoskeleton acceptance. If you know what exoskeletons are, well, I think I can show you a picture here. This is an exoskeleton. This is a kind of thing that you wear on yourself, and it's like these robot people that can, you know, lift up 2-ton crates because they're actually helped by a machine. So that's what these things do. They augment your muscular power, and so they give you superpowers basically, and they can be used in all kinds of contexts. So what we do is, in the VUB, we came up with an interdisciplinary center, so we brought together 8 research centers that have something to do with robotics. You have the robotics people, the people that make the robots, and then you have human physiologists, rehabilitation, the marketing people, it's us as well, it's not in the screen, artificial intelligence, aging studies, and they do projects together. So we file for projects together, things like this. So we go into industrial context, ports, ships, car factories, and so on. We try different types of exoskeletons, and we ask people, what is wrong with this? Will you use this? Why can't you use this in this setting, and why could you? So we do this for a number of domains. Media and immersive technologies is one. Robotics is another one, health is another one, and so on. The second thing we do is we go from domestication, how people integrate technologies into their daily lives, to engagement. So we had 3 teams that previously worked separately, one involved in citizen science, one involved in engagement, and one involved in digital inclusion. Now they are part of one unit and they work together. So what is citizen science? If you know what citizen science is, it's giving technology to people and letting people, for example, measure air quality for 6 months, for 12 months in their own gardens using off-the-shelf thing, or measuring traffic in their street, and thereby creating awareness with these people and creating a community about what is the climate problem, what is the problem with air quality, what is the problem with traffic in their street, and really sourcing a behavioral change from the bottom up. That's what citizen science is about. There's a lot of benefits in there, so we do a lot of projects there, and there it goes beyond testing what technology does. It's going towards changing people's behaviors, empowering people to be part of the change through this. So we do a number of projects, air quality, flood monitoring, health, and AI as well. And we've written some handbooks. I put the links here. If you want to set up citizen science projects in your local community, there's some very handy handbooks, guidebooks that my colleagues have written about this. Going one step further, not just using science, but involving people from the bottom up, then we use a framework that we call PAR4P, Participation for Policy, really enabling bottom-up citizen participation, while also preparing the top, the policy level, for what will come from the bottom, because it's these 2 elements. And one example there is the Brussels by Us project, where the Brussels State Secretary of Innovation asked us, can you use technology to set up a kind of participation project around the regeneration of the North Quarter? I don't know if you know the quarter around the Brussels North Station. It's not the nicest of neighborhoods. It's all offices and prostitutes, basically. So something needed to be done. It's a lot of commuters coming in at night. The Flemish civil servants, they only know the way from their office to the station and back. It's like ants. You know, they run, they don't diverge because it's not an attractive neighborhood. So we used these kind of digital signage. We used beacons that people passed by with their smartphones, and then they were invited to give their idea about certain innovations that we could do, co-working spaces, bars, retail, and so on. People were then invited to focus groups, to surveys, and so on. So it was a way to use technology to draw these commuters into the debate and talk about the future of this area. The problem is, how do you engage everybody? Because you usually get the usual suspect. In some of these citizen science projects, for example, there was a high-profile project on air quality that was run by the quality newspaper, The Standaard, in Belgium. And a lot of readers of The Standaard hung up these air quality sensors, and then The Standaard had a whole series of articles. It was all very nice, but The Standaard is not read by everyone. Far from it. The Standaard is a quality newspaper read by the higher segment of the population. So how do you get everyone involved? And here is where e-inclusion comes in. Because one of my colleagues is the Flemish expert on e-inclusion. She works at the ministry part-time. rolling out strategies, but she also did her PhD on that, and she came up with profiles, 8 profiles that kind of segment the people into the skills they have and the readiness they have towards technologies. So you see that here, these are 2 examples of profiles. On the one hand, I took the extreme, the digital outcasts. On the other hand, you have the digital all-stars. And they use those profiles in many different ways. This is one of the ways. This is a game, a role-playing game that they developed that you can download here. This is in the Knowledge Center Data and Society. That's what they do. They give these kind of tools, and the website has a whole inventory of tools. This is a role-playing game on digital inclusion. So what you do is you take the role of one of the profiles, then you take the role, then there's a certain situation. For example, I go into the bank and I can't get money. Or I go into a supermarket and it's only electronic payments and I don't know how it works. And you combine that with the skills or the lack of skills that you have, and people have to imagine how they feel, how they navigate in an environment where certain challenges are posed, and they don't have the skills to address certain of these challenges. Things that make you think in one of these profiles. That's one of the things. But we also use it in user design. So we now when we sample, when we take people, when we select people for interviews, we make sure that the 8 profiles are represented. We use these profiles to evaluate the inclusion policies of the city of Ghent, for example. We work with companies to establish, okay, if you have 10 people, is it the technological expert that you make the digital coach, or is it someone else? Because we found out that the technological expert is not the best coach, because he lacks certain skills, empathy skills, in what the other person cannot do. We use it in the healthcare context, so we assess what the digital skills and need are for caregivers. This is a very nice one. We're very proud of working with Telenet, the prime cable company in Flanders, who had a social subscription, for people that can't afford it, and they wanted to do something about it. They didn't want to call it a social subscription. They just wanted everyone to have internet. It's like a corporate social responsibility activity. And they only had one formula, and we assessed whether these 8 profiles, what those 8 profiles need, and how they could change their formula so everyone would have an internet that suits their needs. So based on that, Telenet now offers 3 versions of Telenet Essential, €5, €10, and €15. And based on 5, 10, 15, it gives you certain things, and we know that certain people feel proud because I don't have a social subscription, I have a subscriber to Telenet Essential 5. And that does everything that needs for me. And I'm a bit more savvy, I need a bit more, so I have Telenet Essential 15. So this is a very nice thing where they really changed their setup as part of the research. And we also use it finally for development context, because a lot of this stuff is happening in ICT for development work that we do with the University of the Western Cape in South Africa, and where we, for example, use the digital inclusion profiles to assess the needs in South African townships. So that's how we move from simple user research that we try and make more and more complex to more complex notions of what it is to do user research. More empowerment, like Sergi said, moving from understanding users to empowering users. Finally, how we involve creative industries in a number of ways. I will not talk about how we user research creative technologies, like what Sergi said. By the way, the Specify stuff in Vilnius and Dublin we did together. It was a project I was very proud of coordinating back in 2013, and it's how I met Sergi in the first place. So it was really nice to do that. And we still do collaborations like this. This is from around the same period. This is called Zwem. To zwem, it's what birds do when they leave and they fly through the air. This was a way to have neighborhoods, to create more inclusivity in neighborhoods. So what they did was we created these kind of trees. We asked designers to make these trees with touch screens. We put them in 2 neighborhoods, and we created challenges. So you had RFID cards that people were distributed in their mailboxes, and people had to go to the tree together and perform something together. So they had to give their opinion about a certain neighborhood, what they want to improve, what they didn't like. They just had to meet, and it was a competition between these 2 neighborhoods there on the top in Ghent to get the most points. And what you got was you really got people that never met before. They met in the winter time around the tree and started talking. And so people that you didn't know, because that's what cities are like. You live in a city, you don't know your neighbors. people started to know their neighbor. So that was a really nice thing that we did back in 2013. In Specify, we did the collaborative performances with Sergi. That was what Barcelona was focusing on. In Kortrijk, the Flemish city that participated in the project, we made an app which was an artistic tour around the city of Kortrijk, and which coupled challenges which were social, artistic in nature. For example, bring a gift to an elderly person at the care center, read poetry to a person in a home for the elderly, play mannequin in a shopping mall window. There are a few artistic things, and then you could win rewards, some of which were very banal, and some of which were artistic dance performance behind the scenes, and so on. And we hired an artist to do this, an artist collective, to come up with a number of these challenges, and also to come up with a number of the artistic rewards. And that was very nice because it gave a touch and an attractivity to the application that otherwise we could never have achieved. Another thing we did was, this is really the more administrative support. We were coordinator of Where Sustain, which was a STARTS project, which gave out grants of around 50K for innovation in wearables and textiles. So you got a whole ecosystem of smart textiles, wearables producers, and innovative ideas that were funded through this project. And there we basically played, well, we substituted the European Commission in administering those calls, selecting projects, guiding these companies, talking about their sustainability, and so on. Our third thing we do is digital storytelling for inclusive purpose. So this is, for example, klimaatverhalen, climate stories, which we did where we used the inclusion profiles to get a range of people, of young people in, and we taught them some digital storytelling skills, and using those skills, they started to tell stories, their own story about climate change, how they perceive climate change, what they think the challenges are. We also use this, for example, with migrant women who just came into the country from very different cultures, and we taught them this digital storytelling to tell them something about where they come from, how their travel to Belgium has been. So at the same time you teach these people skills, and at the same time we learn something about how these people have experienced coming to Europe in the first place. And last but not least, there's Camilla. I hope you're not too shocked of seeing Camilla. As you can probably see, Camilla is a sex doll. She's a second-hand sex doll also. My colleagues found her in a brothel in Brussels, like this. This is the picture they took in the brothel. My colleagues, as I said, are interested in robotics. They're interested in human-robot interaction. My colleague is a sociologist, and it fascinates her how people interact with non-living beings, and also expose attraction or affection to non-human. Not just sexual attraction, but also affection in the sense companion robots and so on. People in elderly homes, people with dementia that have robots to keep them company so that they don't panic. But also sex robots as the extreme. And they went into a brothel and got this doll, and they started to experiment with that. And this is an event that we had, Homo Roboticus, in the Opera House in Brussels 2 or 3 years ago, where there was a whole evening about interaction of humans with robots. So it was ended with an opera on the AI that was written by an AI technologist at the team. Very nice. But we had a setup here with Camilla, and the idea was that people would sit next to her, and it would use all the senses. There were certain smells being distributed. There was the touch of Camilla. There was some auditory engagement here, and then here people could express how they felt about interacting with Camilla in the different senses. So you had people touching her and then say, okay, what did you feel? How did she feel? And so on. And the idea was to understand, as a PTA, a proxy technology, a proxy for the actual robot, how people interact with these and what kind of effective behavior they show. And this is my colleague a few weeks ago at an event in the KVS theater in Brussels on the experiences there. So to understand robots through an artistic setup there. The only problem is, this was before COVID, And then COVID came out and we couldn't do anything for 2 years. And Camila was locked in a flight case for 2 years in an office exposed to direct sunlight. And when half a year ago my colleague got her out, she was completely melted. So this was an unusual effect. You can see it there. This is a few weeks ago. You can see it there. We were struck by COVID in an unusual way. But this is also how we try to involve people there. Just to conclude, some challenges, if I may very quickly, because it's almost user-centric research is labor-intensive. I don't need to tell you this. Getting users involved is not easy to do, especially at the kind of scale that we wanted to do. Maybe the third one, bringing digital methods into the social sciences, as I said, is easier said than done, because it's not because we research digital methods, digital technologies, that we use digital methods per se. We do more and more logging, we do more and more experiments, A/B testing online, we scrape certain systems. There's a lot being done, but it's a skill, it's a separate skill from the human-centric design in itself. So it's something that we are also still getting stronger in. Domain expertise is individual expertise. We are a large organization, but we're still project-driven. We don't make any profits, which means we don't have people on the side. We cannot hire people to keep a certain skill in-house. When people leave, we sometimes lose the skill, which is always a problem for a university center, whether you're big or small. It's cyclic in its attractivity, which means that user research, now with Horizon Europe, it has a new boom. So because every project says that the social sciences need to be involved, so everyone comes to us and say, please, there's technology X, do some user research. Sometimes very weird stuff. So now we're asked a lot. There's going to be another down phase where people are going to say the program is running to its end. We need the 5G technology, the 6G technology now. Screw you with your social sciences. We're going to develop the algorithms now. I can already see it coming. It had happened before. So I'm not going to be disappointed when it happens, but it's also what happens. Related to that, user research is under scrutiny. In Flanders, we always have to defend that our research is research, that it's high risk, that it's about things we don't know. Because a lot of these funding agencies think it's state aid, because this is how to market something. It's marketing already. We can say, no, it's not marketing, it's things we don't know. It's full of unknowns. So it's always, we have to defend ourselves there. And finally, the impact on the final product is often hard to demonstrate, in the sense that we contribute our requirements to the engineers, then they do something with it, and then it takes 20 years, well, not 20 years, it takes 10 years for a product to come to market. And how do we prove that our findings are a part of that product? What you see is a technology, not the thinking that has gone behind it on what users come. So that's always difficult for us because it's less visible. That's it. I hope I wasn't too much.
Three very different presentations already, so hopefully we are bringing a collision of perspectives together already this morning. And when considering this question around how the perspective of the arts and humanities contributes to innovation, I chose this morning to talk to you about what it actually feels like to work in industry, doing that, to be leading a team, where that is actually happening. And when I think about that question, one word that I hear frequently is the word diversity. Diversity of thought. That is how it works. I was interested actually that Sergey and Simon didn't mention the word diversity, although you mentioned inclusion a lot, which is embedded in this. But in fact, diversity is a word that I have heard frequently throughout my career. And to open, I just would like to tell you about something that happened early on in my career. So I was working in a creative agency. Diversity in the workplace had started to get a little bit of traction and conversation and broader discourse here in Ireland at the time, but I personally hadn't seen it, not yet anyway. But I went to what I was told was one of the most diverse creative agencies in town. I was getting to know my team, and I realized they all lived within a mile of each other. They all had attended the same business course at the same university, which might be the same place where I was standing in today, and they all had the same friends. But they were lovely group, very much welcomed me in. You know, I was the newbie, and it's not surprising. We're attracted to people who think like us, who validate us. We found common ground amongst all this. They were smart and witty, and sometimes really sarcastic, as I thought they must be, when they started talking about how wonderful it was that they now had diversity in the team. And I looked around and went, I don't see it, until I realized that they were talking about me. I see some nods in the room. You might know what I'm talking about. I was their diversity. Me and my brown skin and my arts degree. But in that arts degree, which I got, where am I? Just next door, from here, thankfully, I also read post-colonial literature and feminist theory and queer theory, and I discovered the words of Toni Morrison. There she is. And in this interview with the Cincinnati Enquirer, she said that if there's a book that you want to read, but it hasn't been written yet, then you must write it. And she said that in 1981. And so, what if I too want to look around me and see a diverse team? Did my arts degree not indirectly suggest to me that I could spend my professional life searching for a team I wanted to join, or I could create it myself? So thank you to the arts degree. So before I became the director of the Human Sciences Studio, which is the position I hold today, I was very aware of the many studies that established the value of diverse teams, especially in the context of innovation. And in 2020, Robin Brenneman claimed that the business case has since been closed about the critical importance and value of diversity in the workplace. You might be glad to know I am not going to go through the business case. It is something I don't like doing anymore. People either get it or they don't. They can see the results or they don't. But the logic is quite simple. Diversity encourages innovation. I can't say the word. Can someone help me? Homogeneity, there you go, impedes innovation. Innovation is a precondition for business success, and therefore diversity has a strategic value. That's the logic flow. Use it, you're welcome, it's very simple. But a truly diverse team, one that is bringing in, yes, identity diversity, but also academic diversity, cognitive diversity, is really hard to find. It is my instinct, I think, to seek out diverse perspectives across everything I do. That's why I was so delighted to be invited here today and to hear all the speakers throughout the day of this conference. And my approach to this question about how this actually happens was exactly the same. So I sought the collective wisdom of the team on this idea that a collision of perspectives create innovation. So I should probably tell you a little bit more about the team that I work in. So, the Human Sciences Studio, we're based here in Dublin at the DOC, which is Accenture's Global Innovation and R&D Centre. We describe our role as that we chart the pathways through the human and societal challenges that our clients must negotiate to realise their business ambitions. And I was delighted to hear mention of environmentally conscious, and that line, it was lovely about making technology society-proof, because we're always thinking about humans and society. Probably slightly move away, I see now, from human-centred to life-centred design. And to give you a sense of this context, we are a team of about 20 at the moment within an innovation centre of about 250 people, within an organisation that is 700,000 people. That's the size of Accenture, so we're small within a bigger. But what do we actually do? What do we actually research? So we will be thinking about things like the human bias in that algorithm. We will be thinking about the identities that are embodied in the avatar, and also looking at the different social behaviours that are embedded in that systemic status quo. And so the creation of this kind of talk, this presentation, is almost a microcosm of this working method as a diverse team. So the references you're going to hear in my talk today are a mix of my own and these people who contributed to this thinking around how this actually happens. And to give you a sense of it, I'm going to talk through 3 lessons kind of I've learned about what it really feels like to do this. And even just opening this topic with the team led me down many hyperlinked rabbit holes is probably the only way I can describe it. I was referred to works from activists, anthropologists, Nobel Prize winners, neurophysiologists. I was introduced to world-leading academics I'd never heard of and then was embarrassed to admit that I hadn't ever heard of them. I was introduced to concepts that quite frankly just kind of made me frown slightly and go, oh, interesting, hadn't thought of it that way. And maybe that's not surprising because between us, we've lived in 18 different countries, we speak 14 different languages, there's a wide range of disciplines you can see, expertise in anthropology, behavioral science, cultural studies, data ethics, digital policy, systems design, visual design, sociology, organizational psychology, social psychology, public engagement, and philosophy. And I think there's very few places where such a variety of experts have the opportunity to work side by side. So that's one way of viewing the team. Here's another way of viewing the team in terms of the interdisciplinary researchers, but also paired with creative engagement specialists. And within our context that I described to you, a small team within an innovation center within this huge organization, that creativity blended with the human sciences, so blended with the arts, humanities, and social science, is absolutely critical for us to have an impact in our world. It generates this intrigue in the research we do. It pulls people in, whether that's our colleagues or our clients. So I put this question out and it was a delightful deluge that came back to me. And as I read through everyone's responses, my fierce belief in the vital role of the human sciences and creative arts within technology was absolutely confirmed and reinforced by what I read. And I was very humbled by the collective intelligence of this team. But sifting through it all, it was a substantial cognitive lift. I'd almost regretted I'd started it, to be honest. And it's one of the major challenges, I think, of working with a diverse team. So many different voices in the room. All the disciplines that make this group, particularly around the human sciences, do not fit neatly into each other. There can be great debate between us, and yet we know we have this role within a wider group of software engineers and data scientists and commercial strategists. So how is it possible to reconcile all of these ideas? Well, quite honestly, it's messy, but innovation is messy. And there's this fundamental tension of bringing together a collision of perspectives and a range of voices in a way, as C. Wright Mills said, simple enough to make understanding possible, yet comprehensive enough to include range and depth. And he wrote this in The Sociological Imagination, where he really emphasizes the need to integrate the social, bibliographical, and historical version of reality, and that was in 1959. This isn't new. Why isn't there more of this? I find myself rarely working in a zone of comfort, and it really does require effort, but that, is the brilliance and the battle of colliding perspectives. So that's my first learning. A deluge of information is a messy delight. So the sharing of information is key to innovation. And research tells us that diverse groups significantly outperform homogeneous groups, said it okay that time, when sharing information is key to success. In short, diverse groups are less likely to assume that information and viewpoints are shared. So diversity itself provokes intellectual curiosity, which is really interesting because I hope there's a lot of curious people right now in this room trying to talk to others around. A couple of illustrations. This isn't from any work I've done, but it was one of the suggestions given to me by a visual designer on a team. It's a wonderful illustration of this. It's the work of Bruno Mag and Alessia Nicotra. So Bruno Mag is a typographic designer. I believe they're a husband and wife team. and Alessia is a neurophysiologist, and they work together to look at how brain identifies shapes, and they took on a long-held misconception about dyslexia and created a new, more readable typeface in the process. I was also referred to the work of bell hooks, which might not be a natural segue from where I just came from, but essentially this is critical because there were ignored and missed interactions between all aspects of life. And bell hooks was passionate about what we might achieve if we were to fully engage with each other's differences. So as she was examining patriarchal oppression, she understood the roles of race, gender, and capitalism. All these things overlapped. And she brought together those ideas that had been considered separately up to that point. So she understood that idea of intersectionality before there was a word for it. And so an example perhaps of how we kind of started thinking about this in the systems is actually it's from 2020. I don't know if actually still in the room, she was a curator on this. The doc ran a year-long artist and residency program with actually a Spanish artist collective called Multiplay. And a shared interest in complex global systems quickly became an anchor theme for the project. So it drew on research from the Dartmouth Human Sciences Studio, and this resulting artwork is unapologetically informed by and a direct response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And this diagram you see at the bottom was the social commemorations, as they call it, of all Twitter and social media accounts during the pandemic, during that first year. And they brought it to life in this breathing machine that was in the Science Gallery, Dublin here. Essentially, they made the invisible visible. And it's a very powerful role that I think art and artists can play for our world, when so much of what we're talking about can't be touched or sensed, it is invisible. Techno-political structures, habits, whether obvious or opaque, and how people can strive to find their agency within them. Because ultimately we are all part of the same system, even if we have different perspectives or experience its challenges in different ways. And understanding that is key to understanding the role we play within maintaining that system, or how we might innovate to create change within it. And so thinking back to this and bell hooks and the new typeface, the ways in which we are marginalised and privileged are very multifaceted. But we need to make space to collide those perspectives, and then our blind spots can be revealed to us. It's like an unblinkering, a way to see more than what has already been seen, a way to innovate. And that's the second book. Sharing knowledge alerts us to our blind spots. And the last thing. So everyone in the Human Sciences Studio team, and by extension our colleagues, our clients, benefits from this collective wisdom. And in his book, you might be familiar with Matthew Syed, his book Rebel Ideas, he calls this coverage. Essentially it means there are fewer gaps in our thinking and our approach. But the value of diverse teams is proven, and if there's an established theoretical understanding of how they work, why are they still hard to find? Why aren't we seeing more and more places bringing in the arts and humanities to what they do? How is it that it's actually harnessed and embedded within an environment and industry like the one I work in? Well, behavioural science will tell us that in general we think we are more effective than others, and more effective than we truly are. So the overconfidence bias perhaps is one reason, and it can prevent us from seeking out alternative perspectives. Basically, we don't generally go hunting for reasons why we might be wrong. And that is true for many people I've ever worked with, and has been true of myself. So this idea of epistemic humility, the knowing that you know very little, directly counters this overconfidence, but that requires real vulnerability. So leading this diverse team, I am reminded daily, that I cannot possibly know more than my teammates than their respective fields of expertise. In fact, if I tried, it might actually break my brain. But the pursuit of humility involves a surrendering of your own assumptions, an acknowledgement of what you don't know. And interacting with the team, I am constantly confronted with that vulnerability, occasionally frustrated as well, but generally confronted. But I find that humility gives others the space to shine. Leadership coach Khalid Aziz, he positions humility as the most important personality trait of a leader, declaring that without it, its employees are less collaborative, less productive, and less loyal. And yet humility is not an obvious advantage in a knowledge economy where that strong, charismatic leader is celebrated. In the corporate world, the world I work in, confidence is often confused with competence, and vulnerability is seldom associated with a competitive advantage. So reflecting back on that small team that I worked in that creative agency, there's part of me that wants to tell you a really kind of nice, neat story about my journey from there to here. But if I'm honest, it was probably more of an instinctive drive, an emotional drive to seek out that diversity. Because as I said before at the beginning, there is a tendency to stay with what is known to you, that something that is familiar to you. So what is familiar to me are places where diverse perspectives collide. As a child, I lived on a council estate but went to a private school. I chose this, Irish University, because of my Nigerian heritage. That's my cousin Moses. He first came here in the 1930s and he's receiving an honorary doctorate degree there in 1964. I had to throw that up, one for the family. I also worked as an innovation designer while studying design history. You know, I'm familiar with the sense of navigating the systems as an outsider and what it takes to challenge the status quo, sometimes just by showing up in places where people like me aren't usually seen or heard. And so I think it's only right that I lean into my own discipline to end of design history and give the concluding insight from design history. So as a design historian, I studied the dissonance and uniformity in the public realm. In other words, I have a slight obsession with street furniture, particularly bollards. And as I was thinking about how we bring together a collection of perspectives together as a team, I was reminded of an essay I had written during my studies about the disordered morphology of one of the best streets in Dublin, Thomas Street. It's one of the oldest streets, you might be familiar with it. Look at the bollards next time you're on Thomas Street. There's about 10 different designs within 500 metres. I think that's fascinating. But in this, and there's actually, you can see a couple of the hexagonal ones with the torpedo ones in the background, there's a plastic one opposite, and then there's the more classic dark pillar style ones as well. But in this essay, I observed that on Thomas Street, everything and anything can find its place here, and therefore everyone and anyone can fit in. It is at once welcoming and distracting, encouraging and challenging. So what it really feels like then, to be bringing in the arts and the humanities and the social sciences within the world I work in, it's exactly like that. The experience of colliding these perspectives with the team is far from cohesive, but ultimately it is one of inclusion. And that lack of cohesion is fiercely uncomfortable. It creates tension, it provokes, but it also creates depth, and it can reveal what has not yet been seen. And so I think to innovate, these teams are critically important because we must disturb the peace, we must agitate, and we must provoke. So thank you for listening.
All three of you for those really, I mean, great examples of walking the walk, and when thinking about the walk and walking and kind of reflecting on the walk as you walk it. I think it really sets us up for a fantastic discussion. And I want to throw it out to the audience to see if there's anyone who wants to come in here. Because if you don't, I will, I swear. Yeah.
Simone, can you tell us a bit more about Mobius? I'm very interested in that prosumer, and the first person I mentioned it in that way. And if you combine that a little bit with what Jess was chatting about the collision because you've got loads of collisions there between fan fiction, the legality, the somewhat peculiarity of the interpretation, but then specific worlds that are created. And I'm curious about what you're navigating there and what you found and where you might see that going commercially and how it's being received by those communities that themselves occur naturally and organically, if you like, in additions, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Is this on? Yeah?
No, press the button.
Ah, yes. Red actually meant off. It's an interesting question. It's not a coincidence that we have a legal partner in the project. The only job is to find out how you can navigate the legality of it, which starts with the IPR around the existing platforms and how that's arranged, because we couldn't work, for example, with all the platforms that exist. Some of them we could work with, we couldn't scrape, so there was a lot of difficulties there, and then even in choosing the environments we used for experimenting, we had to choose environments that were not overly influenced by rights holders, corporate rights holders, because there's a whole story in community, in fan fiction on the Star Trek community, which used to be very thriving, but then it was Star Wars, but then George Lucas thought it had to end, and then, so you have this kind of, you have to move towards the fringes of what is allowed. Harry Potter was allowed, because there's certain rules of engagement in that fan fiction community that allow certain things to be done. But even still, for example, for the book that we're making, and also the immersive experience around the book that we're making, we chose a concept that was crowdsourced but did not come from the major fan fiction communities, because obviously also in Harry Potter, to commercialize something you need to be very aware of who is the rights owner. So how we see this go forward is that we use the existing fan fiction communities to test the kind of prosumer intelligence that we can scrape from it, and also to use the community to see how we come up with scenarios that are attractive and then test them with them. In a commercial setting, we see this going on in a realm that is away from the big fan fiction communities, at least the ones that are based on commercial products, because you're always going to run into the rights owners. And so we're going to look at, there's certain fan fiction communities that do not build upon existing universes, and where there's a lot more possible commercially speaking. But also then we need to know who is the right owner, because a lot of these things build on each other in very complex ways, where one takes a character from one universe that was written by someone else and then reforms it. And a lot of the platforms that gather the stories have certain rules of engagement of what you can and cannot do, or how you should reference. But from a moment where you want to commercialize, you need to have very much clearer rules. So we're steering away from the ones that are too harsh, and we try to do things with the more flexible platforms.
Okay, anybody else want to jump in quickly?
Yeah, I have a quick question about, I like the idea that you emphasize the user engagement. My question is, are you starting with the user's needs, that is, that the user expresses to you what their interests and needs are, or are you going from another perspective, which is often a commercial one actually, whereby you look at, okay, this would be great to develop, and then you try and see how the user responds to that, or if you can get the user on board for this kind of experience. Because that's what I usually find in most technologies. It's a bit like with the smartphone. We could live without it beforehand, right? But it seems like at this point nobody can live without it anymore, right? So it's basically a need creation. So there's always this tension with all technology that you have this problem basically. Thanks.
Yeah, it's the push and pull paradox, and I cannot just say and state here that it doesn't exist, for the simple reason, and I said we are project driven. So where does the money come? Follow the money, right? We cannot deny that if you have, especially in Horizon Europe or Horizon 2020, A lot of these projects start from an idea that a project officer has on what a certain technology could do, which is probably sourced in opinions that many people fed into the European Commission's head, but in the end, it's in the call that certain technology should be used, and then we do research on that technology. I have a lot of colleagues who are uncomfortable with that, who do not want to engage in these kinds of processes, and they say, look, I want to be able to say that this technology is crap. For example, we do projects on AI for disinformation, and my disinformation expert says, leave me alone with those stuff. I don't believe in AI for disinformation. I believe in other ways. I believe in coping strategies for people, how people deal with information without the tools. So, but these projects come by, and then we try to be a bit smart about it. We try to hack it in a way, because it comes by, we jump into the project, but first of all, we reserve the right to destroy the technology in terms of how we evaluate the technology. And certain technologies that has been very important, has been very nice. What we consider one of our main victories over the past 20 years has been a project in which Nokia, they wanted to test DVB-H. If anybody still knows what DVB-H is, it was like a standard for mobile television. So they wanted to bring television to the mobile phone with a separate standard, and we tested it in Belgium ahead of the launch. And the user research was destroyed. Nobody wanted this. We looked at people, nobody wanted to use that. And they stopped the introduction of DVB-H, which then subsequently failed miserably all over the world. Also in Finland, where it was invented, it went bankrupt a few years after that. And so we reserve the right to be very good. We only step into projects when we can be very critical about the technologies, and at the same time, when we are given the chance to start a dialogue with people around a certain technology or what it could mean, we take it broader. So we go a bit like, okay, besides the technology, let's leave anything that has to do with what we want to introduce here, let's put that on the side. What is it that you want? What are your needs? So we don't start from so this is here, how can you use it? Or how can you not use it? It's like, how do you go about your day today? Are there any things that you find difficult? Okay, and then we introduce something, could this help? If it doesn't help, we say so. And that's how we try to navigate what is inevitably always a bit of a push-pull story for us as Digital Innovation Center. That's true.
Thank you for your presentations. I would like to focus on something maybe a little bit different, because you've all built teams in your own way. You've built SMEs, ITUCAT, and our social team. What are the major pitfalls? What can go wrong and what should be avoided? Do you have any best practices for building the successful teams in getting the human-centered design into?
I can answer.
I don't know how to answer, to be sincere. It's like all teams may create problems, but they are there to find solutions. And sometimes the team generates additional problems than the one that you want to solve. So I think it's something at personal level, right? There is no magic thing, and everyone, persons at different moments of their life will behave differently. So the same person in a different moment of his life or her life may be a good fit into a team for some specific challenge, or maybe not, for some reason. So I'm sorry, but there is no try.
Nope.
There you go, got it. I think it's really easy to underestimate the time and the emotional labour that can go into building a team, and that idea of team building, not as a full activity or a day out, but the actual idea of team building needs a lot of time and thought and deliberate consideration. Someone once said to me the phrase when it was talking about how to be an innovator, that whilst everyone can dance, not everyone is a dancer. And it's the same, I think, when it comes to innovation and being an innovator. So there are things you need to do, there's training, there's just rituals, things that you can do on a daily basis to kind of come together as a team. But there's also the other elements where you might stretch yourself a little further and learn a new routine. And how you do that very deliberately I think is the key, and that will change for your team, the size and the makeup of them.
I wanted to build a little bit on that, if I may be so bold. I'll come back to the room in a second, but one of the other things that I thought was really interesting that came out in each of the presentations was the idea of almost a kind of a cultural embeddedness. I mean, I think Catalunya is an interesting place from that point of view. I mean, and you were talking about how you were close to government and of course the work close to citizens and working in neighborhoods, and of course in your team, Jess, it's you know, you're coming, you know, how many languages did you say you had in the team, you know? And I'm wondering if that, we tend, you know, culture eats strategy for breakfast, right? You know, Peter Drucker. So is it that some of what we're seeing in the success of your organizations is that you've learned to go with the river of culture and somehow be taken by it and utilize its affordances rather than trying to resist it? Because again, a lot of what we see in you know, the tensions between technologies and society often come from this sort of imposition of a culture where there is already existing one that may have other norms and other values. And I'm just wondering if that resonates for you in the work that you do and the way that you work, or if it's either something I'm imagining because that's the lens that I look for, or if it's maybe an artifact of something else.
For me, culture does play a big role. I think the fact that we're located in Brussels is Germany. It's many things. VUB is the smaller brother of the Flemish universities. It's also kind of anti-clerical, Masonic history backfighter against the big KU Leuven guys, and it permeates in a lot of things. It's more a rebel attitude. It's also embedded in by far the most diversity in Brussels. If you look at the students, my director always says if he has to go and give a lecture in Leuven to the first years, and you go to the first year law students, you go to this medieval auditorium, and it's white people. It's like, and for someone from the VUB, it is genuinely shocking, because we are used to seeing a very diverse population in the Brussels University. So that kind of shapes, first of all, also being close to the cultural scene, to the media scene for us, but also the policy scene obviously plays a huge role for us. It shapes who we are, it shapes the things that we are interested in. And then thirdly, I think, SMIT, and it also refers to what you said, we have a certain culture that is a bit of a rebel culture. Also, if you look at our counterparts in Ghent that do exactly the same stuff, but they are much more normal in the sense that there's a complete lack of hierarchy in our organization. There's our annual off-site event where everybody just parties the night away, where we have to find venues that will still allow us in because it's always 5 a.m. and at the end it's my director calling an open bar and everyone's on the table. So there's a certain attitude of work hard, play hard that I'm maybe slowly growing out of right now, getting too old for this stuff. But that shapes, together with the normative framework that we have, to kind of make a difference. We are adamant to be in the field and make a difference. So those two things together do shape a team, and it's half of why people don't want to leave my organization when they're in it, because there's this unique team. Finding the people, but that's referring to what you said, is something else, because HR-wise it's complete chaos, which is causing a lot of problems to sustain what we keep on doing. But yes, I think culture is vital, I think.
What about the other comments? Any comments on that?
I don't know if I want to get into the garden
Of culture understood as identity.
Okay.
As you mentioned, Catalonia and the situation in Catalonia, so certainly that had an impact in our teams. But less than expected. So, India, I think, has been a waste of money and time. And yeah, we should invest our time in co-creating, not trying to deny the other.
but this never happened, let's say internally in ITCAT we never had serious problems on that, because let's say the political line is very clear. You know, the politicians are those that we have, and institution-wise, we are what we are. So let's say at working people level, let's say the cultural identity doesn't impact that much on the higher level organizational culture.
Yeah, culture is critical, it's essential. However, we're all very conscious of the context that we work in, and at the end of the day, I work for Accenture, and if the work we did, even if it's focused on human societal challenges, if that wasn't making impact with our clients, we wouldn't exist. And that's fine. You mentioned in my introduction that I'm okay with contradictions, and that's one of the contradictions I'm okay with. It's a constant battle, tension, working through the messiness that I spoke about. And so for me, the culture is that we all accept that's part of the process. We can try and streamline things, make things efficient, but I actually think it's necessary to go through a lot of that on the way to getting to where we get to.
Okay, so we have Vinny, and then we'll take from and those will be, I think we'll have to close after that, but Vinny, please.
Cheers, thanks. The really interesting talks. I'm just going to take it to a different sort of tension. The tension that exists where you've got academics really strong in their area, interested in doing interdisciplinary research, but one of the problems is that some of the specific areas in the discipline would see that interdisciplinary as at best an application, at worst irrelevance. And so a couple of questions for the academics on the panel as well as for Jess in terms of where Essential publish is. One is, do they actually publish in the mainstream discipline-specific venues of those areas? So, for example, high latency of video would be in IEEE signals type of journals. Because we get this pushback regularly from those people who are forging world recognized careers, because they are very, very focused on high impact journals and so forth. Or is it a case that interdisciplinary has to be thought of as having its own journals which should be high impact? Because this is one of the problems, because not only have you got the journal problem, but you also have the peer review. And if you get peer review who's not from an interdisciplinary background, you get reviewed in a very different way, because it's 50% what you're doing doesn't count. Just interested in your reactions.
Well, from our perspective, it is a challenge. I think that if I look at where my colleagues publish, these are in many cases their own journals, to their own realm. It's indeed less obvious to go to an IEEE journal with something that has very strong social science aspects integrated. We've done it a few times, especially when I was doing business model research, because that's a venue where maybe more you can get more interesting. Well, you can get more traction talking about markets than talking about users. So in that sense, it worked. But for the user-centric researchers, it's usually social science journals, and I think there's no easy way to overcome this, because there's a long way to go to instill interdisciplinarity in the reviewer boards of many of the technical journals. I don't know if we're naive to think that this will ever happen. What we're trying to do is mostly to convince those who fund us and those who come up with the KPIs for IMEC, for example. IMEC, which absorbed us years ago, but it was primarily a nanotechnology organization which runs on KPIs that are, how many nanometers will our transistors be in, and so on, with long roadmaps, to convince them that our KPIs, including other journals, are important. And that's a strategy that we feel is more productive right now than to try and change the boards of some of these high impacting journals that we can't get in. to be honest. That's an honest reflection.
In our articles, we always include these two legs, the technical implementation and technical KPIs, and the user studies that support whatever we need. So probably in any journal on signal processing, they are not going to accept half of our paper, but we don't submit to signal processing journals, which mean to IEEE on broadcasting. And broadcasters are very interested on what the audience thinks about specific technology, or IEEE on VR. So the user in the end is an integral part of all these markets or verticals. So they are pretty well received. And actually, if you develop a technology, you show that the KPIs improve, and you show that the user acceptance increase with user studies and KPIs in the end. That's let's say that makes your point stronger, right? In the article. So for us, it's a win-win always.
So there is no way I'm brave enough to get into the politics of academic publishing. But what I have observed, there are some areas like the social impact review or design journals that actually are quite interdisciplinary by nature. And so if you maybe seek those out, if they are there or not, I wonder if they might have a different response, because what I've read there from work that we've managed to get in there hasn't been an issue with that interdisciplinary approach. So that would be, I'm not getting into the details.
So we have a, can I do that? Do you have a question? Oh, get the microphone to Lisa.
So there is a question from the audience in the live stream. In the context of the climate crisis, where does the environment fit into the human-centered innovation? Should we not be transitioning to environment or ecology-centered innovation?
Yes. 100%. User-centered design, human-centered design, as I mentioned, I've seen a shift to life-centered design. Coming from that design history, I think it's fascinating. I see more of a universal design approach, particularly in the public realm. And I think of that, the more holistic way, that it's not just about individual users, it's also collective impact on people, as well as also the environment, and how all of this weaves together. So, short answer, absolutely yes.
Well, yeah. Yes. I mean, our project portfolio in the citizen engagement projects is, I think, 60% environment, climate change, carbon neutral, cities especially. It's maybe also a cultural aspect of being in Brussels that we don't focus on rural areas, but we focus on urban interventions to slow down heating or to make buildings more climate neutral, to use digital twins, for example, to assess on a big scale where interventions are needed in houses, and what is the easiest way, and then dialogue with the inhabitants of the houses of the area that you just scanned to see where collective purchases of isolation can be done, or whether a heat network could be installed, and so on. So it's a vital part of what we do.
Some feedback, it might be with the other mic, I'm not sure what it is. I'll just be loud. That was, I think, a really good place actually to segue into the next thing. Elisa, can you tee up the video for the first Innovation Challenge response? So first of all, I want to really thank the speakers on this first panel. You've set us up for a very, very good discussion around how we interact with people, but also, again, where this level of diversity of, epistemic humility, epistemic diversity, how that can actually be harnessed. So I think that that's a great place to start. So can we, one more round of applause for the panel. just ask you guys to kind of take those and send those? So now we do something completely different before we let you go to your coffee. So as I mentioned, we launched an innovation challenge. We weren't quite sure what this was going to be. It's rather a new thing. But what we wanted to do was get young researchers coming from an arts, humanities, social sciences background to give us a big idea addressing a challenge. And the challenge that we chose was the challenge of the regional airport. Why? Because there is a sense that we now know that flying as much as we have done has to end, right? But at the same time, there is that matter of the cultural exchange that happens through that. How do we reduce the one without losing the other? So we
Using our conferencing.
exactly, and you know, again, I'll come back to this because in some ways, the very fact that we brought people here together because we knew we needed to have this conversation really kind of face to face, and yet recognizing that, you know, environmentally it's a questionable thing to do. So how do we keep how do we keep the baby and lose the bathwater, as it were? So we have these three finalists that we chose from the submissions we received. Two of them, I think, are here with us. Tamara, you're here with us, and did they make it in the end? We lost one in the storms. So we may only have one, but we'll find a way to do that. But our third team has prepared a little video presentation for us. We're going to see these throughout the day so you get a sense of the projects that we received. And then at the end of the day, we're going to give a great big prize. So here's our first entrant in the Innovation Challenge.
Hello, we are Gilan here, and our suggestion proposes a model for future expansion through densification and utilization of existing areas in smaller scale airports.
We chose Ben Gurion Airport, a central airport in Israel, as a case study. The view of the airport is very different from its surrounding, with agricultural field around. The airport itself covers a large area which is mostly covered with asphalt. In this photo from 1919, you can see the land of the airport before it was built. A river flowing in the middle and agricultural land all around the area. In 1936, the British who ruled that land built the airport for the first time. This is how Ben Gurion Airport looked like when it was first built. As we know, the technology required for aircrafts demands large land area. And when jet planes are introduced, the airport's border grew massively with it. We can see how the landscape was affected by the build of the airport. This is Ben Gurion Airport as we know it today. The new technologies and the growth of the demographic in Israel caused the airport to grow in every dimension. The borders of the airport grew more and more over the years at the land expense.
If we examine the land uses inside of the airport, we can see that the largest area occupied by Ben Gurion Airport is the area zone, and it is inaccessible to the public except for the operational crews. The only space where the public can get access is minimal and tedious. In order to get from one place to another, you have to go through gates, checkpoints, inspections, and borders. Comparing the two zones, we see how little space is left for the public to use. The area zone takes 72% from the total land, while the terrestrial zone takes only 18%. The topology required for aircraft operation generates large empty tracts of land. The runways need long empty safety margins, and the observation towers demand a clear line of sight of the whole airport. The result produces a massive, sterile, and unused spaces that tramples the existing natural ecosystem, as well as the human social one. Since there is currently no technology to replace aircraft, it is clear airports are here to stay. Therefore, it is important we find ways to crowd the programs while maintaining their functionality and safety. In our proposal, we are looking to densify the public space instead of the regular external expansion that currently exists. This action is beneficial to both sides, the surrounding and the internal space.
In our proposal, we will use the expansion that currently being planned in Ben Gurion Airport, new cargo terminal. Instead of building it outside of the current borders, like the current plan, we will densify the space. First, we will open the space that is trapped between the runways and created parking space for the airplanes beside them. The space between the runways that until now was trapped and unusable is now free and available for use. This is a top view on the new parking spot, attached and connected to the runway.
Each parking spot can fit 2 large planes or 4 small ones. Between 2 parking spots, we located a cargo elevator which the planes can connect to with cargo tubes. The cargo will go through the tubes into the elevators and move to the lower floor, located directly underneath the parking spaces. In this floor, the cargo will be unloaded and organized to be shipped. This design is space efficient and allows for large future growth of the air zone within itself without the need to take new extra space. This extra space is now usable for new purposes for the public. The construction of the design is flexible and repetitive, easy to expand by need, and it is based on a grid of massive columns who can hold the weight of the planes above. Walls can be added between the columns, adding supportive beams to help diverge the weight distribution. The roof has holes between the parking spots to add lights to the bottom floor, and finally, the planes are added. Here is an inside view from the cargo terminal to the open field outside, which is now free to be used.
We see that public spaces in airport in general, and more specifically in regional airports, are limited and not well utilized. Our solution allowed more public spaces in the same existing area of the airport, without the need to expand it more. Those areas create a pleasant environment to relax, change ideas, and experience. Thank you very much.
Right, so with that, I invite you all to go up one floor. I think we're having coffee up one floor. Oh, sorry. I invite you to step outside the room, grab a cup of coffee, and we will reconvene in about 20 minutes. Thank you very much.
slightly behind schedule, but not to worry. We have everything under full control, and we will improvise it as the artists we all are. So this is no problem at all. We'll fix it. Trust me. Many wouldn't, but you can trust me. So this is panel number 2. The title of the panel is Humanities and the Arts as Enabling Technologies, Building Better by Thinking Different. So it's a large topic. It might be a little bit difficult. I'll just give a very brief introduction to my understanding of the topic and then introduce our speakers. Now, of course, if we want to use arts as an enabling technology, or anything else as enabling technologies, what are we enabling? And I think the panel 1 really highlighted that this human-centric design is important, citizen engagement is important, any kind of participation is important. So again, this arts as enabling technology could be addressing the digital transformation, which is all very curious to all of us, and it's here around us, and we really need to find out how about it. Or maybe, as the European Commission in this Horizon Europe program says, we need to tackle our missions. We need to be mission-oriented, and we can then choose our missions. Maybe that's where arts can be a good technology. Or maybe just enabling technologies in itself is important, and I think we'll hear different aspects of it through this panel. It could be art, it could be technology, it could be digital humanities, and I think in this Innovation Forum under DARIAH, we need to unleash the power of these three. There's a lot of potential which we yet haven't used. Now look at this wonderful illustration which is generated by artificial intelligence through this online service, DARIAH-EU. And I actually noticed that DARIAH-EU are having a meeting here in this building on the 7th of November, so for those of you that can go. This is AI generated by my verbal textual description of art, technology, and digital humanities, working in synergy for digital transformation. So I could have drawn something, but this is what the AI comes up with. Arts as enabling technology, I've been working with this for a while through the Task Force for Art and Technology at the Norwegian University of Science and Technology, which I am at. And we have sort of found our workflow. And workflows are also interesting in this enabling technologies. It's interesting for DARIAH, who have it as their small project this year. We have found a way of using art as enabling technology, creativity, art practices, citizen engagement, and place by design, working in synergy with this immersive media experiences, the XR technologies and serious gaming, which are instantiations of new media. And then we turn to the humanities for the theory, because there is a theory behind it, storytelling and presence. And then we start mashing all this together, and I think this is what we're going to see in some instances through our panel. So we have 3 panelists that will be presenting. It's Donnell from Ernst & Young, it's Elliot from Red, and it's Jürgen from the University of Tübingen. I think they will both, or all 3 of them, bring a very interesting perspective to this arts as enabling technologies, and then we'll have a discussion afterwards. So as usual, they've been given a maximum of 20 minutes to give an introduction. We'll open for questions through the floor and also within the panel. We'll go with the order, so please, Donnell, move the first one. Oops.
Thank you. Here, folks, a couple of comments while we're bringing up the slides. Jess's talk earlier I thought was great. I probably shouldn't say that because they're technically our competition, but it has to be said. Some thoughts that maybe we can come back to in the panel. This idea that culture eats strategy for breakfast, I don't agree with. Strategy, good strategy, eats everything. So I'd love to talk about that a little bit because that's very important. It's an element that gets missed quite a lot. And also I feel like speaking up on behalf of Camilla. I mean, the poor robot. I mean, seriously, I think we need to have a conversation about your research practice around robotics. Okay, so forget, it doesn't matter what that says, it doesn't matter what any of this says, we'll just kind of give stories, explain why, the way we think, the way we think, the work we do. I'll try and give lots of examples. So I'm going to give you my perspective which comes from deep technology, comes from deep business, and I would say my role is to prove and show business value creation at the intersection of art and technology. Business value creation. In other words, what I mean by that is executives in the biggest companies in the world, would they perceive this as valuable? Not just intuitively, oh yeah, I'll give 150k to be a board member with a big museum because they're doing that for ego. I mean that they actually invest their company's money to work this way, hire people this way, and change their culture this way. That's what I mean. So it's action. I'm not talking about intuition, I'm talking about real action, where the money hits the road. That's what I mean by business value. So how do we take art and technology fusion and convey the power of that in a way that business people, generally, in any technology, but I come from a tech background, how they will perceive that as valuable, how they will invest in that. Not at the dilution of the art, but to the benefit of it in a broader context. So in the technology side, there is this kind of horrible tension, which is around human versus machine. And it's something I struggle with a lot. I'm a technologist and an engineer by training. I think it's a complete and utter load of nonsense. But what happens is, because technologists are treated as gods, because they're supposedly so intellectually superior to everyone else, technology intelligence gets kind of hyperinflated compared to a lot of other things. And these technologists, and I won't mention names because I could get fired for that as well, but there's one at the moment who has just acquired a big social media platform. That person is treated like an absolute god, and most of what that person says is completely utter nonsense. So this is the problem though. They're hyperinflated intellectually, and then they also then start believing that they're intelligent in all ways that humans are intelligent. So they extract or extrapolate technical intelligence to represent all intelligence. And those of us that know that there's at least 9 different types of human intelligence, and most technologists that I've encountered probably have 2 or 3 of them maximum at best. So this is a big issue. So it's always technology versus human. It's always, the technologist's view is always, how can we create technology to supersede, supplant, remove the human? Which I really have fundamental issues with that, even though I'm an engineer and a technologist. Now the other philosophy, the flip philosophy, is how do we create technology to augment humanity, to better humanity, to enhance humanity? Not at the removal or supplanting of humanity, but to enable us to do those human things even better. That's the school that I come from. Right? It's that humans times machine philosophy, not humans versus machines. Now, although I'm talking about this around technology versus humanity, I also think this is kind of a good metaphor for the tension between art and technology, or even art and business. These two worlds really, really don't mix well. And I'm happy to have an argument with anyone about that. And there's some people here that are hybrids, don't get me wrong, there's some of you here, and good for you, that operate across both worlds, and I would like to think I do to the greatest extent I can. The vast majority of the artistic creative community and the vast majority of the technology business community don't speak the same language, have different worldviews, different lenses of the world, different everything. It's like mixing oil and water. So a question came up earlier, why isn't there more of these initiatives? Of course, bias and everything is part of it, but also this is bloody hard work. And you need to understand human behavior, you need to understand organizational cultures change at a very deep level, and then you need to put massive amounts of energy in it. Nothing is more complicated than this type of work. Maybe quantum stuff, which is like weird, but this human stuff at this org change level is exceptionally complicated. So that's my view on why this doesn't happen more frequently. But there are methodologies we can talk about that will help you overcome those complexities. So the world I come from is how do I help be the translator between the massive, I would argue, untapped value in the artistic creative community and translate that value into a way that will be understood and appreciated and further invested in the business community, and not to the dilution of the artistic community. This is something that comes up a lot. People hear me speak and they say, no, when you say something that way, you're kind of bringing down the level of the artist. That's not what we do. That's never our intention. We go to great lengths to make sure that never happens, because that depth, that artistic depth is what brings all the value creation. It's just that how you communicate it to different stakeholders is what needs to change. So it's all about communication, all about culture, all about organizational change, all those kind of things. So I'm going to give you some examples. So I joined this firm about a year and 4 months ago, and at the time, they never had an artist in residence program. I came from an organisation where I built up a very large artist in residence program, and we had developed methodologies to bring artists deep into the R&D function in our business at a global level. And I wanted to have a bigger global platform to bring this world to the biggest businesses in the world because I saw so much value in it. So I came to EY and created our first artist in residence program about a year and 4 months ago. And going from nothing to, I think we have about 19 artists today that we're working with very closely. And our model is fundamentally based on deep collaboration over a long period of time, deep knowledge exchange. And I won't go into it too much here, but it's all around building common ground to bridge that chasm that exists between those vast differences between the artist way and the business way or the technologist way. So giving the relationship ample time to build common ground is extremely important. And only after you've built common ground, then can you start tapping into these differences. So we have this program, very collaborative, a lot of investment in our time to make sure that we get valuable outputs from it. And what I'd like to do is, I've got 4 of our artists here, the first 4 artists that we started working with in this new initiative. And I'd like to just share with you a little bit about their story and the story of how we work with them, and how their work with us creates value and how we communicate that value creation to these stakeholders, which are possibly not your typical stakeholders. But if we're talking about industry and we're funding commons and all of that kind of stuff, the future of humanity, industry has to be a critical stakeholder in all of this. So I'd happily share with you some of the techniques we have to communicate that value creation into that industry, especially at the executive level. So this is Kate Mock-Teager. Kate is an artist designer, and Kate is neurodivergent. She identifies on the autism spectrum disorder. And in particular, when Kate was younger, her neurodivergence manifested as a hypersensitivity to certain textures and colours in the physical world. And then as she matured, as she grew older, she developed these coping mechanisms to be able to turn that hypersensitivity into creativity. And in her art practice, what she does is she creates these gigantic scale physical now, sort of brands where you enter into the space and there's different colours and different textures, and your brain is just brought to a whole another fantastical level. But when you come out of that space, all of a sudden you become more aware of the physical surroundings around you that you would have been otherwise oblivious to. So that's kind of why we work with Kate, because her particular lived experience, her particular insights, the particular way her creativity manifests gives us this deep insight, not into neurodivergence, of course it does, because we're working with her and she's neurodivergent, but it gives us this insight into building these virtual or these physical environments that help you see the world in totally different ways. So in our work, I'll talk about the metaverse in a second, I should have explained that already. So our work, a lot of this work is based around the metaverse. I'll explain what we mean by that. And with Kate's work, we build these virtual environments that she calls furry, slimy metaverses, because they're the particular types of textures that she has a hypersensitivity to. And we create these virtual environments, so when you go into the virtual environment, the 3D environment, you explore, you experience, and when you come out of it, you start being hyper-aware of your physical surroundings. So it's really interesting, think about that. We can create these virtual environments that will make you more aware of the thing that you're surrounded by 100% of your life, pretty much. And all of that comes from this work with Kate. Okay, so let me take a step back. Metaverse. It's a great buzz at the moment. Why am I working in the metaverse? Is it for ego and personal brand and career growth, or is it for something else? I definitely think it's for something else. This is the future of the internet. So in the evolution of the internet, there's going to be 2 mega paradigm shifts. One is the metaverse, one is Web3. The metaverse is the evolution of how you experience the internet today, which is largely 2D. Everything becomes more 3D, more immersive, more spatial. That's the metaverse. Web3 is a totally different thing we can talk about some other time if anyone's bothered. And so it's a new way that you're going to experience the internet. And with that, a lot of human dynamics in these digital worlds are going to change. So that's one of the reasons that we're making a lot of investment in the metaverse, is because we believe we're at this pivotal moment in the design and development of these solutions that in our language should be humans at the center of the metaverse, where we make sure that humans at the center between the physical and this new virtual existence, and the humans at the center of anything we do, even if it's fully in the virtual realm. That's very important to the work we do. That's why we work with artists. Without that, we'd be just a bunch of engineers and technologists that are extremely interested in the highest resolution representation of an avatar, to the detriment of how we express ourselves from a human point of view. So that kind of thing does not interest us whatsoever. So I'll just play a little bit of 30 seconds of a video clip of Kate's work so you can hear from her in her own voice and then do some more examples.
It wasn't until I learned that I was autistic that I had language to understand that that was just how my brain worked, and turn that into a tool that I can use in my design, in my art practice. My work focuses on how can I make people feel more present in virtual space through picking up on the details of our physical experience that may be overlooked.
I think virtual worlds have the possibility to really expand on what we can experience in the physical world in ways that aren't possible in our physical.
Okay, so you can check out some of this work online. So for this sake of time, I'll move on. And what I would say is I'm talking largely about the metaverse here, but it doesn't matter. The metaverse is just a medium or a way for me to convey how we're creating value with these artists and how I can convey that value back into our business and into our clients' business. And it could be AI, it could be robots, it could be drones. In fact, we have worked with all of that technology in the past. And this is another example. So this is Josie Williams' work. And Josie's work largely is informed by this really interesting question, which is she asks, like, what would happen if the words of black thought leaders were the only reference point for AI? So straight away, and this is why I love working with artists, because something that might seem like a simple enough question is actually deeply profound when you start peeling away the layers. So that's the motivation for Josie's work largely. Now, with Josie, what she did is she took a corpus of information on historically significant black thought leaders in the US, James Baldwin, Octavia Butler, Nora Zeal Hurston, and trained machine learning algorithms on that corpus of information, and then wrote a program where you can ask questions of those historically significant figures through this text exchange. Now what we did with Josie is we asked the question, well, how might that manifest in these more visual environments? How might we represent those bots? How might they be represented as avatars? And how might someone exchange with them to be able to get more out of the interaction, not just through a text dialogue, but maybe have a visual representation of it. And because of Josie's work and because of her lived experience and her influence, cultural influence, which is very much inspired by West African culture and the concept of the mask as you've shown here, we started creating these avatars inspired by these mask concepts. Now, this in itself is, you kind of think, well, that's fine, it kind of looks cool, you've got bots that are represented by West African masks. Where this really led to is we opened up a whole new area of investigation around representation and digital identity in the metaverse. Thinking about all of the ways on the full spectrum that across the breadth of humanity people might want to represent themselves at any given moment in time in the metaverse as different forms of avatars. Could it be a mask? I might meet with you in 5 minutes time in the metaverse and I might want to identify as a triangle or an orb of light. Or I might want to be a volumetrically captured 3D render of myself, or I might want to be a creepy cartoon avatar thing like we have today. So the power of this work isn't just that we get to do cool visual outputs that we're going to get to show at South by Southwest, for example, in this case, which is all good for brand and all that, don't get me wrong. But the depth of and the value creation in this work is that it completely opened up our minds to create solutions that would be better representative of the breadth of humanity. And we as technologists, we as engineers, wouldn't have even asked the right questions, never mind have started coming up with some of these solutions if we weren't working with these artists. So I'll play it about 30 seconds so you can hear from Josie in her own words.
Ancestral Archives is a multimedia research project. I'm exploring the question of what happens when Black thought is the only reference for AI to really understand itself and understand the world. The standard archives of Black thought, that is the data set, and then you have these passive observations, which is a different type. Might be observing 2 or 3 or more AI bots in dialogue with one another, and then there's the third experience where you're in active dialogue and interaction with the bots. So you're giving and you're also receiving through the process of AI. Ancestral.
Okay, how am I doing for time, just so I know? I only got 2 more, 5, okay, great. So this is work with an artist, Laura Splan. And I should say, this is the first artist that we brought in. I live in New Jersey, I'm from Sligo in Ireland, in the West Coast. I've been in Jersey for 7 years, and we have a long-standing relationship with the New Museum in Manhattan, and the New Museum have a cultural incubator called New Inc. And I've been working with them for several years. So we strategically partner with them, and we kind of get access to their talent as well through that partnership. So these artists that I've shown you are the first ones that I brought into EY when we first set up the program in collaboration with the community. With Laura's work, Laura, when we were having a lot of our upfront dialogue, my initial starting premise with all of the artists was, why is VR completely crap? Why have I never experienced a good VR thing? Right? And I truly believe that, by the way. Most VR, 99.9% of the VR I've experienced is completely crap. It's usually a very poor copy and paste of the physical that they put into the virtual, which is complete and utter nonsense. Why would you do that? Why would you copy and paste this, which is perfect, into the virtual? So we have a very different kind of philosophy around why and how you create these environments. So with Laura, when we were having this conversation with Laura, and with each of these artists, it started off with the same question. Why is all VR crap? And then through dialogue, we get to co-create and come up with these new answers. You already saw a different approach from Kate, a different approach from Josie. With Laura, she had the observation, she said, you know, when I go in to do a VR exhibit thing, experience, she said, I find it very odd that the experience only starts, or the design of the experience only starts when I've already put on my VR goggles. But she said, but wait a minute, I'm a human being, biological 3D entity, tethered to the physical 3D world around me. The experience should start from the very moment that I enter that room. The experience should have started before I even picked up the goggles. The experiential design should be walking into the room, walking up to the goggles, picking up the goggles, putting on the goggles, experiencing the VR, and then what happens after? And how do we build this bridge between the physical and the virtual? How do we tether them, bridge them, connect them? So that became our big question with Laura's work. And she came up with these new concepts, this concept of a residue. So you purposely design in the physical an element that connects to the virtual, and you purposely design elements in the virtual that connect back to the physical. And this acts as a residue, like as if when you close your eyes after seeing a bright light and you close your eyes and you have that residue of the image, that's what inspired this kind of idea. So again, do you think typical engineers, technologists in most contexts would ever think in that way? I don't believe so. And this is the value we get out of working with artists.
My name is Laura Splan, and I'm an interdisciplinary artist. And I create immersive installations with tactile experiences. Art galleries are kind of the perfect place to think about virtual space. Thinking about that space as an interface that can be navigated, or a virtual space that is nonlinear. We can actually start to blur the line between virtual and physical experiences more, and just end up with human experiences.
I should say, Catherine Owens is our first artist in residence in Ireland. Catherine, if you want to wave, anyone that wants to learn more about this kind of work and this thinking, Catherine is there and will be able to represent it much better than I can. So the last artist I'd like to share with you, and I'm sharing this in the spirit of giving you a sense of how we deem value creation through working with artists, and how then we can translate it in a way that is appreciated by business people, by broader technologists. With Ava's work, she is very interested in this question, and she's concerned with the homogenization of humanity in these digital worlds and these virtual worlds. Like, avatar representation is really, really crap today. Cannot even come close to representing the breadth of humanity in this room. So she's really worried through digital representation our humanity gets homogenized. And she has this interesting, again, very simple but very profound concept called maximizing the minimum. Maximizing the minimum. How do we take the nuances that make you a human, make all of us different, and how do we kind of augment them and explode them out in the virtual? And how do we enable this kind of hyper-representation if you choose to represent that way? So again, it's on the spectrum of representation. With Jules, we had the masks. With Kate, we're talking about neurodiversity. And with Laura, it's around connecting the worlds in different ways. And with Ava, it's all around really understanding the nuance and the small things that make each of us who we are. And how do we ensure we don't lose them in these virtual environments?
For the performance today, we were interested in showing this connection between the physical and digital. One of the performers has one set of senses augmented by sensors, and the other performer another set of senses augmented by a camera. They interact not through language or looking at each other, but they interact through sensing themselves and moving the virtual space around them. The space contracts, rotates, gives birth to new shapes, through the movement that the performers make. Or perform.
Okay. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Next speaker. Okay.
Hi there, everyone. So I've spent the last 15 years getting used to being in rooms where I have to really fight for the idea that social sciences and humanities and arts are relevant to business. So it's very nice to be in a room with a bunch of people who I assume agree and probably know even more about it than me. So it's very nice to be here. I'm just going to get out my notes for a second, excuse me. So I'm a partner at a management consultancy called Red Associates, and we work for some really great companies like Facebook, Google, Ford, Adidas, Lego, Samsung, and we help them make better decisions based on really understanding people. So as I say, the drum that I've been banging for 15 years is that a deep understanding of people is really relevant for business. And it's been a bit of an uphill struggle. It's been something that was rather new 15 years ago, but has, I think, become generally quite accepted. We're in the middle of a wave of customer centrism. But I think what I'd like to talk about today are some of the changes that I'm seeing in the way leaders and strategy is working inside big companies. And I hope that it might add up to something like a suggestion of what the next wave of relevance for the humanities might be in business. The next way that artists, ethnographers, historians can express their value to business. So we work for some pretty cool companies. We started 20 years ago. We've got offices in New York, Copenhagen, and Paris. And in all of these companies, we're really only brought in, we work with the C-suite, and we're brought in when they're very confused about the world. We're brought in when they're asking really big, hairy questions about what's going on, what's changing, and what will the future hold. If you'll just indulge me for a second, perhaps the best way of explaining who we are and what we do is to share our vision. So we want to build, meaning we're constantly creating, the worlds, which means we're interested in big global problems, leading institutions, so we want to be an authority in our field. So build the world's leading institution for applying the human sciences to business critical decisions. Applying meaning beautiful thinking isn't enough, it needs to incite actions. Human sciences, we mean an interdisciplinary approach, where people who normally don't find a place in business get to think of business. So business critical decisions, we focus on really big issues. And part of the reason we focus on big issues is because it's quite expensive to do this properly. So companies only pay us when things get really hairy. A brief introduction to our process, we call it sense making. And it's a mixture of management science and business practice and social science. So we follow a process that goes from understanding the business very deeply and figuring out what can we actually study to get to the bottom of their issues, into a discovery phase, which is where we send social scientists out into the world to collect very rich data on the human condition, how people live, what they care about, what they fear, not by asking them mostly, much more through observation, through being there with them and experiencing their lives, rather than asking for reported behaviours. Down to a really rigorous analysis period. I think we're kind of the most geeky and academic of all the consultants in this space. We do a lot of applying social theories to our data to try and figure out what's going on, building new theories based out of our data, not jumping straight from observation to ideas. And then we come back with hopefully a nice clear perspective about what we've learned, not just what's going on in the world, but why it's going on. And then we bring it back up to hopefully some really impactful solutions, try to get quite specific about what the company should do based on what we've learned. So that's Red Associates. I'd like to talk about how business strategy is changing and why the arts and humanities are more relevant than ever. And I hope this is kind of a bit of a rallying cry to anyone who is feeling low confidence about just how much business needs people who think like artists, people who think like writers, people can think like sociologists, people can think like anthropologists, you know. So, for more than a decade, the business world has been focused on user-centric growth. We see that companies are spending an enormous amount of money on listening to customers. Interest in UX research has skyrocketed. Every company worth its salt has a UX department now, and it's moved from something I used to have to sort of fight for, teeth and nail 15 years ago, to being really mainstream. People accept that it's great to understand people, and we're in this user-centric growth phase. And it's brought a certain worldview with it that I think ended the era of the economics-centric worldview. So in the previous era, there was an economic worldview which was about SWOT analyses and frameworks, to now more of a psychology worldview. Leaders, strategy, they're thinking more about attitudes, needs, and behaviors. We've gone from a worldview where people are seen as rational, and you just need to ask them what they want and they'll tell you, to a world where people are emotional. You have to understand what they think, what they feel. We've gone from a worldview where innovation was about invention-driven, technology-driven, to where it's now needs-driven. So this has been a shift, and we've been kind of in the middle of this. We think, and I kind of like to test this thesis on you today, that we're going to reach the end of this user-centric period soon. That this worldview of being focused on an individual's needs and behaviors will reach an end. And we're going to move into an era that's much more about understanding sociology, society, and culture, where it's less about how this individual feels, and it's more about what's the context that surrounds them? What are the power relationships that shapes the reasons they feel that way? What are the norms that they're subject to? Going from thinking that people are emotional to seeing people as social, constantly being shaped by what surrounds us, constantly at the whims of all of the values and cultures and debates that go on around us. And we're yet to sort of conclude what it means for, will it be a reign of a certain sector that comes with this? Will it be a certain tool that rises to problems with this? But we have indicators that we're shifting into a new era here. Why do we see that? Well, first of all, we see that the kinds of business critical problems that leaders come to us with are changing. They're becoming more social, more cultural, and more moral. We see that the kind of businesses that are thriving and succeeding are changing. It's those who we think are really getting culture right, really getting society right, social engineering right, not just having a good product. And we see that leaders are asking strategic questions with much more doubt at the cultural level, much more, it's actually a really interesting shift this way. The leaders that I work with are coming to me with this new level of vulnerability where they say, I don't understand the fundamentals of things. I don't understand why people are behaving this way. I don't understand why suddenly this whole group of people is so passionate about something. I don't understand why this thing I used to do that was fine is now totally not okay. Much more doubt at the leadership level at a fundamental level. So I'll go into these one by one. First of all, I hope you agree, I think business problems are becoming more social and cultural, and business opportunities are becoming more social and cultural. So you probably saw how Coca-Cola and Delta were forced to take a stance on recent cultural issues. This was about taking a stand on proposed voter laws in Georgia. Being silent on that essentially cultural phenomenon was not an option for them. You've seen how ESG funds have captured $400 billion from investors in 2021, which is more than double that of 2019, which is essentially about a cultural shift that they have managed to monetize, as bankers do so well. And finally, you may remember that 5 or 6 years ago, people wondered if Apple's advocacy for privacy would be a strategic liability. And they were poo-pooed that seriously. But now, that cultural bet on privacy being a key, on the idea that my data is mine to be protected being a new norm, has paid off wonderfully for them. So business problems and opportunities are becoming more social and cultural. We also see that businesses are succeeding not by just having the best product, but by better understanding, leveraging, and producing culture. So an example of understanding culture, a good one might be Coinbase in the middle, where so they work with cryptocurrency, and they've tapped into a cultural shift beautifully, and that is the growing distrust of large institutions and centres of power, and this feeling that we want to create something more decentralised. And they IPO'd at 86 billion, by the way, so they did that beautifully. Leveraging culture. Patreon. Patreon is a creative platform where they've made a business about creating the social infrastructure to produce content, to produce culture, essentially. And so these are true questions that Red Associates has received from CEOs in the last year. And you can see that they indicate that they're more openly questioning the cultural, social, moral underpinnings of their businesses. And they're embracing doubt. They're openly now saying, I'm worried about this, I'm vulnerable about this, I don't understand this in a way that I didn't see 10 or 15 years ago. Just to pick out a few examples in finance, how will the next big shift in ideology affect how people invest? They're not asking us to predict traditional market dynamics. It's about ideology suddenly being key to the way a bank plans. In life science and healthcare, how can we build trust at scale to overcome COVID vaccine hesitancy? So it's not about the effectiveness of the vaccine, it's about this cultural thing that surrounds it, trust. How does that work? In consumer goods, how can we engage people in social causes to build our brand? We're not building our brand anymore by just saying banner adverts. We need to be part of a social cause. How the hell does that work? How do we do that in an authentic way? In technology, how can we best portray underrepresented groups on screen? This is from a recent project that we did for Netflix, actually. They wanted to understand the underrepresented experience and how they could credibly be a part of that. And then mobility, a project that I did very recently for a big automotive company. The question was, how will driverless cars, AVs, solve problems for tomorrow's urban communities? How do those communities work? What problems do they want solved? How can our vehicles show up and do something valuable? Very different questions. So we think, how many do you want time, by the way?
You have 7 minutes.
So we think that the humanities and the arts need to become more attuned, more multidisciplinary, and more methodologically structured and better equipped in order to seize this opportunity. I think that there is a window for the arts and humanities to really step in and do something wonderful in business. But my company is constantly annoyed at how bad the humanities academic community, how bad the artistic community, how bad the social sciences are at actually showing up and being relevant in business. It's not on the slide, but, and I'm not talking about you, by the way, I should probably clarify that. We get PhDs every year from these wonderful backgrounds, right? They study beautiful humanities subjects. And they're terrible at a lot of things that it's not okay to be terrible at in business. They're terrible at concluding. They're terrible at actually saying, what do I think? They're terrible at simplifying. So, okay, how do I take that conclusion down into something you can understand? They're not very good at implicating, saying, okay, if we accept that conclusion, what does it actually mean? And they're not that good at actually applying it and going out on a limb and saying, you know what, this is exactly what I think my business might do because of that. So one of the previous speakers talked about an overconfidence bias. I actually encountered far more of an underconfidence bias in the humanities, arts and social sciences community, where people walk into business and feel intimidated and don't put their stall forward with enough force, I think. So I'm hoping that evolves, and we're certainly trying to help that move along. Last couple of points here. We think that the applied human sciences should evolve to include more ways of systematically decoding what's going on in culture, what's going on in society, and turning it into the kind of information that businesses can use. I think we could be better at tracking the flows of information and ideas between people. Again, not just studying what someone thinks, but how do people suddenly reach a cultural consensus on something? How is it that ideas spread? Where the hell do these movements come from? I think we can use new digital data sets to understand what's happening in human culture. We do a lot of social listening, which is great, but it's surprising how little that is used as a tool in the strategy domain at the moment. And I also think that we should be identifying the patterns and shifts in artistic outputs, fiction, film, fashion, graffiti, theatre, to diagnose the new shared priorities and values in our culture. These are examples of things that I think the arts and humanities can do that will create lovely results for business. We put this into practice in a project recently for Chanel, where we try to understand what is the new Frenchness. What does it mean to be a French woman at the moment? And we did that not just through asking French women what it's like to be French. That would have been probably quite interesting, but I'm not sure. Instead, we compiled all we could about contemporary French literature, art, stories on the internet, what's going on in galleries and museums. It was the sort of an artistic lens that helped us diagnose the latest feelings about French femininity. And it led to some really interesting brand and product and indeed technology opportunities for how Chanel could engage them. This is one of the examples. Excuse the text. Best just focus on the slides. We got people to craft a picture board of contemporary and historical Frenchness as a unit of analysis. Final message: business needs the arts and humanities. You more than ever, I think. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And our last speaker is you again.
Thank you very much. At the beginning I thought to myself I will be the complete outsider of this digital community, but after the last contributions I must say I feel myself a little bit encouraged with my somehow strange message. It is a strange message because I'm a literary man coming from literary text, literature, philology, old-fashioned old German school. And therefore, please accept my archaic technique of reading from paper. We are a very small group. I'm a little bit shocked by your dimensions of hundreds of collaborators. I have 3. It is indeed a very small, but I think a very legitimate approach we try to experience. The Cassandra Project traces back to bitter experiences, and in most cases, urgent warnings, realistic urgent warnings are neglected. We as a species seem to be unteachable. Since the time when the antique Trojan prophetess Cassandra urgently warned, and she wanted good reasons, but nobody wanted to believe and trust her. After Sarajevo, Rwanda, Kabul, the Russian-Ukrainian war, etc., I'm inclined to say nothing has changed since the days of the old Cassandra. I'm deeply convinced if we want to survive as a species, we finally have to break. We have to break this damned curse of Cassandra. That's why our work is dedicated to her. Imagine, just imagine, the completely unrealistic scene. Instead of calling her a hysterical girl and ignoring her legitimate warnings, the Trojan leaders had taken her seriously. The pernicious hordes remained outside the walls. Frustrated Greeks left the city. The Trojan War ended in a completely different way. Nobody would remember Troy as a symbol of Europe's superiority, and even James Joyce would not have written his Ulysses. That's the worst consequence. Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmitry Kuleba that's another thing, but I just remember that the only group, the only piece of poetry dedicated to Cassandra comes in fact from ABBA, who decided to beg for, sorry for Cassandra, I misunderstood, now the dark day is dawning. Some of us don't know if us would listen to words of warning. They are the only ones, that's important. Now, Butcher did not happen, that's the quotation of Dmitry Kuleba. For me it was an important one. Butcher did not happen one day. For many years, Russian political elites and propaganda have been inciting hatred, dehumanizing Ukrainians, nurturing Russian superiority, and they grant for these atrocities. I encourage scholars around the globe to research what led to Butcher. Although I agree with the message of Kuleva, I propose to go further, and not only to encourage scholars to research what led to Butcher, but inversely to research on potential new butchers to come, and prevent future butchers. It's definitely time to say, sorry Cassandra, we finally understand, and now we are going to listen to you and to react in time. That's why I think we should try to sharpen our senses for potentially menacing situations in order to be prepared for reactions in time, before aggressors, warlords or manipulators get in command. As every war is preceded by a war of words, it is possible to be better prepared in advance, and to act and to perform in time. Just listen openly to what's really going on in the brains of individuals, in society, in culture. One of the most neglected instruments to enlarge our mental capacities is, astonishing enough, and even today, is literature. Literature. The slowest, bothersome, lengthy medium ever. What a pernicious prejudice. Literature is, in fact, a sort of artificial intelligence, avant les lettres, is the biggest collection of human history and experience. It is an immense archive of spoken words as well as of hidden thoughts, in particular the last ones, even hidden thoughts. In short, literary texts are footprints of our cultural genome, our DNA. They argue not in terms, and perhaps this makes literature suspectable. They argue not in terms of great political names and data, but in form of individual lives and experiences and destinies. Literature does not argue in terms of human rights, but prefers to focus on ordinary human beings, and is less interested in theoretical visions, but much more in everyday emotions and experience. In short, it is so close to reality and simply to truth. Good literature is obsessed with truth and reality. What kind of book do we prefer for the analysis process? Every kind of book can be relevant. Trivial books as well as serious ones, brand new ones as well as classics, tendentious literature, au revoir literature, detective story. More important, much more important than the type of book is the method, the technique, and the, I would call it, art of reading. We are less interested in the obvious content, but much more in the indirect or even hidden messages a text conveys to his or her readers. The signals and codes it communicates, the structures it reveals. We understand ourselves as a sort of archaeologists or forensic detectives, our material not bones and meat but words, language and text. In the age of digitalization, and here of course, and big data, some, and to be blunt, not few people are doubtful whether the old-fashioned Cassandra Project can be more effective in preserving peace. Let me just remember one well-known item in order to demonstrate the prognostic potential of literature by means of a popular example. In 2013, the political thriller Command Authority by Tom Clancy and Mark Greening precisely anticipated the occupation of Crimea by Russian military forces in 2014. Journalists provocatively asked if Clancy knew why not EU. And he was right. If Clancy knew, why not EU? Or to give another example, if the Bosnian author Ivo Andrić knew all about Bosnia in the 20th of the last century, and that it was still, it is still a highly explosive power leg, why not EU? If dozens of Afghan authors knew all about the extreme fragility of the system, how could one make people believe that a sudden withdrawal of troops would be able to, without serious consequences, as we all know? We are almost drowning in immense floods of informations and data, big ones, small ones, but obviously we are not able or not willing to read, to understand, to interpret, to grasp them in the right way, and to coordinate our actions according to these realities. Instead, we prefer for a long time to follow the limited path of our illusions, to drive by sight, as politicians call it euphemistically. Wishful thinking, however, can be a dangerous trap. And that's why I think we all should try to activate the power of literary intelligence, augmented literary intelligence. Now, instead of exclusively algorithms, the more powerful the technologies become, the more important its complement, the human being, the human brains. If we do not want to live in a world in which every human weakness is seen merely as a sort of error, an apparent contradiction, we should try to avert the gradual transformation of potentially imperfect and yet creative individuals into more or less robot-like beings. Located in the area of cultural influence for strategic prevention of crimes and armed forces, the Cassandra Project, financed not by any industry, but strange enough, by our Ministry of Defense and by NATO SHAPE, complements existing foresight and prevention strategies. Since 2017, me and my team have been working on a prediction model based on the evaluation of qualitative data, literary text, which can show conflict development dynamics in a country over 3 to 5 years, particularly in fragile states or states and zones with geopolitical fracture. Literature analysis can be used to examine and observe how peace processes or latent escalation procedures between conflict parties are probably going to develop. The study team uses model analysis to examine text and environment-based indicators such as text types, forms of censorship, self-censorship, as well as reception patterns, reception radius, DSS, conflict potential, and intensity. The aim is to develop these warning mechanisms to identify current thematic trends, discursive shifts, and potential violent dynamics by changing ideological frames. And the goal is to intervene in the decisive period between the first signals and the escalation, we call it phase of latency, in conflict in its earliest stage, when it is still possible to intervene by means of communication, diplomacy, politics, etc., and not too late by bomb. Come back to my origins. Georg Büchner phrased a sentence which impressed me deeply. We have rough senses. Now, to know each other, we would have to crack open the tops of our skulls and pull thoughts out of each other's brain fibers. I think this brutal way is no longer necessary. Literature is the more sophisticated way to invade the inner movement, and he himself is the proof. The inner movements within the brain, the hidden zones of the brain of the individual. That's just to remember what I've been saying. We are not only trying to create a sort of art of reading, as I mentioned, but we try to translate this data by means of a data bank organized following a series of specific criteria into a sort of data bank, and finally it ends in a dynamic emotion map. I'll just show you one item of a whole series showing the development, the changes in a region that might create serious conflicts within some months or years, and indicating these shifts, we can communicate signals that might be interesting for those people who are in command and who have to decide. I have 2 or 3 minutes?
3.
3? Okay. Okay, it's possible. Because it's possible because the mechanisms are always the same ones. In most cases, ideologies seduce people by offering simple solutions to very complex situations. Unstable times thus get apparently clear answers. The promise of reduction of complexity seems to be an almost irresistible offer in critical moments. It creates the appearance of security, coherence, and stability. That's why we learn to attack these false realities that consist of lies, false symbols, and crooked mythologies. We will try and can try to make people more resilient and vaccinate them against the main totalitarian ideas of purity. In order to achieve these ends, we developed these 2 tools and could then apply in some cases. 2 examples: our warning lamps for Ukraine were shining in dark red, already in December 21. Authors like Andruchovich, Chardin have been analyzing and witnessing the gradual growth of toxic hatred between Russia and Ukraine since years, as well as an enormous increase of those feeling in 21. In March 22, we had clear evidence about the next war breaking in over the region of Karabakh. The example of Azerbaijani writer Akram Asili showed nationalist resentment and tendencies that could be detected long before the outbreak of the war in 20. We're in fact in good company with that art of reading. In the novel Man in the Dark 28, Paul Auster predicted civil war-like condition in the US long before the ultras stormed the Capitol. We must not believe that literature imitates reality. The very contrary is true. Real life imitates art, especially the darker sides of life. Reality can make fictions come true. Jonathan Swift sketched the cynical excesses of capitalism hundreds of years before our age. Aldous Huxley invented oral contraception, mood medicine test tube babies more than 100 years ago. H.G. Wells anticipated atomic bombs, all developed prognostic ideas of telescreens and Mars surveillance. The Cassandra method, original, was developed in order to prevent the escalation of cultural, ethical, or religious conflict. It is, however, applicable to any other sort of, that's a wonderful example. I dare to say, every artificial intelligence would be overwhelmed by that type of realities created by fiction. I'll take this example. I plead for the complete and final detachment of Ukraine from Russia. Long live the unbreakable friendship between the Ukrainian and Russian people. Believe me, there's no contradiction between these two statements. And I think that's not only absurdity, that's a sort of reality. Documented by literature. That's why I think I am deeply convinced we should take more serious than we did. Perhaps we need a sort of transformed Cassandra as a feasible and portable entity, maybe a collective representation of global consciousness. Why not finally benefit from the new type of consciousness, a sort of artificial intelligence? Not as Cambridge Analytica, like instrument of manipulation, but as an immense pool and tool of enlightenment, a salutary irritant of society, virtually embedded in the very process of new technologies and knowledge. Nowadays, of course, including social media and big data. My final conclusion consists in a very pragmatic appeal: wake up Europe, listen to what the Cassandra voices of artists and writers communicate, try to integrate and to accept them as relevant tools, support their proposal and their support instead of ignoring its relevance. Forget about our petrified models and try to practice pluridimensional approaches close to real life. We need hybrid answers to hybrid realities in order, hopefully, to break the curse of Cassandra. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If you just join me up here, we'll take some questions from the floor. Thank you very much for three very, very deep and provocative and interesting, wonderful renditions of art as enabling technologies. I think you all nailed it. Thank you very much. Now it's open for questions. Okay. No more.
Hi. I have two questions. First of all, you did nail it. That was very, very interesting. Thank you very much to all three speakers. I have the first question, and I'll let other people ask questions for my second one. Steve Elliott, and it's also related to one of the speakers in the previous session. This is overconfidence versus underconfidence, which is fascinating for me, because I work with research with professors who in many cases say, I don't know the answer, because the answer is muddy, it's complex, it's nuanced, it's not just pro and con. And I hear what you say. The business world doesn't need that kind of answer, so we're in trouble. And at the same time, when I need to sell my researchers, I need to show confidence in that the solution works or that it has actionable impact. But often it doesn't. And so how do we navigate? How do you deal with that inherent nuance and insecurity that researchers have because they know there's no black and white? And that's why they don't have an answer, because there is no clear answer. And how do you go from there is no clear answer to maybe there is an answer? Do you have a method to do that? Is there a process? Or you just hire the people that have the answer or claim they do?
I think we approach, is that on? Hi. We help our neurotic academic PhD entry-level consultants get over that primarily through a methodological process which forces them to go from the abstract to the concrete, and to manage trade-offs and nuances in a way that seems, in the end, clear and productive, rather than dwelling within them. But the other thing that we do is we throw them into business environments so that some of their antibodies that are, for example, they tend to be sort of allergic to the idea of making money, they tend to be allergic to the idea of being decisive. We throw them into business environments that just start to chip off those edges, and it's curious to watch them over the course of 3 or 4 years begin to stand tall and speak in that business fashion that sits well with the business audience, and in the end really become quite a different type of thinker and communicator in the end. But I would say it's the methodology that's the most important thing. We have a process that's designed to force them into those uncomfortable spaces of certainty, confidence, clear decisions, but it's painful and it takes time.
Add to that. Sometimes it's just framing as well. Okay, so I did a PhD. I represented all of my data with uncertainty, probability. I had to publish and have conclusions in an abstract. The abstract had to be abstract. The conclusion had to be a conclusion, and I dealt with all of the uncertainty in between in a very technical way. And I say to people, how is that any different when we're dealing with a business problem? You have to be able to abstract it, you have to be able to conclude, and there's uncertainty. And sometimes when you just say something as simple as that, they go, actually, do you know what, I am really good at this. I do this all the time. I've published in the best journals in my field in the world. I'm a thought leader in this space. And you're telling me it's the exact same thinking methodology that I can apply to business? Yeah, how is it any different? It's just different words we use. But it's all root cause, it's all logic, it's all understanding things that are fundamental and building up and extrapolating and predicting. For me, there's fundamentally no difference. But it's framing is where people get in their own way.
May I add one more thing? I think another thing that's usually really helpful for people who come from a humanities background is to demystify the world of business. I think they get very stuck on the jargon and they have an artificial sense of the complexity of strategy in business. And I think if you can demystify that for people through experience, but also by leading in breaking it down to its simple elements, it really, really helps. It was really, I remember the first time I worked with a CMO, I thought that marketing was just the most sophisticated thing on the planet, impenetrably sophisticated. And about 15 years later, I was sort of bamboozled by how simple the basic premises are. And so that's very liberating. So going on that journey also helps.
Thank you. A question over here?
Wonderful. May I?
Yes.
Your experiences are very positive and encouraging. Of course, mine less, because I had to collaborate with ministries of defense. For instance, the German one, or even NATO, and they are inclined to a slightly different strategy. They absorb everything. We wrote our reports every 3 months, gave our warnings, presented the motion map, and they were very confident in our results, but they hesitated to react because they have not only to take into consideration the military strategy, but the political frame conditions. And that's a gap which has to be filled in within the next year. I think it's a decisive one. The step from analytic results to operation, simply to operation, to practical operation in time. I'm not satisfied if they tell me, if they write afterwards, it was a wonderful report, very enlightening. We didn't react. But that's the state of the affair. Otherwise, Kabul wouldn't have been possible.
Yeah, thank you. That was a fantastic panel, and also I really liked how you discussed the relationship between culture and innovation. And I feel like the first and the third presentation for me, defined this relation as one where you give a platform to culture for innovation in a certain way. And the second presentation, I was also a bit, I really feel like, isn't there a danger to conflate SSHA with business in a certain way? So that that's what I heard from your complaint, so to say. Because then, how you define problems. Is every societal problem, can every societal problem be turned into a business problem with business solution? Would be my question then, because I would say no. And isn't that, that the value you were discussing for, that could come out of SSHA for innovation, isn't that value something different to aligning SSHA and business better in a way, I would say? But this is what I'm thinking about, because what I see also is that if we talk about the next phase as that of cultural growth, was it that culture-centered growth? I think it was, yes.
Yeah.
So I was wondering, because there's also, I think, a huge responsibility, of course, with all the other phases as well, but also especially with this phase, to make business the largest, and marketing the largest field, and innovation the largest field of cultural production in a way. Isn't there also something like that that could, be a ethical, political problem in a certain way? So I think that it's really interesting to discuss this relationship between culture and innovation, and how the one draws from the other, and where and how the values of the other, of SSHA, can influence innovation and business and marketing. And I think this is a huge field of exploration, I would say, and that there are a lot of dangers around it if we conflate the one with the other. That wasn't a question, but maybe I should put a question mark at the end of it, because it's a question for me.
So, does anyone want to comment on that?
So I don't, in my view, we're not conflating them, or I'd argue, at least from our work, we're not. They are distinctly different, but I would argue that culture has been completely absent from modern industry, big tech, as an example, completely void. That's not good, I'm sure you probably agree. So we'd like to balance that a little bit. We'd like to have the next evolution of the next wave of technologies, including the internet, be more corporately, socially, culturally balanced. And by the way, there are technological shifts that are going to cause that, like Web3. Won't get into it here. And so it's not that we want culture to, or business to own culture and business to define culture. It's exactly the opposite, at least in Ireland, I'll speak for our motivations.
I'd like to follow up with the question there, because this balance is very important. And in balance, art, technology, and digital humanities, you can either be a part, you can take a part, or you can bring a part. So I think in your scheme, Artist in Residence scheme, you're sort of bringing something in to help you understand. Would it be better to use a technologist in residence instead? Put them out there in these communities instead of. So what's the balance between bringing in and taking part and being part?
I think it should be both, but coming from industry, we have the ability to invest in a way that often the artistic and cultural communities don't. So I can only speak for myself. I've made it my life's mission to leverage the investment potential in industry, to invest in this community in the way we do. And I find it very difficult to even contemplate how the investment could go in the reverse direction. And that's possibly something that all of you in this room, that investment could reverse if industry knew more about the value, latent value that sits in this room possibly. And maybe if governments are willing to co-invest then to do those kind of things, but that's a really tricky dynamic here.
I think I'm surprised about how oblivious many companies are to the truth of what it's like to be a person at the moment outside of the communities that they are a part of. I'm really shocked that despite a decade of collecting spreadsheets on people, the businesses that shape our world do so often based on some really unhelpful assumptions about who we are and what we want. And so I think what we try to do is really bring the truth of what people would like help with, what challenges they would like solved, what's difficult about being alive now into companies so that they can, yes, make money through that, but also create offerings that are simply more valuable and helpful. So I think maybe the danger is worth it if businesses shape our world in a way that works for us and helps resolve some of our challenges.
Any other questions from the floor?
Yes, I have a question for the Cassandra Project from the computational literary studies perspective, because you said you don't use any digital methods for analyzing those texts, those literary texts.
Excuse me?
You don't use the digital methods for analysis, text analysis. And I was wondering, why not? I mean, they are there, they exist, and they would probably be helpful. And for the same, for example, you talk about this map, sentiment, emotion map, and you can use sentiment analysis, topic modeling, whatever. There are many. And why are you reluctant, or why did you decide not to use them in the first place?
I'm reluctant because the digital partners I communicated with have been reluctant. They always continue to repeat, no, that type of text. Takes the last example of Andrupovich. That's not the affair of digital analysis. They are perhaps in 5 years, perhaps in 6 years, but not now. Last week I had the pleasure to talk to some guys from Palantir who are not completely uninformed about this matter. And I was surprised finding in them a partner for an argumentation in direction of human augmented intelligence instead of that type of intelligence we have been discussing. There are, however, two ways of integrating digital technologies in our Cassandra approach. The first one, if once having found a trace, a direction, a question in which the material could be analyzed, and more material could be analyzed, if these formulas or questions are formulated, then it might be interesting to vastly to enlarge the range of investigation. Second point, the final, didn't mention it now because I had 20 minutes, the final step of our conception is not only the formulation of a data bank or an emotion net, but the development of so-called counter-narratives, narratives that can destroy the false mythological impacts I was talking about, the ideologies of lies, etc. If we succeeded in conveying these counter-narratives in collaboration with authors, with artists, etc. from the regions, and if we could then communicate these counter-narratives by means of social media, that might be highly interesting. And that's an opportunity that didn't exist, that existed 5-6 years in that dimension. So I'm absolutely not against, but we should try to consider what's possible and what not.
Thank you very much, and I think our time is up for this panel. We still have the presentation of the challenge before lunch. thank the panelists again, and I think they'll be here during lunch too, so you can just attack them and have your own personal questions. Thank you very
So I'm really pleased to ask Tamar Berger to come up and give us a 5-minute pitch for her Innovation Challenge entry.
Hi, I'm sorry, I'm very excited to be here. Thank you for having me. If you'll indulge me for a moment, close your eyes and imagine an airport. What do you see? Do you see grand space, open space with windows so big and so with so much light, or can you feel the lush brown, under the floor, or can you smell fresh coffee beans and pastries? If you open your eyes, you most likely did not expect that or did not see those places, but it wasn't because these spaces don't exist, but because you don't expect them. And so when you do see the airport, you do see this big grand place, but you expect long queues and anxiety. When you are on the rug, it's actually coarse, and you're not sitting on it because it's comfortable, you're sitting on it because it's less uncomfortable from the chairs. And if you're drinking coffee, it's kind of meh, and the pastries are what Gordon Ramsay says are fresh frozen. So it's less about the place itself and more about our expectations of the place. And when we think about cultural exchange, it's unlikely to happen there, but it is likely to happen somewhere which is also a port, a maritime port. Now, maritime ports have been, for decades, even thousands of years, have been places of cultural exchange. They are tied with abundance, with adventure, but also with refuge and rest. And each port has the same goal of transporting goods and people. However, they have a certain interpretation of what that means. So a port in Jaffa would have a tavern, but it wouldn't serve beer because Muslims don't drink beer, they drink coffee. So there would be a sense of cardamom, and they would smoke nargila. And in Dublin, they would drink beer and they would tell weird stories. And the fish markets would be different fish markets. There'd be the same fish markets, but different fish. And so it's not a question of architecture, because the architecture is there. Airports are amazingly engineered, and they've been done pretty much the same all over the world. The question is, do they have a self-identity and heritage? And the answer is no. Airports are designed to be consumption pits, and that's a problem because it's not fun. And cultural exchange is fun. It's fun sitting in a room, green chairs are fun. So these can be implemented in small-scale changes. Say you take the uncomfortable chair in an airport and you make it softer. You say, okay, I want a different chair. Maybe, what is your definition of a chair? You say you want a sofa. All these things are an act of placemaking, but they are small changes. We can do bigger changes as well. We can allocate spaces within those airports and say, this is a space for the community. What do you want to do there? We have an umbrella of opportunities. It's not just a one-size-fits-all. So say, if you're in Poland, you love raves, so you're going to have a silent rave. But if you are in Germany, they like raves there too. But if you are, say, in Italy, then you want a second-hand market or a farmer's market. You want to bring people who are looking to have a connection. You want to show them what the local answer to that is. And so I think the answer is placemaking is not, well, we have space. Creating space is about designing it, it's about engineering it. Creating place is about people. People make places. And so it can't be a one-size-fits-all. And that's it can sound like a cop-out, but it's not, I promise. It's an answer that, people know what they want, and it's a trial and error. So we take these places and we say to the communities, we have an umbrella of opportunities. We are laying the groundwork for you. You can do whatever you want with that. You can say you can have a local tavern. So you can have in Jaffa, I don't know, in Israel we would probably have people eating hummus and fighting about politics. Or we could have parties, we could have pop-up galleries, we could have spaces for artists. We're running out of spaces in cities because rent is so expensive. We can allocate these spaces for crafts. We can sell them in the airport. So I think it's less of a question of what can we do to make cultural exchange happen, and more where do we expect that to happen? How can we create the feeling of intimacy and belongingness in the community, which is both international and local? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tamar. And with that idea of evoking space and place and the physical needs, we have a bit of a lunch up on the 3rd floor. So each of you go up one floor. You'll find some very Dublin sandwiches, I'm afraid. And we will take half an hour for lunch and then we'll come back for the next session and then move straight to the keynote from there. So thank you so much for a good start.
And we have the title, three wonderful panelists under the heading of bringing culture to the market, building stories, audiences, and engagement. So we will have Carolina Baranowska from Noho, and unknown, small and medium size enterprise doing interactive experiences for corporate institutions for the land sector. And we have Mato, who's with Trinity, and also the founder and CEO of Live Studios, creating Series A's, again for the lab sector. And then we have Martin Grassi, who's a musician, and has worked extensively on music and artificial intelligence, and also on scholarship and ethics in the field of music and technology. So we'll hear from Carolina first, and then from Max, and finish with Martin. Yeah, please. I think consider this notion of the market. I always see people like, no, we are not taking culture into the market. And in a certain respect, we are already in the market. We are also culture idea, the way we publish, the way we teach. But we could consider, by way of these three examples, maybe how taking having culture and creativity in this market might also be a way to reconceptualize what is the market, and also how might we change what we normally understand as a market. Please,
Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Cassandra Project. I'm from Noho. I'm also fruit of this place. I was one of the PhD students here not that many years ago, so I feel like at home. It's so nice to see some familiar faces and be in the building. I can still see some of my PhD peers around the place. I think they're dry enough anyway. So, it wasn't bad. So fast forward, I'm at Noho now, and I noticed in one of the, I think in the program online somewhere that my title there is Heritage Account Manager, which is not true. The reason for that is I was hired as a Heritage Account Manager because that was something I fit in. But then we realized that I was also a designer, and also a photographer, and also a project manager, and also the go-to person to EU projects, and so on and so forth. So we scrapped titles in the company, which is great. So we, to be honest, we use titles sometimes. It depends what it fits for a tender, obviously. So sometimes it's a designer, sometimes it's something else, whatever makes sense. But I'm absolutely delighted that that's the case because the labels can be quite intimidating sometimes. You know, I am a doctor at the end of the day, but I very rarely use that in my industry, my work, and I feel like, you know, I'm not an academia, it's quite pretentious to just shout to everyone I'm a doctor. Unless my boyfriend was sick and then listen to me and I say, listen to me, I'm a doctor. Okay, so just talking about the subject, the theme that we're invited to talk about. Am I doing something? Oh, sorry. Yeah. So yeah, Noho is a very small company. We have 11, 12 people working for us, and we will be 14 years old in January. Which, you know, it's you know, I feel really like a little late here, the company is really late here today. And we do create experiences for lab sector, but also for corporate clients, universities, and so on. And we're a bunch of people of different backgrounds. And by chance, somehow there are three and a half art historians on board, which is a lot, obviously, humanity background. We also have proper, let's say, designers, 3D animators, character designers, VR gurus, wizards, however you call them. And here are just some of our clients. I don't like the word client because it kind of creates this kind of society straight away and sort of keep up with the money that gives us to produce something, which essentially is true, but it doesn't create this kind of a relationship that we strive to have with I don't know, collaborators, partners sometimes. And this is the exercise that I was working to revamp our website that is coming in a new shape soon, hopefully. And I realized that, we have all those logos that we kind of have to present somewhere there. And then we have this bunch of logos, which, over 40 years shows in a nutshell that as much as we work with the land sector and cultural heritage, we also work with many partners for, working with EU projects, universities, research centers, institutes, and so on. Which is a nice eye-opening for us to kind of realize, this is not just cultural sector, it's also researchers, humanities, and so on. And I'm not saying every single one here is our client, that's, commissioned work. We work with many things together, we collaborated with partners in EU projects, which now I'm going to present one of them. There are many of them, I can talk probably for days. This one, I want to start with this one because this is very important for us, also because of where we are today. The client was 3D college with the Data Center, and there were many other partners as well involved. Basically, it was a reconstruction of the treasury. Record treasury was destroyed in fire. And it wasn't just a reconstruction for the sake of it, but just to be a 3D model. It was actually to visualize the collection, the bits that survived from the fire that we know that this document was on this shelf, this part of the building and so on. So working together with the libraries, researchers were able to kind of map what's left. And how to visualize it, we thought, in the very beginning of the project we had no idea, but over time, working together with researchers, we figured out maybe this is the best way to do it. I won't go into too much detail on this. Just want to invite you to go to the video and just see it for yourself. It's a web-based application. And we kind of tried a problem as well. There were a lot of challenges that people don't always realize when they see nice little models and they think it's all kind of flashy and easy to do, but it's actually not. Here are just a few reference photographs just to show you that we did take the references seriously. That's what Noho always strives for, and I'm always very proud that we do that. We don't create models, just kind of fantasy ones. Obviously, we do sometimes when the brief asks us to. But if there's anything to do with cultural heritage, we try to obviously use the knowledge that's out there, use the specialists, experts, researchers to create a work that has a value. It's not just pretty pictures and pretty things to look at that actually mean something, and we can do something with it. This is digital visualization of the layout of the building, for example, that we use as a reference to simply map the collection inside. And this is one of the, I think the only one, or if not one of the few photographs inside the interior of the building, and this is a 3D model of it. And this is just a part of the interface, so you can go into the photograph, get more information about it, save of manuscripts that survive. This is the second project that I wanted to bring to your attention because it's a true collaboration. It's bringing arts, bringing culture to market, but also doing it in a very, very collaborative and kind of a wide world way. We partnered with a company, Make Believe in Athens, who helped us to do the 3D modeling. We had to do a lot of research visits to V&A in London for references because that room doesn't exist anymore. There are obviously some drawings and reference paintings and things like that. And then the exhibition itself happened in New York in the glass museum over there. So it was a true collaborative effort, and there is a lot of reflection. So even though we've done many virtual reality environments before, this was like a Pandora's box, because all of a sudden we discovered every single bit in that room was reflective. Mirror, glasses, shiny gold, you name it. I wasn't personally involved in this project, but it was the absolute nightmare, but also an absolute relief at the end that they pulled it off. And also they created an environment that is lit differently in the nighttime, by candles, and they had to build the exterior and the outside environment as well, because obviously if you have the moonlight, that affects the reflections and so on. So there's a lot of work that went into that, and a lot of real references, from the material that survived. And 3D modeling, it was absolutely meticulous, and it was absolutely beautiful. It was VR experience. If you Google it, you can get to it, and I think it's still available. This is taking another project that we did a few years ago, and it's taking culture to the market, literally, and taking it outside. It was in February 2020, lockdown and times like that, no one wants to touch any touch screens that we specialize in. No one wants any interfaces, no one wants to go to a museum. So this was really interesting project to work on, especially because of the artist is a prominent Irish sculptor, and not very techy in terms of being familiar with those technologies. So it was as much as a challenge, as much as learning curve for everyone. And it was absolutely amazing to see, first of all, someone who's not against technology but not familiar with it, simply being open to it as an artist, saying, yeah, I give it a go, why not, So of course we worked very closely with the artist to make sure that every reflection, size, dimensions, light, everything was up to scratch the way they wanted it to be. So these are all 3D models of the actual sculptures that are dotted in Wilton Park, and you can still actually go and experience that. The QR codes are still on the ground, and it's fun. And I had to go there last week to do some take some photos for and videos. And it was very interesting because with my friends, we were just walking around, testing the app and doing things. And because there's a lot of construction sites around, there was like hordes of construction workers, having a lunch break. Obviously, they got curious, what are they doing? And when we are leaving, we see all of those construction workers walking around with the app and actually, getting close to the culture or sculpture or art, whatever you want to call it. And I thought it was just absolutely amazing. It was just such a lovely moment. Is that finished? So, and this is just to show you different type of culture that we bring to the market, because, we are Trinity College Dublin, we all, I'm supposed, that we talk about very high level research and design and arts, but there's also room for, games, edutainment, entertainment, and we do a lot of that for different heritage sites, for museums, galleries, and so on. And these are just a few ideas, a few projects that we worked on to bring things to life in augmented reality. And we deal with like random things. One day it's a mermaid on the bottom of a lake. The next day it's a solar system. Then we have some mythology going on, and then we have contemporary sculptures. So it's absolutely exciting to work for Noho, and we love that we have like a Viking, even though it's a small company, we love sometimes, we have a Vikings department, and here we have visual department. And one day I worked on, recently was Waterford wine history, which is like absolutely abstract topic. And the next day I had to switch and work for Glasnevin Cemetery. And it's like, how do you switch from one to another? It's part of the fun, and I'm very, very, very happy to be able to do that kind of work. So animation is a big part of our work. This is a screen grab of the app, so like maybe it's not very exciting for some of you in this room, but if you have kids and basically engaging with mythology and local folklore and history through apps like that, I think it's amazing to see. And here I'm going to change the tone of voice a little bit, because now we're talking about a very different type of audience. We're partners in the IMEC project, which is coming to an end this month. It's a 3 years DARIAH-EU project that deals with social inclusion, storytelling, getting culture to people that are not maybe in the, first, culture wouldn't be their choice because they have difficult lives, they live in difficult neighborhoods, and they have different struggles to us, so they don't access the culture the same way we do, let's say, as quite privileged, I suppose. And this project, in a way, tried to challenge that or change it or have some input. We worked in the area of AR, but also there is a big part of this whole project which I heard earlier today a few times, which is co-design, co-creation. And I can sense that, for years in the EU projects world, it was all about impact. It was like impact here, impact there. As long as it was impact, it would be grand. And now everything is co-creation, co-design. Everyone wants to see it, that, it's not working in silos. It's actually going out to people, working with people, creating for people and with people. And we had a lot of workshops in Barcelona, Paris, and Lisbon to do just that. And the results maybe are not the prettiest, the storytelling, the videos, they're maybe not going to be awarded, at Oscars, but they're real, they're from people who put their, heart out there, and it was, for some of them, it was the first time that someone actually asked them about their, family history, about, how does it feel to be immigrant, how does it feel to be someone who, who is a stranger in a place, and no one speaks your language. So there's a lot of, really sensitive things that came out of it, and but it was fascinating. It was fascinating to work in this kind of a, world of technology, but also social sciences, and yeah, have a look. It's a really interesting project. And one of the tasks we had was to come up with an exhibition that we organized in Barcelona, Paris, and Lisbon. The one in Barcelona is happening next week, actually. And this is just kind of finish my talk. Another example of our work that it's a prime example of our, let's say, fruit of our EU project collaboration. So years ago, we were partnering in SMEs project with a number of GLAM organizations, and at the end of it, we created this cross-cultural timeline. I'm sorry, the name is absolutely horrible, but the tool itself is quite useful. It's simple. It's not rocket science. It's map-based visualization with a very easy-to-use CMS for GLAM sector. And what didn't happen with that project, and we're very happy that it didn't, is that normally with EU projects sometimes you create something that doesn't even go to the stage of being a product or being released or having a kind of a afterlife. In this case, it's still nice, alive and kicking, and we actually, our number of clients and people that we work with and essentially sell it, it's growing. It's really nice to see that one of the EU projects actually resulted in something that we can pass further to other people. We customize it for every exhibition, for every venue as well, to make sure that it's theirs. And the key is that it's very easy to use on the back end. So the curators themselves, or museum people, they have their ownership of it. So they can change the content, they can update it, delete it, do whatever they want to. Real time, so you don't have to call us every 5 seconds and asking for IT support, things like that. So, and again, I said it's not rocket science, it's simple, but over the years, and it evolved as well, based on our work with each institution. We learned so much, I suppose, how we can make it better, not because we think it's better to do it that way because this is trendy color or this is fun design or something jazzy, but because we answer the needs of our audiences and our clients, because they ask for features that we haven't thought about, or they said, this is absolutely rubbish, we don't need that. So it's amazing, because this is still, it's like an evolving, it's like, alive, and it's, I think it's a really good example of something that was almost, we thought that, yeah, it's going to die together with the end of the funding, but actually didn't, which is great. And these are just some of the places that it's currently being used, but we have a few more in the pipeline that we're working on at the moment. So it's great to see that, from smaller, bigger museums, different institutions, and also abroad, and they're being used for different topics from ceramics in Limerick to Romans in Amsterdam, to Glasgow Museum, like you name it. It's really exciting that it's so versatile. And that's it for me. I have 3 minutes. Or do I? No? Yeah. I just want to say one more thing. Speaking of this whole, reason why we're here, why we talk about technology and technology, humanities, how we all kind of, work together and how it's all coming together closer and closer over the years. I was one of the PhD students and in art history and digital humanities, and thanks to actually to the Hope, because there was the first cohort of PhD digital humanities students that I went to, like a show evening or something like that, and I listened to one of the guys, and he was an archaeologist, and Frank, who some of us know, really, really nice guy. And when I heard him speaking about, computers here and, archaeology here, I was like, wow, so there is a way of having art history and technology to make something together, I was like a kid, so excited and happy. And then I realized there's actually a way to do it, because I was always into technology and, visual things and design. But then art history was very like fine art, it was almost like beyond me. And I thought, wow, there is a way to do it together. So that was my kind of a way into my PhD. But how I got to Noho it's another story which I absolutely love telling everyone because as a part of our PhD program, we went to Noho to visit their studio and just to see, how we might end up working one day if we obviously finish the PhD. And we walked into the office, and it's a small office, South William Street, all the Georgian building, nothing fancy, no canteen with, with Google or Facebook, treats for everyone. It's a really nice homey feel to it. And then I see in one room, table full of Lego. And I was like, that's like a workplace for adults or what? Then I go to the next room and I see screens with 3D visualizations, 3D models everywhere. And I see massive wall pasted with images of medieval Dublin, maps and drawings. And I was like, oh my God, this is just, I want to work here. And fast forward, when I finished my PhD, I worked for Clary, which I had a really amazing time with. It's the language technology infrastructure for Europe. And did work for DARIAH as well in the meantime. But then I emailed Neil and I said, I know you're not looking for anyone, but I really want to work here. And it was really nice that he said, no, I'm sorry, and there's nothing, but I'll let you know if there's anything coming up. And he did, and I started with a day a week, then it was 2 days a week. And I think he was just testing me if I'm a good fit for the company. Because the great thing is that we all kind of there. I think if someone gets to know how it just stays there forever, because it's really a great environment. So I just want to give you those 2 little stories at the very end, because maybe they're not so relevant to most of you because we are in some place in your career life, but to young people or people who are absolutely at crossroads, have no clue what they want to do, especially in humanities and technology, even the little message, event or something telling them, you can merge those 2 together, you can create something and fireworks at the end. It's absolutely amazing. So if you can go out of this building then think about the ways to get those fireworks to those young people, that would be amazing. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. So important. Yeah. So, Mats, please.
You don't need to start it because you need to make one head. Okay, pardon me for this, but I just realized that I'd forgotten to fix a bug in my slide. So I'm doing it now, and it was kind of an important bug. So, yeah, because I've used these slides before, and I realized it was a bug. Anyway, okay. So here we go. I'm just going to open my laptop so I have my notes also. Okay, good. Okay, apologies for the delay. So my name is Max. I'm wearing two different hats here. I'm wearing a Trinity College hat and also a Haunted Planet Studios hat, which is my Trinity spin-out and a serious game studio where we make games for various different things. Not just entertainment, but games that have a secondary purpose than entertainment. Or the primary purpose is not entertainment, but they need to be entertaining too, because otherwise people don't want to play them, and then they don't benefit from the other primary purpose that the games have. These slides I'm using today are co-authored with Pernille Henriette Wiegel from this museum that I'm going to talk about, the collaboration that we had with. It's a Danish museum, World War I museum, based south of Copenhagen. So I'm going to do, actually my company is a Haunted Planet. We're a little bit similar to Carolina's company. We're a very small company, we're based in Dublin, and we work in the cultural heritage space. We also do other types of games. But I'm going to do a very different talk, so I'm going to do a deep dive into just one of our projects and one collaboration that is particularly interesting for us. So we've been working in location-based augmented reality for a very long time. In 2008, our first game was for the very first Android phone that came out, G1 phone, and we deliberately did not choose iPhone because it didn't have the orientation sensors, the gyroscopes that we needed, the very, very first iPhone. So we've been doing this for a long time. We have a bunch of different papers, games out, so you can sort of see some of Vampire's themes, so that was why we called Haunted Planet originally, because we love ghosts and vampires and gothic storytelling. And we published a lot of research papers on games. So some of these are pretty lightweight cultural experiences, but the one I'm going to talk about today is one of the more serious cultural games that we have here. Here they are, and a few others I didn't include in this slide here. So Mosel Fort, I'm not going to ask you to pronounce it. It's basically a fort, World War I fort, a little bit south of Copenhagen. It was built as a defense against a possible German invasion during World War I. That didn't happen. The Germans did not invade Denmark. Denmark remained neutral during World War I, but they have a fort and there's a museum there. And we work with the fort in this project. It's been a museum, it's a relatively new museum. It was, of course, a fort, for many years, and then in 2014, it was established as a museum at the Greve Museum, which is a bigger regional museum there. So they have a nice little site there. It was the project that I'm going to talk about was sponsored by the Velux Foundation, so they gave a chunk of money to the museum, and the museum used some of that money to develop the experience that I'm going to talk about today. I'm just going to mention here one primary objective of the project. So this was the addition I made. Kampen om maden, that's the name of the game that we produced, right? And I forgot to leave that. I left that out of the slides, very embarrassing. But here it is now, you can see it. It's Danish, and it roughly means the battle for food or the struggle for food, right? So I'll talk a little bit more about why that's important, because it might not seem like an obvious title for a World War I cultural experience. A primary high-level objective of the project, sponsored by Velux here, was to find new ways of exploring or integrating the process of research. So the museum had researchers on staff, and they were doing original research in the arts, humanities, or in the history, really. Part of the project was to try and integrate that process of research within the educational and interpretive activities of the museum. And that was one of the interesting aspects of this project for us. The museum is unusual for a war museum because it's not actually a conventional war museum. You don't go there to see guns, and you don't go there to see armor or those types of things. They use the historical site. They do have a military installation. They do have a fort, but they use it to tell a very complex story about how national policy decisions especially around scarcity of food during World War I, led to new thinking, new ideas in Danish society at this time, and these ideas, they became the foundation for Danish welfare society for many decades after World War I. That's the story they wanted to tell. Scarcity of food was particularly important because Denmark was under pressure from Germany to produce food for the German front in World War I. Right? So goulash, for example, was a lot of the meat production in Denmark and some vegetables were used to produce canned goulash that was sent to the German front, with the result that the Danish population had a lot less food resources available than they were used to. So there was a huge effort around this problem politically, from the royal court and from Danish industry, before they were called Danish industry, basically sort of the business leaders, to try to deal with this problem and convince, for example, England not to bomb Denmark to bits, in order to prevent this from happening, but instead sell coal such that the Germans would not invade Denmark. So they had to walk this balancing act. So essentially, they said to the Germans, "Don't invade us, because if you do, we won't be able to produce. We won't be able to buy coal from the English, which meant that we won't be able to produce your goulash." And then to the English say, "Don't invade us, because it's going to be a disaster. That Germany is going to come and fight you in Denmark, and it's going to be a mess." So they walked a super interesting and very difficult balancing act there. This was the very short version. I think historians have not more to say about this, but I pressed for time. So that is the story they want to tell, and it's a complex story. So I'm just going to show you the historical site that we have. Here is what it looks like. It's not very big. See a Danish flag. Danes love their flags. You find them everywhere. It's by the coast, so it was intended to be able to spot German warships, and there's sort of places for cannons and so on. But it's a very small museum. As you'll see, here's another. Construction began in 1913 and completed in 1916. There's a few more photos. This is most of it, actually, that you see there, so it's not a big site. So I said this already. So you kind of get a feel for what it looks like. They have a lot of volunteers who dress up in period costumes and interact with the visitors, and they run a lot of events, on a regular basis to try and attract the visitors and engage them and make them reflect on this story about how food shortages led to interesting societal changes at this time. And I'm going to come back to this because this is one of the really interesting aspects. One of the project briefs was that the game we were going to make for them had to use what we call our Longship game engine. And that's essentially an augmented reality GPS-based game engine that we worked on for a long time. And we had to adapt that to the museum-specific requirements. So I'm just going to show you here, this is what the game looks like when it runs on your smartphone. So you see we have 6 buttons on the edges, and then we have a main display in the middle. There's the top left button there gives a map mode, so you can see it's an overlay on Google Maps, right? So you can kind of see the outline that we placed on top of the map shows where you are, or rather the blue dot shows where you are, and then the area that's outlined shows the play area. So this is where the historical encounters they are within that area. So if you're within the area, you will be able to find something. If you're outside the area, then you should move inside. Another button there in the middle on the left, the one that's outlined in blue, is the radar mode, and that shows where the content is. Right? So you move around the site using the radar. You might have noticed on the map there weren't little flags that told you where to go. Right? And this is deliberate because this is a game. If we place flags there, it would be too easy and it'd be boring. Right? So instead, people have to use this radar, which works like a naval radar. So you find yourself in the center. When you rotate yourself, the radar rotates with you. So it works like, if you're familiar with naval radars, that's how it works. And then you can see a lot of activity on the radar. And these are the historical encounters. We talked about them not as ghosts, but they look a little bit similar to ghosts. I'll show you some. We call them apparitions or revenants. So something that has come back from the past to tell us something about the past. So you use the radar to get close to one of these encounters, and when you're close enough with it, you can interact with it You can switch to the augmented reality mode that looks like this, and then you can see them floating mysteriously in the air, right? And this is like a camera into the past. We deliberately removed color. This is live camera feed from your phone's camera, but we removed the color because we wanted the experience to resonate with this aesthetic that is associated with World War I and monochrome photography. And you can kind of see the characters. We see they're very blurry, they look a little bit spooky, and then part of the game activity is to take a photo of them, and then you get more detail, right? So one of the rewards for taking a good photo is you get more detail in the photo. You can see what these people looked at. These are historical photos that we have processed, that historians found for us and selected. And you can sort of see, this is this game mode here. I should have mentioned the camera view, augmented reality view is in the button in the lower left corner. And then here, this is the casebook, sort of with your log of your play activity. That's on this corner in this button here in the middle on the right. And that lets you sort of see what are the encounters you found, and you can read a little bit about them, and you can see your photos. Your photos also go into your camera's photo gallery, so you can share them with people. And we found that people often get their, if they're playing with friends or family, they get them to pose next to the characters, and that's an interesting experience. So I'm just going to show you a short video of what it looks like. If I can't. Do I have sound here? I guess. Yeah. Okay. So this is actually me playing the game, not in the fort, unfortunately, because I had to make this video really quickly while I was at a conference in Germany, in Weimar. So this is me playing the game in Weimar, but you see here, we haven't played the game yet, so we don't see any photos in our Facebook. Here is the radar. When you play in another location and then you see them, the game will stage itself randomly. So you're not going to see the fort, but you might see, if you're playing in a park or in Trinity, you will see that backdrop there. Can we turn the volume up? Is that possible? Pretty quick. So you hear the radar ping, we're moving close to the first encounter. You start hearing the soundscape associated with this character. We move around, the yellow arrow there tells us which way to pan. So then, here we see the character sort of floating. So we see him there, and we take the photo. This is the English version. So the theme of this encounter is gluttony, and, oh sorry, this was a bit quick so you didn't get to see it. But it was a gluttony and this idea that, you know, overconsumption was not seen as a good thing because of the scarcity of resources. And here's me chasing around in a park in Weimar to find the next encounter. So they're matched in two pairs. I'll talk a little bit more about this shortly. So now I have to find the encounter that is paired with gluttony. And here I'm walking around. It looks like I'm part of paranormal activity, maybe a little bit, but we're getting there. There's someone on a bicycle. He's famous now. So you see the second encounter is colored differently, and you see all the first encounters are gone now. And this was a deliberate choice, which I'll talk a little bit about shortly, that the historians, they wanted to have the two perspectives on each theme. So here, the theme of gluttony is that you'll see this companion encounter shortly. So these two encounters, they form two different perspectives on the same topic, historically, and in relation to their research. Another bicyclist. Sorry, this is a little bit long, but when it's staged outside the museum, we can't control exactly. It's random where the encounters are placed. But I'll just show you this next one. But see, the aim is to get close to the encounter so you can interact with it. And then when you're close enough, the soundscape builds up, and the LEDs in the top left corner light up. Hearing the soundscape now. Oh yeah, you see the LEDs lighting up here. Oh, actually I had to go into the bushes there. Sure, they're very suspicious. I recognize the voice actor. Okay. Yeah, they're chasing. So fresh air. So this was about health in relation to gluttony, gluttony being unhealthy. So it was about, this theme is about health. And there's lots of these themes. I'm not going to talk about all of them, but I'm just going to show you some of the changes we had to make. These changes and extensions to our engine were developed in collaboration with the historians. So we introduced this double encounter structure to use this idea of having two perspectives on each theme, and we call that the poppy dialectic, which I'll talk about shortly. We made the camera feed monochrome. In our earlier games it had been colored camera feed, and then we did an online version of the casebook. So the play log with the photos, now one of the features that the historians requested was that this could be uploaded to the cloud and people could interact with the photos that way also, so it was another we did. I'd like to talk briefly about this idea of the poppy dialectic, and this was a concept that the historians developed. It's not something we came up with, but they used the game, but what their thinking was that the game should use and reflect upon this fundamental dialectic figure of the poppy. And the poppy, of course, as you probably know, grew on the battled grounds of the battlefields, right? And it holds this dialectic relation between life and death, and in this case, food and war, in our context here. This dialectic is present in all aspects of the overall game concept, in the structure of the encounters, in the game mechanics, and we've used it as a driver for the visual and the textual content, both. So to implement the poppy dialectic, the game experience is structured around this double encounter structure, and we have 9 double encounters, so a total of 18 in total. Of each double encounter, the first one brings to the fore a particular problem relating to food shortage during and malnutrition that manifested themselves during World War I in Denmark. And you can see the shadow part of the poppy dialectic, especially related sort of to this idea of the dark shadows of World War I. So the shadow part here is, this is another encounter. We have battlefield being the shadow part here, and this idea of the battlefields were soaked in blood of soldiers, and the slaughterhouse were soaked in the blood of animals. And the vegetarians at this time, they saw a connection with this, between this. And the companion encounter to this here is cornfield, and that relates to the same theme as the first, but it shows how new solutions to food-related problems grew out of the war shadows and formed new ways of organizing Danish society. And this is the light part of the poppy dialectic. And in the casebook, you can see that the light part of the poppy dialectic here, this idea of the cornfield and farming practices that changed. We've marked that this is the light part. We marked with that little picture, ornamental picture for 2 minutes. Okay. Whereas the dark part here was marked with dead branches. So, okay, I'm going to speed up because and you saw the radar differences also. So in relation to the monochrome camera feed and historical photos, I'm just going to show you some examples. So the remnants, the apparitions, are taken from historical photos from the time of the war, and they appear in black and white for that reason. And the historians found these for us. So we made the augmented reality view black and white also. I'm not aware of anyone else having done this, but of course it could have happened. In this way we try and encourage the player to see the present in the light of the past and vice versa, to connect the past with the present, because what they're seeing in the background is of course the present, but what they're seeing the characters of course the past. So they're based also in the historical site to create an aesthetic and a background to enhance the atmosphere and the symbolic experience of the apparitions, the remnants, and then consider their messages from the past, and using the fort's unique atmosphere to make it happen. So here are some, these are again from Weimar, but I think you get an idea of the aesthetics there. And these are photos that someone might take away with them when they played the experience. You can see they look quite a lot like historical photos, especially if they're in the fort, so I find they're aesthetically quite sort of pleasing. And this was part of the idea also, that people will want to take those photos away with them, keep them, maybe share them, especially if they have family members posing in them also. The online casebook is essentially, you enter your email address and the casebook will upload, and then you can you can download the photos, and we also add more information on the online version of Casebook, and this was intended as a reflective tool for people to think about the experience and connect it to the present. Part of the thinking of the historians was really that they were very keen to connect people's understanding of the past with the understanding of our present, right? Because we are, of course, in a situation with climate change today where we might have, or we will have to make very serious changes to our behavior. And they think that we can use our understanding of the changes that happened in Danish society during World War I to make similar changes today and maybe use them constructively, use these pressures constructively to make good and interesting changes. So that was what I had to say about this. I just wanted to mention one more thing also, because we have a new series of works that are that we are doing this year. So this was a concert we had some weeks ago in the National Concert Hall. We are using the same game engine now, but you see here with colors, to make art, music, very different type of cultural engagement, to make art, music apps essentially. And one of the things we've done here is we've taken Jack Yates paintings and we've placed them around Dublin in locations that are relevant to them. So here we have colors, of course, because this is Jack Yates. And then there's original compositions, on the paintings, and you see Svetlana there, who's in the audience, my collaborator on the project. There's a composer and pianist and researcher has composed the music on the paintings of Jack Yates. So here, for example, the famous painting Liffey Swim, you might be familiar with, that we have geolocated at the point where Yates chose to paint it from the perspective. And in this case, you see, when you go through this experience, you see the painting Liffey Swim with the old Dublin overlaid on top of the new Dublin, and that allows us to connect the past with the present in this way also. So I'd like to encourage you to play Jack Yates if you like. It's free, and it's free of ads because we're not very good business people. But it's there, and you can try it. And we have flyers. I think Svetlana's handed out some flyers. And we have more if you didn't get one. So that's what I had to say. Here we are. Thank you very much.
Story about the story we tell, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Now it's Martin Francis.
Thank you. Let's put this timer on here. Okay. So, thank you very much for inviting me here today. I'll go through a couple of opening thoughts for you. I want to say a little bit about my story, because it will give an indication of industry and academia and a lot of silos that I don't actually believe exist. One of the first ones is I was looking at one of the ideas here, which was arts and culture and creativity intertwined with how they intertwine with new and inventive products. To me, that's not even really a question. And the reason for that is Google, Meta, Facebook, Apple, they're all built on art. And today I'll speak about music, but when I speak about music and more extensive, I can make the same things for film, for gaming, for literature. So if we think about, and Google have been, for instance, quite open about the fact that they were able to build on music. Now they have different economic models, and perhaps that's different. And then with the newer companies, and some of the most exciting people in the space, for instance, DeepMind and OpenAI, for instance, they're unsupervised machine learning. It's originally based on raw audio. So we find that the connection between art and some of the latest technologies is there. So I think that we should, the arts and humanities should kind of consider that. And I saw a podcast the other day with Demis Hassifas, who's who's the CEO of DeepMind. And he's saying that he gets up at 4 o'clock in the morning to read Spinoza. I don't think he was trying to impress anybody by saying that. And I think that this is something that the arts and humanities should take pride in and, be unapologetic about it. Google are hiring philosophers. And they're not doing that because it's a good optic. They're doing it because it's smart. So if you want to know about consciousness, and that's one of the things that I'm studying at the moment, this is where you have to go. So let's see. So this is what I do. And again, I don't know if I can break myself down like this. Okay, so I identify as a musician. For the last 40 odd years, I've released music, occasionally successfully, mainly unintentionally, but I'm still doing it. Ableton, I'm a certified Ableton trainer. They're a small company based out of Berlin who punch above their weight. So what does that mean? It means that they're one of 3 leading professional DAWs, which is what all musicians and creative people who use sound use. They're 450 people, and they compete against the likes of Apple. And that's not because Apple are bad, they're far from that, but it just gives an idea of this, again, space. Enterprise, I'm self-employed. I've always been self-employed, so I manage, I've got an Irish singer called Jack L, we've got a gig on, at the end of the month it's in the 3 Arena, we're self-funded, we've got 5,000 tickets to sell, he writes his own songs, it's a hard time to do that, but we do that kind of thing. And then of late, I'm academic. So I'm currently funded by the IRC to write a follow-up book, which I'll tell you about the book in a few minutes, on post-humanism, approaches to the AI challenge. I won't speak about too much about post-humanism today, but we can. Now, let's get going. So, what have I got? I'm going to have to react to these slides. Which one is it? Oh, yeah. So, quick a bit about my PhD. So, I finished the PhD last year on this title, and I need to tell you just a little bit about that because it will lead you into AI ethics. So, how I came here is another good example, and something that struck me today. There's a chap called Martin Adams, who's a historical musicologist, who I met. I left school when I was 15, but I taught, I was head of education in a private college until they found out that they didn't have me leaving cert. But they were very successful. That's how I went into music management. And then I've always taught. And I met Martin, and he said, you know, would you ever think about going to college? And I said, yeah, I've often thought about going to college, but I haven't got the time to go to schools and stuff like that. And he said, well, you know, there's research-based stuff, unless there's no classes. He said, yeah. And I got chatting to him. Now, what's interesting about that, outside of anecdotal, is that we're looking at academia going to industry. You know, there's a huge market in industry into academia. Like, massive. I wasn't funded myself. So, he got me talking for 2 years to figure out what it was I was going to research. Somewhere along the way, he said, this is a PhD, and I hadn't read a PhD, so I went, okay. So what I did in this was, I went, well, what's happening in music? What's happening with AI? The reason for that is I saw a change around 2011 of how my students were reacting to pieces of technology that had the label of AI on them. Even though they were exactly the same pieces of technology, there was something that I was beginning to call transfer of agency occurring. And I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all. So I think I want to see what's happened. So I had a look at what the big corporations are doing, transnational corporations, I examined that. Did 16 startups in the AI music generation space, and I looked at what was happening in academia too. I've got a background in law. I worked as paralegal. Music entertainment law is one of the most complicated, convoluted forms of law that is available. It's the one bit I do know about, so I examined what the challenges were for AI to IP, intellectual property, particularly music copyright, because music copyright effectively runs the 4 revenue sources of the music industry. And I realized in my conclusions that it was basically a busted flush, that the music industry, or the IP, cannot withstand the challenges that are presented by AI. I then went, well, that's a bit depressing. So I went, well, maybe, so what does it mean? Well, do we care? And I went, okay, that sounds a bit glib. So then I thought there was this word ethics, and I was based here, and what was interesting was there was a lot of interesting people, so I could go, ethics is a kind of a tricky word. So I went to Linda Hogan, who's the head of ecumenical studies here, and I said, can you tell me about ethics? And she said, yeah. And she gave me the short introduction to ethics, and I was great. Well, they're great little books. And so I was thinking, oh, and then this happened. I came across this, and this is really one of my kind of business approaches is serendipity. So I came across this book, this has been published. So this is from the IEEE, ethically aligned design, 700 global experts, I wasn't one of them. It's 280-page outline of focus on the pragmatic installation of human-centered facts. And I went, this is great. I just take all this, stick it into my PhD, and I've got an answer. I can understand ethics. So I'm happy. I wrote to the CEO, and I said, I looked up his name, and I said, cheers. And then he sent me back an email, which was even weird, and said, do you want to have a chat? And I went, yeah. So then he contacted me, and we had a chat about this. And he said, I'm a blues harpist, but don't tell anybody else that. You're the first person to talk about art to us. I went, okay. So he said, we're getting all these committees together, so do you want to become the chair for the IEEE Global AI Ethics Arts Committee? And I said, okay. So we started working. This is still currently the front page of the IEEE Ethics. This is a paper that we did in July of this year, The Voice of the Arts in the Age of the Algorithm. There's a podcast series coming out. I got to speak to like IEEE town halls, UN, G20, going. Because the bottom line of everything I care about is the fact that with all this new technology, how is anybody in the artistic world ever going to get paid? Because in the last 20 years, remuneration for all of the middle classes, apart from the 1%, and this is a different 1%, there's no money. And as I say, so this is what I spoke to them about. It's where it is at the moment is that it's moved into this area, which I'm just bringing to your attention. This was released in September. This is the new IEEE initiative, which is kind of like the IEEE ethically aligned design program, except for what it's dealing with is the climate emergency. So we're starting up on this, and if people are interested, now is a good time to get involved. I'm just checking my time. I'm going to give you links at the end. AI ethics comes into this because the idea of AI ethics, certainly this is where post-human philosophy comes into this, is that, okay, we're going to need to do something with the technology. Well, why don't we use that technology for good? What does good mean? Well, let's save the planet type of idea. It's simple enough, but this is what this approach is, and it's going to be massive. Okay, so this is very interesting. Part of my research last month, 2 weeks ago, this book came out, and it's a good example, because one of the things I'm going to speak to is early career researchers, because even though I'm an odd example of one, until last year I was a late in life early career researcher. And there's a lot of really smart people got involved in this, and I simply sent out an email to people who I respected in different parts of what I call what's known as transdisciplinarity, and said, do you care? Like, this is what's happening. What do you think? I'm doing a book on this, and do you care? And so these people came back. I'll just say a little bit about some of them. Jacques Attali was the economic advisor to Mitterrand and Sarkozy. He wrote a book. He's written like 100 books. He's a big figure in France. But his first book was called Noise. And in Noise, he was a civil servant, and he wrote about the future of music. And he basically predicted everything that's going to happen. So I wrote him an email and said, by the way, that technology you wrote about in 1978, do you reckon that's AI? And he went, yeah. So he wrote that. David Cope is the grandfather of AI music. People like Douglas Hofstadter took him and said, this man is showing us the future. Miller Patchett in sound engineering, or things, sound design, we have 2 visual programming languages that are used. One is called Max, the other is called Pure Data. He wrote both of them. His chapter says nothing at all about anything to do about AI, but it speaks about ethics and the responsibilities of programmers. Arthur Ozipov is a student who is a classical trained pianist. Jennifer Edmonds, you may know, is also a drummer. Did a great chapter on data. Holly Herndon, I recommend you see her TED Talk that she did a few weeks ago, where she has Holly Plus, where you can speak in any language, you can basically her voice. And Scott Cohen's the head of Warner's, and Bill Weinberg makes jazz robots. How am I doing for time? Sorry, okay, I'll wrap it up. Public engagement, this is Irish Times. I took the academic book last Saturday, did 2 pages on it. It shows that you can translate academic work as this. These are the emerging technologies that are existing. Now I use the word emerging because all of these are going to blend. And I just want to finish with this. You may have seen this. This is generative. This came up, blew up on the kind of internet about 2 weeks ago. It shows all of the new generative AI applications that are appearing and where they're being used across different fields. Down here it says music to come. If you've seen, for instance, Stable Diffusion or used it, it's fascinating. I just want to give you a couple of figures to leave on this, and this is about art and going to the market. So Stable Diffusion, since this came out, effectively has had 1 million downloads, 170 million images generated until by October, and it's now coming to video, it's coming to music. Pretty much every tool, this prosumer idea that was mentioned earlier, is going to be commonplace by Christmas. GPT-4 will appear, it's a bit late, but when it appears it will be a game changer. And this is going to change the whole dynamic between what is artists and what are the consumer and the public. At the same time, it's worth keeping an eye on all the new decentralized creator models, which someone mentioned, Web3. There isn't time to go into that now, but that is the hope that occurs. This is what I'm doing. I want to speak about a fair trade marking system that I'm developing with the IEEE, but I haven't had time. I'm writing a follow-up book with some posthumanism and approach to that. And I'm going back to being a musician to try and work with these new tools to see what fun I can have. It's a bit selfish, but that's kind of where that's at. This is all, I think these are the spaces to watch, and I've left a bunch of links and stuff which I'll share with you later on. You can go and see them. All right, thank you very much.
Please sit down, just so the camera is catching. Yeah, people are going to sit down. Yes. So, floor is open for questions. For this presentation of the not so scary market. Please.
Well, hi. Our work is about it, but I suppose it's mostly aimed at probably emerging markets. And I suppose the question is, in the spirit of kind of collaborative knowledge exchange, as opposed to illustration, not to denigrate that, did you feel that sort of being able to work with humanities scholars, A, affects your own creative practice, and B, did you feel that you were able to give something that would enable them to view their subject differently?
Yes, that's a very good question. So, can you hear me?
No, can you
Oh, now? Yeah.
That's good.
Okay, please. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yes, very good question, and yeah, it makes a huge difference because our company is quite small, and when I mentioned that we have 3 art historians, that makes a difference because our approach is that it's not just to make pretty pictures, but to understand, and also, you know, even the fact that I've been in academia before, you know, that makes me more comfortable when I talk to researchers or I need to attend meetings and things like that. I know the species in some way because it is a bit different species, and it's very helpful. And the same way as Neil, who is the owner of the company, his background essentially was the broadcasting and 3D modeling and things like that, which gave him different skill set again. And I think it's super important in any creative industry to have different, to have different skill sets, and then it's easier as well to work and collaborate with other people. Because if I was just like an art historian that all I care is Dutch 17th century Dutch art and Calvinism that no one else cares about, I don't think I would get any job, to be honest, and I don't think I would be fulfilled creativity and in life and so on. So I think it's you need to be open to different, different things, different fields, collaborations and things like that, and it definitely helps, and also makes life and work much easier because you're able to simply communicate. You know, it goes down to the very basic thing of communication and
getting everyone on board and getting things done together, you know? I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, I'd like to add, I mean, I think our collaboration also really benefited from the fact that, you know, I'm not a historian, I'm not in the, you know, I'm a computer scientist by trade, but I also studied English lit back in the day and so on. But it really benefited from the fact that I understood fundamentally what they wanted to do. I guess another aspect is we had quite a lot of time for our project. It was 2 years. So much longer than we'd normally have to produce content, right? So we had a long period of collaboration where we gave them feedback on their thinking and said this is possible, this is not possible, and then so there was a long period before we actually produced the game that was just sort of reflecting and thinking on the material they had and how we could use it. And that was only by virtue of having funding from the Linux Foundation that we could do that. So, but this is a challenge, I would say, otherwise.
Hi, this is a question for Martin and Clancy. So back in the 80s, I think there was either a pop band or an album that's called Pop Will Eat Itself.
Oh yeah.
And I'm just, sorry, I've got my glasses. I'm just wondering, is this what AI is doing in some form?
Yeah.
That it's eating pop? And what is the connection with the Google philosophers in response to something like this?
You asked me a question on Spinoza. I could give it a go, but you know, probably give me 6 months and I'll be quite confident to do that. Pop will eat itself. Well, that's dealt with. That was I know there's a great book called Pop Will Eat Itself, which is about how culture, popular culture, in the pretty much from the 2000s, well, it has eaten itself. But AI, now that's interesting because what we have at this moment is, and just a quick kind of curiosity part for you to observe, is that there's a movement with a lot of the new, say, text-to-image. In IP, there's 7 expressions in IP. Right? Copyright is one of them. But database rights are also there. So what are all of these new systems that have been generated have been trained on data. There's a massive problem with doing that. However, if they're available on open source or common licensing, then those tools kind of evade that complicated question of you're being trained on things that you do not own. There's been a bit of a kickback about that. So, for instance, the Getty images said, well, look, we're not having any images. But at the other side of it, Shuttlecock, for instance, have just done a Shuttlestop. Just did a deal with, I think it's with OpenAI to bring that stuff in. So, yes, AI is definitely eating everything. What it brings out, and what it brings out for user-generated content, and the ownership of that, and that's the area to look at in space. I think that's going to be very curious. Does that answer your question?
Kind of. I'm just curious, do you have any thoughts on where it's actually going to go in the next 30 years?
Oh, I think the next 6 months is the place to look at. Seriously, and the reason for that is that, and you don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist, it's much better to be more like a conspiracy scientist. And I'm eminently qualified for that position. Right? So in my ignorance, what I think is this, is that GTP4, see, here's the other thing, so I've got to point here a bit. The speed of change is really fast. So I went back to have a look at this stuff. I took about a year off and then I went back to see what it missed, and not much had happened. I went, this is very strange, in space that was moving very quickly. Over the last 6 months, huge amounts of changes have occurred. Everybody's in competitions. The rate of papers being released is happening on a weekly basis. People are, which in academia is mad, right? Like, we finish this, bang, it's out next week. And then somebody else is releasing something and it's really, really, really fast. A lot of the parts that are being built at the moment are training larger next generation systems. So GTP4 is the one that, for instance, if you came across Whisper, which is a audio to text generator, that's basically designed to help feed GTP4. I don't want to make it sound like a conspiracy, but it is a business plan, do you know what I mean? And it is worth mentioning, just on that conspiracy level, that OpenAI and DeepMind are in the business of AGI. So that's kind of what they're aiming for. Whether they get there or not, I'd be curious. Sorry. Right, thank you.
Thanks for the great talks. They were all really interesting and exciting. And I have a question for Mats, but I guess it relates to the first question. It also might relate to the others as well. I had the chance to experience some of the apps by Haunted Planet. Totally enjoyed it. Recommend it to anyone. But also, what I was thinking while you were talking about the Cassandra Project is this difference between the humanities side and the tech side from a user's perspective. So when it comes to attention economies, or when it comes to the whole idea of how much information people can actually digest from all that's related to the historical context of this era and of this event, phenomenon, or whatever we want to call it, because I guess we've heard that humanities scholars are only thinking and not doing anything else, but this whole idea that this whole historical context is really vast. There's so much behind it, but when you put it into an app, you have to, pick bits and pieces so that users will find it engaging and not overwhelming. And I'm wondering about the process and what to consider in this, filtering of information. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks for bringing that up. It's a really crucial point, and we spent a lot of time on this during the project, working with the historians. And I think it was also they weren't, maybe they started out as someone who was just writing and thinking, but in the end they were kind of game designers, so to their own surprise, I think also. But it was really a process of sort of trying to pare down all the complexity that they wanted to convey from the beginning to something where we could capture some of that complexity in the game structures that are there. So this idea of the double encounter, what helped to do that. We also deliberately made a decision only to include a very, very short piece of text in that casebook you have in the app, right? And then have the extra text only in the web-based version that you get by email. And that was a very deliberate decision, because when people are out there on the fort, they're playing the game, they're finding the encounters, they're listening to the soundscapes, and they're experiencing the fort, they don't want to stop and read a lot, right? And trying to analyze something. They're in a game experience, it's interactive, it's highly interactive, they're moving around, using their bodies and perceiving the weather and maybe getting rained on and so on. So they don't want to stop and read. But they can do that later, and that's why we're trying to encourage the reflection at a later point after the game. And one of the case studies that we're going to do, we haven't evaluated this yet. One of the case studies we're going to do is to try and have some school kids use it on a site, and then have a reflective, maybe a history class later, reflect on what they learned using the online version of it. So it's a very important point.
Perhaps maybe pose a follow-up question.
Yeah, absolutely.
Come on. I wanted to ask you, because all of you are like in this in a way, in a sweet spot where they're both academia or scholarship or that kind of knowledge, and then the other kind of knowledge, which comes from experimentation, exploration, creative processes. I wanted to ask you about how would you consider expanding the horizon for knowledge production? Say, creating a serious game in co-creation with historians, creating the classroom in collaboration with in co-creation with a lot of others, a kind of collective intelligence being put into something else than a book, but actually into something that harbors a lot of knowledge and collective knowledge.
I can give a first quick answer, then hand over to you, Carolina.
Yeah, go ahead.
For us, it's very important that what we've done doesn't just end with this project. So we have an app now, and so we're working on authoring tools that will allow people in the cultural heritage sector to develop their own experiences for their own sites. So, and the idea is that they will need some expertise about how to do these experiences, but that they can look at the experiences that are out there and they can do it. And then essentially the basic technological framework is there, and they won't have to deal with that. That's, I think, the main way in which we're thinking about
this. For us, the knowledge creation, I suppose, for us it's crucial that on most of our projects we actually do work with historians, researchers, you name it. So we very rarely, we do a little bit of corporate work when, like RT, for example, which is something, for example, for Late Late Show, which is purely entertainment and, to look pretty. But most of the time we do work with experts, and we obviously try. So, for example, we have a writer in house who writes all our scripts, and if he has to write, I don't know, let's say a dialogue or something for a character that will be shot on camera, he basically immerses himself in, for example, medieval Dublin. He's very knowledgeable, but at the same time, for weeks he would read books and books and books, and just to make it real, not to say, okay, it was medieval Dublin, so I need to say that, oh, there was a tower somewhere there, because that's what it is in, I don't know, the leaflet or brochure for tourists or something like that. So we really do put a lot of effort to those things. If there's something that we're unsure visually, obviously we deal with old stuff, so there's no visual reference quite often. We have to recreate things, but we wouldn't go too bold or too wild with our interpretation, and obviously it depends on the project. Like with some projects, it's very clear and it's very accurate, and we work with a lot of archival material. Speaking of knowledge creation, on the other hand, for example, the way I would like to see things going and expanding. For example, for us, COVID was a little scary moment because we thought all of a sudden, okay, museums are closed. We have no clients. No one wants to create any experiences. But then everyone wanted to create everything that we created to date for a touchscreen, a mobile app, a VR. Everyone wanted to make it for the web. So all of a sudden we were absolutely crazy busy, and we still are, which is great. And I don't think there will be a day that we're just going to close the shop. But speaking of knowledge creation, I would like to see personally a little bit more joint projects. I mean, for example, I had this idea when I was doing my PhD, because I did my internship as well in marketing department in National Museum of Ireland. So that allowed me to see a different side of the cultural sector in Ireland as well. And I thought there's something missing. Like, there is a potential. National Museum of Ireland, for example, as most of our cultural institutions struggle with finances. They don't have money to create experiences, create exhibitions, things like that. We as a company, Noho, we have the skill set, we have knowledge and everything. Obviously, we have to pay salaries and bills, so we need money to make it happen. But then there are big players, either companies, institutions, funding people, and things like that, who have the money. So if we all kind of mingle and mix together and create something that benefits every single one of us, and pays our bills, get the museum to create what they need to create to engage people and teach and educate and all that, entertain, and then also involve academia, for example, and students or secondary school students to actually get their hands dirty and make things happen, not in a lecture hall, but on site. And I think everyone is a winner. So there is potential there. I think it's just a matter of getting the energy there.
So what you just did was you reconfigured the market.
Yes, of course.
As an ecosystem of culture, creativity, and knowledge.
Yeah,
and users. Yeah.
See, I've been on many different sides. I've been in the private sector. I worked as a restaurant manager before, so I have insight to different sides of. I'm not saying I'm a business expert or anything like that, but I always think that there is potential, and it's all down to people. And the most amazing collaborations that happen or projects, it's usually there are people with energy and idea and vision that want to make things happen, and then it's obviously easier to, you know.
I have a quick thought on that, and just on something. So if you take the area of AI ethics, so we take the so we have a question. Then the good thing is that you're looking for a solution or a way to engage with that massive question. So you have first of all, in terms of, if we take something like AI ethics, you have regulation, an industry level. So it's costs, what's the common good, all of these, and then trying to get some level of cooperation on a large scale. And that's extremely difficult. When it comes to, if that's with deep learning, I mean deep learning, deep academic learning, not machine learning, that can help inform that. But the curious part about the artistic approach, and that's something that was touched on, I felt, in a very meaningful way with the examples from Ernst and Young earlier, is that communicating this deep academic research in a real world, we do not need to lose money if we're to stay in business. And to communicate that to stakeholders, I mean that across the spectrum, then there's a way that I'm curious about how that can be put across experientially through the arts. And I think that's something that has only been touched on now, but it is the tools that you're using could be really interesting.
Absolutely. But that's actually a really good way to close this panel with this big question, and I think which has a lot of value to it, and is also happening. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Do we have a small break?
Right.
No?
This is where I get to be very, very cruel and say we're going to go straight into our keynote speaker now. And I have every confidence that even though the room is a little warm and it's a very full room, I think that if anyone can wake this room up, it is our wonderful keynote speaker Michela Magas. Well. So if I were to give you the entirety of the bio note, frankly there'd be no time for the keynote speech, but I think what really made us feel that it would be immensely useful for this group and for this day to have Michela here with us is just the way in which she does embody that deep appreciation and deep commitment to the arts, but also the transfer of that into entrepreneurship, into innovation, and into policy circles. So we are really, really thrilled you're here, and we can't wait to hear what you're going to say. So I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for this really generous introduction. And actually, I'm extremely grateful to the speakers today. It's been incredibly inspiring, and I'm hoping that what I'm going to show you is that we'll actually connect with quite a few people here today. A lot of the things that have been said actually have echoes in what I'm about to show. Not least the last session, actually. Some interesting connections there, but also earlier today as well. And I'm really thrilled to be here. I had a wonderful meeting with the provost of Trinity yesterday, and there are some really innovative and interesting things that are happening, and that really place culture and creativity at the center of strategy for example, for the development of Trinity, which, you know, it's not really the norm when it comes to kind of academic strategy. So I'm thrilled to see that. So my focus is, well, I'm going to throw a lot at you. I hope you're going to have a really good coffee afterwards with all this stuff that I'm going to throw at you. But I want to highlight this fact that seems to have happened by default with me. For the last 10 years, I've been feeding policy directly from grassroots creative experimentation. And I hope I can show you how this has influenced some of the decisions that have been made at high level and some of the initiatives that are now being run. But it was a very, very unusual situation to land. I feel that it has been incredibly important to where we are now, to the investments that are made in the arts. However, there is also a caveat to that, which is that we can, as a sector, culture and creativity in particular, can be used as a Trojan horse as well. And therefore, being put on a pedestal or being placed at the center of decision making can actually also come with risks, and we also need to safeguard our sector against the risks that we are now facing being in the limelight. It sounds like I'm going in a heavy direction, so let's just rewind. I am talking about this, of course. I'm talking about something that's been a real surprise, I think, to a lot of people. So 2 years ago, 16th of September, inaugural speech with President von der Leyen, she announced that she will set up a space for co-creation where architects, artists, students, engineers, designers work together. So this was kind of a random pick of culture, creative, plus other multidisciplinary sort of communities that be at the center of policy making. And everybody went, what, how, why? And it quite rightly so, because it has never been done. One thing I have to highlight about this, it was extremely bold and extremely brave, not least for the fact that for the first time there was a suggestion that policy would be informed from the grassroots, so bottom up as well as top down, but also because culture doesn't exist in the European Commission's constitution or any legal material. Culture is the domain of individual nation states. So when the European Union was put together, it was assumed that each nation in Europe has its own culture. So the idea of European culture did not exist. And therefore there's no provision to actually create a platform that would fund a pan-European cultural movement. It doesn't exist. So it's something that doesn't occur to people. It is actually a very, very unusual situation. Now, I want to wind back to the process that we went through, and particularly from my personal experience, and from one politician to another, and so some key moments that have happened to us on this journey. So a few years back, 2016, last month of his presidency, Obama was asked to guest edit Wired US. And he was asked to select the future technology frontiers, or future frontiers actually, not necessarily technology, but it's Wired magazine. And on the right, I don't know if you can see her very well, and perhaps the next image will show her better. This is Victoria Modesta, and Victoria Modesta represented a community which I started inadvertently in 2012. It wasn't an intention to start a community, and let alone start a movement. It's not something that you start intentionally. But it was, at this point, reaching over 5,000 contributors. And when it became this big, I decided that I needed to have a role model. And I needed to have a female, someone who is really not afraid to challenge preconceptions, particularly about accessibility. And someone who is not afraid to try experimenting with frontier technologies and with new methods of expression. And I asked Victoria Modesta to represent us. Anyway, cut long story short, in this case, Obama chose us, the Music Tech Fest community, as one of the future frontiers, which was a complete shock to us. We never expected anything like that. Now, I'll tell you a little bit about Victoria and what we did with her. So this is Victoria Modesta. She closed the Paralympics in London. She's been in this sort of seminal sci-fi series in America. She's a real star. And she was also a fellow of MIT. And I basically said to her, I said, look, I need you to represent this community because you encapsulate everything that we are trying to achieve. both in terms of equality, but in terms of inclusion, in terms of the sort of frontiers of what we can be as humans that we are trying to look at. And when Victoria joined us in our labs in Berlin, our community, there was a huge festival, Music Tech Fest, all kinds of experimentation, always hands-on. But we had a high-level lab that ran for a whole week, where we put Victoria at the center, and then we had students from MIT and people from Mars Electronica Future Lab and a whole bunch of our community come together to actually build a whole body in space kind of scenarios with technology. In this case, very playfully, carbon fiber bodies with sensors that Victoria could use to activate her prosthetic leg. This was designed by Anouk Whiprecht, a fabulous fashion tech designer, that in this case activated smoke for the stage. Now, what is wonderful about this image for me is that it sort of reinvents the Marilyn Monroe image with the white dress, where it is activated, it's lifted by wind, but in this case, the smoke is activated to create the rest of her dress. So a slightly new interpretation. But then a neurofeedback team fitted Victoria with neurofeedback sensors that allowed her to train to control, while she was performing and singing and dancing, to train to control the projection mapping of the sonography and the lights on her dress. And we thought this would be extremely difficult to do, but actually by the end of the week she was able to do it seamlessly. And so what was wonderful about that is that the human brain is so plastic that it showed us that we can really work with these new systems, and we can start to explore human capabilities and what we are capable of as humans, and how we can actually find new ways to express ourselves. And this is very fundamental to our work, because right from the beginning when I founded Music Tech Fest, it was about tangible interaction, about people in space interacting with each other, with data-driven systems, hacking anything they could find, any kind of object that they could find. Everything could be tracked and traced and used, but ultimately what they were doing, it was expressing themselves and their knowledge in new ways. And this became fundamental to a multidisciplinary community. So you'll see here one other thing that's quite important, and here you see some of the MIT students, and also the lady sitting at the table there working with Victoria. She then went on to be the first award-winning, Hungarian award winner of the video awards, and first female. It is actually really quite important to notice just how many females are engaging in these labs here. I'll come back to that. But then we took this forward because we thought we're onto something. We're creating new affordances for people. So here's us at Slush. So in 2016, I opened the music track for Slush, and they said, what would you like to do next year? And I said, well, we would like to engage for the week leading up to the opening of Slush with experimentation, and then what we'd like to do is challenge the 3-minute pitch, this kind of very simplistic delivery of one supposedly good idea, with at least a 20-minute performance that allows you to experience all the things that we have just made, and get everybody to really experience what do these new systems mean in terms of how they affect them as human beings. And we put at the center of this lab a vocal coach, and very proud to be a blind singer from the Sibelius Academy in Helsinki, and that's Vika Haninen over there. And right next to her is Jasmine Strake, a fantastic artist and experimenter who has several chip implants as well. And she also suffers from a syndrome which doesn't allow her to communicate freely, so she uses these to activate systems. So we place at the center people who are very obviously challenged in certain respects when it comes to communication and performance and forms of expression. And with Rika, the first thing we did was something very, very simple. Sometimes it's the case where we engage with technology, with very, very simple technology. So by no means a scientific breakthrough. In this case, it was the first question to Rika, the blind singer, was, what do you need when you perform? What would you like to have? And she said, well, actually, I don't know how the audience feels. I can't see them. And so the first thing we did was, we thought, okay, this is going to be tricky because there are startups and investors who fill the room, and they're not going to be interested in experiments with the arts. But it turned out it was a rock and roll moment. Everybody wanted to be engaged, because what we said was, who wants to be fitted with pulse sensors so that you can communicate to the singer? And there was a rush for the stage. It was just this, everybody with mobile phones, everybody thought it was a rock and roll moment. So this was a wonderful thing for us, and we didn't have enough of them for the volunteers. So this was a very, very simple twist in the context that we created in that room that was done with super simple, cheap technology, but just by enabling a feedback loop which enabled the singer to actually really feel and communicate back to the audience. So we combined this low level and high level. So here's Yasmin communicating with Rika with gesture, but then we fitted Rika with neurofeedback sensors. So this is the neurofeedback team. So on the stage here you have data scientists, you have designers, you have all kinds of guys who are in gaming. And the neurofeedback team fitted her with neurofeedback sensors that were taken from clinical trials for people with anxiety attacks. So in clinical trials, what they do is they get the data directly from the brain and visualize that data, the patterns, brain patterns. And then what they do is, when you get an anxiety attack, the brain pattern changes before you're aware of it. So if you catch it early enough, you can start to train to control it. This is what happens in clinical trials. But instead, what they did here was they made it play the musical scale. So you could put the neurofeedback sensor on and you could start to play, you could start to train to go up and down a musical scale and possibly stop at certain notes. And it was taking around 2 hours for each member of the lab to train to do this, which was actually quite remarkable because, of course, when you have to train motorics to play a piano, it takes you greater longer. But then Rika put the neurofeedback sensors on and she was able to play instantly without training. And all of a sudden we turned around and went, hang on a minute. Here's someone who in the mechanical era was labeled as disabled. And now we are designing systems that are actually allowing this person to demonstrate that she's far more talented than the rest of us. So this is the reason why I just feed that straight up, because up to, as in high level policy, because this to me is solid proof. You can create evidence-based policy. Nobody is going to question this. It's not just an assumption. We can make decisions based on these experiments. So a little bit backtracking, how did I get there? Because I'm at Royal College of Art in London, designer, I've worked with major sort of Apple, Nike, Nokia type of things. So very strange trajectory, and also authored courses for goldsmiths and worked on Platform 5 design products in Royal College of Art and stuff like that. So I got into music data very early on. And this is an interesting project. I think it connects to some of the conversations we've been having, I think even last night over dinner. I was invited to join a group at the University of London as a very late PhD researcher because I really wanted to do a deep dive into the back end of tech and not just do the embellishment of the front end. I was working with big data at the Financial Times already in the 90s, so I was very aware of the challenges. And I will let you experience a little bit of a project that was part of my PhD, which landed me in the London Olympics as part of the future of British, innovation and some enterprise or some such, with people like McLaren, or really kind of bizarre sort of a group of exhibitors. Let me play a little bit for you so you can see what that was doing. So the last thing you heard was a dialogue between China and Ireland, very appropriately. So what this system does is detects similarity, well, the smallest cultural unit of music. Now, we actually managed to register a patent on the smallest cultural unit of music, which was practically impossible. Like, you try and prove to engineers that you're actually doing the smallest cultural unit of anything. They will simply not appreciate that. But we did register it. But the truth was that we were looking at feature extraction and a whole load of processes with large global collections. In this case, it's the Real World collection, Peter Gabriel's collection, but we were also working with Alan Lomax's collection, which is a very, very famous one, of field recordings from the 50s and 60s. Published some papers on the subject. Anyway, this got me headhunted by the European Commission because they could see for the first time someone, well, perhaps in this field, for the first time someone expressing the science, let's say, in a way that's accessible, that's actually culturally relevant. And this was back in 2010, I think I got some kind of Artist Made Science Award, which was the European Commission. I had no idea it was from them. But cut long story short, they asked me to direct the roadmap for the future of music tech in Europe. And as someone who had come from the creative sector and had entered this realm of back-end computer science, I was really seen as an outsider. Suddenly the roles were flipped and I was directing the field and opening it up to culture, to society, to industry, to collaboration. And my first idea was, well, it wasn't part of the description of action by any means, but I said, I need to put artists and scientists, academia, industry in a space of common understanding. And they laughed at me, literally. They went, this is just so not going to happen. We can't talk to each other. Like, we try, but we can't. You know, for all the obvious reasons that we've discussed here today. So this is us at the London Symphony Orchestra with the Brainwave Quartet. It's a very clear synergy between the two sides. I will get you to experience a little bit of the experiments.
Production cost. Can't forget about production cost. Can't forget.
The boys called me the Towering Inferno, but perhaps because the headmaster was also a pipe smoker.
Right, well, this one, for example, got honorable mention at Ars Electronica the following year. Absolutely fabulous interface and wonderful new way to express the idea of mixing and DJing. But there were so many things. This was us at 8 o'clock on a Saturday night at the London Symphony Orchestra doing geek punk. We invented this genre. This is Lou Edmonds from Public Image Limited with a hacked guitar that's one part Turkish, one part some other ethnic. There was a 3D printer on drums, a bunch of guys who hacked Wiimotes that afternoon, a speak and spell. Basically, I thought this is absolutely awful. It's going to be such cacophony. They had only concocted it that afternoon. And yet the audience loved it. And it was the immediacy of expression was true punk kind of phenomenon. You know, it's this kind of thing of It doesn't matter how many chords you play in this case, you have this immediacy of expression, a connection with the audience. So we were breaking the formats, really challenging things, and then we were invited on tour, and this is us in New Zealand, bridging cultures. And one of our guys had hacked an Australian didgeridoo, and he had blocked it on one side, so it was double amplifying, and it was feeding synthetic sound from an iPad, and then beatboxing with it on the other. And so the guys, this is a hip-hop artist actually, who brought this amazing carved old instrument, centuries old, and said, "Can you hack into this? This is amazing. We want this to be turned into a new instrument." We were like, this is a wonderful piece of cultural heritage. We can't interfere with it. But this was the sort of enthusiasm and the joining of minds and joining of cultures. And then we insisted on, we have this is about how we set the parameters for this space of collaboration. In Berlin, during one of the worst crises, it was labeled as an immigration crisis with Syria, as you probably know, in 2016. We had all the borders shut in Germany and Austria. We fought really hard to get a visa for Ahmed Bakri from Palestine to then collaborate with Rani Dar from Israel on ancient and modern instruments on stage. And we just insisted, and we refused invitations to go to the US in those years because of the restrictions. And this is working across species. So this is Robertina Shevinic, who's since had multi-award winning at Ars Electronica and fellow of Ars Electronica since then. But this was 2015, she created this piece. This is a huge tank of jellyfish, and jellyfish communicate via chemical reaction. She'd convert that into signal, and then she would play back to the system. So it's like human and beyond human performance results out of this. And then kids. What's different here? You all know by now that wonderful, wonderful workshops for children with electronics, with building robots. They all have great fun. It's like Lego bricks for them. They learn a lot, and it's fantastic. However, the difference here with us, everybody ends up on stage. And everybody has to express themselves with what they have just built. And she was never into electronics before, apparently, according to her parents. She got totally enthused because for the first time she was actually performing something that she really plugged herself into. And it was in front of an audience that the reception was phenomenal. And of course it builds confidence, and it builds a different kind of capability than just learning electronics. Through the expression, through the arts. And this is one of our youngest DJs in Stockholm. So this idea of a radically diverse group of people that we bring together, and it's really built on the foundations, on very strong ethical foundations. There was a lot of discussion about what is ethics, or what is AI ethics is another matter as well. But ethics, this idea that we have a level playing field. It was incredibly important for me right from the beginning. Where everybody who comes in, no matter what age they are, what sort of background they are, they're all absolutely brilliant minds who feel free to contribute. And so we worked in, obviously some of the very notable examples come from the area of accessibility. And this is, for instance, The Guardian writing about some of our projects. And this is Clarence Sadu, who was a jazz trumpeter who had a horrific accident and was never able to express himself for very, very many years. I think it's something like 10 years since his accident, until Human Instruments, who are part of our community, constructed this system where he was literally able to do licks and very subtle variations, improvisation with music, and then he started to do public performances again. And this is DJ Arthro. He actually works with us now. He joined us in Stockholm. Stockholm was our biggest event, over 800 people prototyping, being hands-on. And he joined us out of curiosity. He thought that he wanted to see what might happen there. He was studying computer science. And his parents were hoping he would become a computer science teacher after his graduation. We actually meddled with that, unfortunately. So this is after he teamed up with Vahakan Matosian of Human Instruments and with Kim Yates of Acoustic in London. They enabled him, he had constructed himself what he called a spaceship, where he was able to perform and DJ with his nose and tongue. But he said, my dream was always to play guitar. And he said, I just want to be able to play other instruments. So they created this interface that was really designed very much for him, but it could be used by a lot of other people who have impairments. And it enabled him to be a one-man band. And 2 days after he premiered so this is just within 1 week that this happened. 2 days after he performed live for audiences, he was featured on BBC Worldwide, and later by Tom Robinson on BBC Six. And he now has, he's a bit of a star. He has his own production company with 2 other mates, and he produces music and videos. And he's also employed by us on an Erasmus project. We're writing a curriculum for design for accessibility and inclusion. Women. In Stockholm, I decided that the fact that we had very, very good statistics, apparently, of 37% women in our technology experimentation labs compared to other people was not good enough. So I decided to put women in charge of all technology areas, and also to emphasize this idea that we can be more than one thing. It's not just like we are labeled, we're kind of boxed into our key kind of contribution to society, and other types of engagement are not acknowledged. So for example, Danica Kragic here, she's a very famous professor of AI and robotics at KTH, Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm. And yet she's very well known for what she calls herself a seamstress. She's really a fashion designer. She's absolutely fabulous fashion designer at weekends. And she says, that informs my science. And this is something I wanted to convey to people. Like Imogen Heap as blockchain activist, which you are obviously very familiar with. Robin as an activist for girls in technology. This is Nancy Bain. She's an absolutely, if you haven't read her stuff in the Humanities, she's a senior at Microsoft Nerd Labs in New England. Kelly Snook, a NASA scientist who went over to the arts. After 19 years at NASA, she decided to tackle Kepler's theory of the universe and start to work with sound. LJ Rich from BBC Click, we turned her into a hacker and a synesthete, and she performs with her. Anyway, these are the sort of women, and also, not forgetting politics. This is Eva Kaili, who campaigns for the junction of art and science. And she agreed to be our woman in the lead of politics, and she's now Vice President of the Parliament. I really wanted to have women see the possibilities for them, for their careers, and for what they could be. So as a result, over 800 people hands-on prototyping in a technology environment. We ended up with 53% women. This was at a time when Britain was starting campaigns, and you're probably aware of it, of trying to get at least 50% women into festivals and into performance spaces. We were at 53 already. And this is another thing that really makes a difference. This is Imogen sending her voice to the moon. Literally, we were stuck in a 25 meters underground in a decommissioned nuclear reactor at KTH in Stockholm, prototyping in a high-level lab with 90 people. 83 people sent their voices to the moon through the Dwingeloo radio telescope in the north of the Netherlands, facilitated by artist Martin Nicole Rogina, with the astronomers in situ, who were converting 2.4 seconds of your message into light waves. It was literally bounced back, and it came back into your ear. And of course, it is not a scientific breakthrough, but it puts your mind in a completely different frame. And of course, it means that everybody who's present can attempt moonshots, literally. I'll let you hear it from them for just a minute.
We are now 25 meters underground in Sweden's first nuclear reactor, now also known as the Cathedral of Science.
brains. I feel like brains walking around.
I'm totally amazed by this place, honestly. It's my first music tech.
The most important thing are the conversations that happen, the cross-pollination of different skill sets.
I can speak easily, communicate easily in this kind of environment. So the interesting thing about MTF is that every year there's a theme, and we try to use that theme to help our development of that year.
We chose this AI lab because AI is something that is inevitable.
The first step is that AI is actually a companion, right, for humans and accompanying human systems.
There's a whole bunch of different projects happening, but what I see is a number of different specialists interacting, trying to speak to each other.
People here are like creating own stuff and creating new stuff. I was like, it would be really cool to like see what they do.
What I think can be interesting is the challenge what human can already do. If it can expand our boundaries of perception, if it can challenge us to be even more creative. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to see what comes out of it.
So, let's go to some really serious, challenging moments that I faced during this time and what they have actually brought. Back in 2014, we are working with MIT Harvard on a 3-day experimentation event in New England. And Nancy Bain and Jonathan Stern, who was actually the author of the History of the MP3, got together this group of unbelievable people from Ivy League colleges in Oxford and everywhere and said, okay, we're going to write a manifesto based on what we have just witnessed. And I was like, wow, okay. And the manifesto is still online, you're welcome to have a look at it. It's been undersigned by politicians and all sorts. It's absolutely crazy. And at this point, when they make this kind of statement, I'm like, okay, how am I ever going to live up to this? This is actually quite serious, you know, to say that we are pivotal to the intersection of all kinds of areas of knowledge. And so I went for it and I wrote a program that, based on what I observed and what I felt this community needed. So, without going into too many details, there are just very many steps, many things that I implemented, enabling systems that have influenced policy in many ways later, and managed to win this pilot program, which, just as one of the kind of outcomes, managed to reduce the, let's say, fast track to innovation, to use Eurospeak, down to from month 5 to month 10, by making, for example, by tracking and tracing intellectual property as it's being created within the community, and by making the division between intellectual property, background IP and research IP, the division between that and innovation IP, like the contribution that comes from the creative entrepreneurial minds that's building on top, making that absolutely clear. And people thought it was going to be very grey, this division, but it actually turns out it's very clear. And so by doing that, enabled someone to just run off into emerging markets and register a patent. But also what was interesting about this particular use case was that the patent went from being written with music industry data and for music and gaming to being a patent for primary industry. And that was quite something. So just some of the men, I showed you lots of women before. Vahakan ended up being MIT Innovator Under 35. The neurofeedback team got 1 million grants from the EU for a follow-up project on neurofeedback and gaming, actually, gamification. Patent for primary industry by an Iranian immigrant at that time. I'm very proud of that. He's a brilliant now partner in an ICT company in Sweden. 30 under 30 Forbes Israel, just to name a few, and then they kept coming. And then all this crowd. So not just, I mean, you will notice all the music industry, of course the independent music industry just came in immediately at the beginning, but then the big labels, but the tech companies were there from the beginning, and then it was Volvo, Philips, all of the others. They said, can we give you our IP and you start to play with it and we see what can happen? And we're like, wow, you know, because usually you have to, you know, it's really difficult to attract those kinds of people. This is back from 2018, this crowd. And there's been more happening since. And then, just as an example, we were already experimenting with decentralized ways to track intellectual property in real time at Slush, during our performance at Slush. And this is now a big deal. I'm really trying to reinvent the wheel at the European level with industry now with this. We're on some big projects with tracking and tracing of intellectual property and industrial agreements based on some of these early experiments. And this is us in situ at one of the biggest scale-ups, or unicorns actually, from Europe, that's based out of Istria in Croatia, with campuses in 60 countries around the world, completely organically grown communication company who does all the communication for WhatsApp, Facebook, Xiaomi, Uber, you name it. 60% of Bangladesh, 50% of India, that type of thing. And there's us, of course, with Menu glasses or Imogen Heaps, and Kelly Snook's Menu gloves, but with lots of other. This is a journalist actually trying along there, but they brought people from all of their different campuses to the central office to learn what it means to actually open your mind to the possibilities of innovation. And I'm happy to say that it worked out really well. They were all like rabbits in headlights when they first turned up, but it worked out well. And that's us challenging the whole idea of industrial automation at the AI Impact Lab in Örebro, where we did music and AI. So their conservatoire was working with neural net developed music stems, and then or polyphonic music that's been run through AI, and then using that as part of their compositions. Whereas on the AI Impact Lab side, we were challenging automation with human interaction, and this is DARIAH AI project that has been an ongoing thing. Also, with some of our one of the members is from NTNU there, 4 different countries that collaborated on that one. And that paradigm we've moved on with since. And this is another thing that's relevant to something that's been discussed earlier. So, of course, we challenged the format of everything. So, the Motown 3-minute pop song format was the result of very neat radio slots where you would, in between programs, were at 3.5 minutes, was a really, really good break, and a little dinky format of vinyl that you could sell as a product. And Motown turned it into an art form, and we still run it. And we are in a digital space, so cue in the never-ending neural network-generated track by DADABots. Now, DADABots are a duo from New England who have been with us since 2015. They won one of our first challenges, and they've been working with AI for so many years. They're real veterans of the space and published papers in it. If you go to YouTube, we can go to the DADABots website and listen to the Relentless Doppelganger. There's a death metal track. There's a John Coltrane that's uncanny. So it's basically neural net constantly generating an ongoing John Coltrane track. Never-ending one. It's always, you plug in and you may get a good bit, you may get a bad bit, but you will get an ongoing track. Because there's no reason for the track to end in this environment. So AI brings me to another thing, and what we have learned from our early experimentation already was something that's well known now, which is, when you try and train AI, there's not enough data, there's no interoperability, proprietary IP is a problem, nobody will put data into the pool, common pool, and use cases are unpredictable, and therefore linear, deductive, inductive kind of ways of scientific thinking are sometimes really not very useful, and you need different methods of unraveling new knowledge and different methods of inquiry where art and design, creativity come in. So in response to that, I scaled what we were doing and scaled it from our pilots into something called industry commons. So the idea that we can create a commons for all industry sectors that can come together with a technology transfer toolkit that we were experimenting with, we've been experimenting with for a long time, where we can actually track IP as a stack, as a set of components that build on each other and that create additional value. But this is particularly relevant also in terms of tracking and tracing the full life cycle of products and materials in terms of sustainability. And then, of course, we found that some of our best results were coming out of gaps between the verticals. So verticals were starting to slightly share their tools, use the same sort of strategies and same sort of the tools of production started to be more uniform, which meant that you could actually start to join them together and find opportunities in the gaps. And then what was important was not the technology readiness level that this, to push it to the NASA paradigm. You're not building a rocket at that point. What you're doing is you're trying to get early adoption and co-create with the early adopters. So completely changed that. That was already in 2014. I introduced that I was coordinating innovation recommendations for the European Commission. So what does that really look like? I mean, the verticals, I said, back then, are slightly disintegrating in the sense that there are commonalities. Now, that is not to say that domains are not important. Domains of knowledge create incredibly important, specific knowledge that has to be described with the jargon that each domain dictates because they drill deep into subject matter, and this is valuable. So it's not about cancelling each other out. This is very important to remember. But it's about opening ourselves to the other's knowledge and finding places where we converge. So what happens when you do start to be permeable across these domains? Well, of course, that means that the cultures from the various different domains start to collide. And we know from cultural studies or from cultural practice, or from creative practice, that as soon as you get cultures that intersect, you get opportunities. Opportunities for new forms of expression, opportunities for new types of behaviors, perhaps, opportunities for new kinds of ways to cater for those. So basically, there are huge opportunities, value creation. So what happens, this is my very, very kind of complex diagram perhaps, but at these intersections, there are new values that we are seeing all the time in our labs. And this is because people come in from all these different backgrounds and they bring their knowledge and their attitude to the world. So in this space of interoperability, the first thing that we then did, I managed to convince the European Commission to open an industry commons funding track. And the first thing that was funded was an ontology ecosystem. So this is what we're working on as one of our projects right now. And this is about what are the relationships between different meanings, but also what are the relationships between different meanings in different domains, and how can you create a pluralistic approach to understanding each other, to allowing different viewpoints. So hugely complex, especially from a technical point of view, but really worthwhile pursuing because interoperability in technology, and for those of you who are familiar, is hugely challenged by just relying on APIs, which are high maintenance, APIs being application programming interfaces, or application protocols where you're joining two sides specifically kind of custom written, with custom written code, but it's not really replicable. So what you need is first tackle the meaning. Anyway, without going too technical on you, this is, I think, what really is important in an industry commons ecosystem. And that is, if we are going to create this layer of interoperability where we start to appreciate each other's meanings and start to understand how to translate from one domain to another, what this needs to sit on is a whole series of enabling systems. One is a system of agreements, because of course it's not just plugging in regulation and ensuring that there are contractual arrangements, but also, as I say, tracking and tracing of intellectual property so that everybody gets a slice of the pie in this space of the commons. But then systems of resilience. So for instance, if you have environmental sustainability, if you, for instance, follow the Kate Raworth's donut economy model, you don't want to overshoot on certain materials or resources, so you want to cap that in the system. And systems of responsibility, of course, responsible AI, ethics, corporate social responsibility, that needs to be embedded, because we are not building a system, there's not this free-floating virtual space where it's free of responsibility. This is where we've made our biggest mistakes. And then, of course, all of that sits on our systems of beliefs, our societal values, where we can, for example, embed radical inclusion at the bottom. So if we then create innovation, trackable and traceable inside this system, it is going to be within the parameters that we agree to as a society, which is how we build our social systems in the real world. So we should really reflect them in technology. And then this is another strategy that we introduced. We were asked to create a study on the expansion of the European Open Science Cloud, which most of you will be familiar with. And you know the challenges of that, and there are some fears of opening the floodgates to everybody and anybody, and there's luckily, for example, someone was talking about citizen science. That has started to be accepted as a really important part of scientific inquiry, and some wonderful results have transpired. Now, EOSC is known for practicing fair data, so findable, accessible, interoperable, reusable. You'll be familiar with that too, because a lot has been made out of that, and it's great. It works at a practical, technical level in terms of how you find something, how you connect something. But then there is another aspect to it which we all know that is missing. And when we did our study, we found that whilst, for instance, industry would like to have the verification of data because that gives them more confidence in terms of the kind of data sets that they can then use, there is one element that is always missing, and that is the responsibility of the data researcher or data owner. And so what we proposed, and what was very interesting was that EOS accepted it, they thought it was great, and now it's been recommended to DG Connect, was the idea that we don't create a metric, like fair has been turned into a metric, but we create a responsible set of aspirations, let's say, that a researcher or data owner or data user should aim to be judicious, unbiased, safe, and transparent. So this is about ensuring that we know provenance, ensuring that we know what use cases this has been used for in the past, ensuring that we are handling data according to ethical principles when it comes to, for instance, with people in vulnerable situations. All those types of things. Now, we propose to do that through annotation. So if we introduce into the research practice the idea of a just data researcher, we can build on each other's knowledge. And the annotation of data actually becomes absolutely vital, in terms of determining whether this data set may or may not be useful to you. So this is something that I'm very happy that is now being pushed through, and still haven't published a paper about it, still have to do that, too busy. But back to our ecosystems on the ground. So this is constantly linked to what we experience on the ground. So just was also a premise for us to run Just Ocean, which could be interpreted in many ways, in terms of data, in terms of ocean justice, in terms of just being ocean as an instrument as it happened to be used. And you see here, for example, fish skins and costumes that were created. This is during the pandemic, so the mask was created out of natural materials. And this is an interesting, okay, we've got 10 minutes, we're good. This is an interesting place to situate the lab during the pandemic. And what you're seeing here is one of the systems that we use on a daily basis. It's one of the most commonly used systems that we have designed as human beings and we now make use of. And what you're looking at is a square of blue. And obviously it's the ocean, but it is devoid of any markers, and it's very curious how we have designed a system that actually doesn't seem to assign any value to this. So if we were to look at this now with GPS and everything else, the way that our colonialists looked at lands where they landed, they started to dissect them into nice little square lots in the north of the United States. If you just look at the lovely grids, people own little squares, perfect squares and things. You could dissect this and just sell it off, because it just doesn't seem to be any problem with doing that. What you're actually looking at, if you look through the satellite image, this is the Ria de Aveiro in Portugal. It's one of the most biodiverse wetlands in Europe. And here you actually see houses and dwellings. People have been working this for 10 centuries. There are salt pans. It's hugely rich with species. They're not particularly anthropomorphic species at that, so not cute and cuddly that you might notice, and maybe that's why you don't really care. But the truth is that everybody's living there in great harmony for a very long time. And this is what we're looking at. So Aveiro is there, and we're looking at this beautiful, huge area in the middle, which is again empty. But if you go to OpenStreetMap, one of those more equitable systems that we have, people are starting to draw themselves in. And then if you look at where that is now in reality, and when you're there, the experience is that you actually carry on walking onto the water because it's like just like another neighborhood. So it actually seamlessly extends the city of Aveiro. And this is where we based our labs, there and in the main theatre, because we brought the final performance back to the theatre. And so I'll let you see, I mean this is a selected bit of our Caesars, because one of the outcomes of our labs there were that year, I think, something like 13 projects, of which one was a 6-part symphony that involved 40 people from all over the world in 1 week. That was created. One of the outcomes was a documentary we made about our interaction with the local communities. So I'll just let you see the first little bit of it, but actually it just won another 4 awards, and it's been in the selection of Cannes, Berlin, London, Los Angeles, you name it. You can watch it online. Let me show you a little bit.
Aveiro is a city right on Europe's last coastal marshland. It's the largest and most incredibly biodiverse wetland in Europe. And in 1687, the same engineers that built the dams to keep water out of Amsterdam came to Aveiro to bring the water in. I'm Andrew Dubber. I'm director of MTF Labs, a global community of brilliant artists and scientists who come together to address societal challenges through creative experimentation. Now, we've run 20 events worldwide, the last couple of which were in Aveiro, and it really seems to fit there. Now remember, this is a city that's been completely engulfed by the ocean twice. It's right at the front line of climate change. So what does that mean for a culture, for heritage, arts, innovation? I wanted to really understand this place and its people, the real people of Aveiro.
So that just gives you a feeling for where we were, and it is very much about this idea of we've gone beyond human-centric to more than human ecosystems. And this is something that we pushed for in our concept paper. I actually ended up coordinating the concept paper for the European Bauhaus, and the initiative was launched. And it was super important for me that we made that initiative a success, because it was really setting a new precedent for the cultural creativity as being absolutely pivotal to decision making. And we could not afford to fail. And we went for it. We just pushed the paradigms and said, okay, industry went from 4.0 to 5.0 human-centric. And if you want to do version control, it should go to 6.0 ecosystemic if we really want to tackle sustainability. And you will get another glimpse here of how people approach the huge challenge they're faced with when they work there.
And so we have actually some very unique ecosystems here, and they're part of this greater salt marsh system, which actually is, biodiversity-wise very important. There are well over 1,000 species recorded just in this lagoon here.
Artistically, it really inspires us to think of that there are organisms that adapted to these kind of environments.
So how can we engage and see these areas in a new light? What kind of layers can we add to this? Sound, visual, etc., that help sort of somehow bring forth the actual importance of these air regions and areas, because they really are important.
Inadvertently, I apparently posed a challenge in one of the sessions the first day when I asked if people here could make me feel the sound of the ocean.
So cue in the first experiment in underwater overtone singing. And this is working with oceanographers, so we had also this year, 2 weeks ago, 2 veteran oceanographers in the room. They absolutely love it. It's like a playground for them, and they find so many new things by interacting with the artists and with various different disciplines, sort of experimenting in this way. Absolutely stunning things. And this is, for instance, one of the oceanographers that was plugging in from far afield, and she's done incredible research in visualizations of the oceans that inform about the change in the presence of species. Really incredible. And then the idea that we can combine indigenous and digital technologies, which you've noticed has been so present throughout the years, but we really made a point of this, and another paradigm we wanted to shift for industry, where the digital transformation at the European level is always so stuck in this kind of digital realm without seeing the connection between technologies. Any, like for instance, a first musical instrument, prehistoric musical instrument was a piece of technology, and we never think of those as we separate those two worlds. And so here, of course, you can combine ancient ways in which you can turn fish skin into leathers and biofeedback in the same project, and also following the complete life cycle of materials. So of course we know that this is one of the big things on the agenda, and it's one of the things that's encouraging interoperability and solutions for cross-domain interaction. But here it's done in very simple ways, where we actually physically experience this process throughout the week. And then, of course, very importantly, we are joined by a series of global satellites. This was Chicago talking to us, IIT in Chicago. This year we had Singapore, and we had Canada's been on, York in Toronto, the Universidad Autónoma de Mexico in Mexico City. Amazing research groups and also groups of students. The whole of Lucerne School of Design Management joined this year as part of their curriculum. So basically there are these global brainstorming sessions that happen during the week, and people really exchange knowledge across the board. But for us in the European Bauhaus on the high-level roundtable, it was incredibly important to have this beyond European perspective, because we had Shigeru Ban, wonderful Japanese architect, and Sheila Patel, incredible human being who works with women's collectives in informal settlements. There's a huge amount of those around the world. Always have been reeling us back to a position that is beyond European, because whenever we start our discussions, we just become Eurocentric. It just happens, So you need someone to take you away. And now we've onboarded 3 people born in the African continent, including Francis Kere, the Pritzker Prize winner. I'm super, super happy about that. And then this is an example of, to give you examples of the sort of level that the outcomes travel, or the collaborations, because these are acupuncture points in personal and project development. And then what happens is that what comes out really evolves, people carry on collaborations, but also the projects evolve. And this is the Artificial Life project. You saw the couple who were talking about how they approach the idea that there are no markers for these wonderful biodiverse ecosystems. And they wanted to work with sound visuals, they worked with neural nets, etc. Their stuff, this is a huge billboard in downtown LA, massive exhibition of their work there recently. They've been in a huge exhibition in Barcelona, collaborations with Robertina Šebjanić, whom I mentioned earlier, in Ars Electronica, all sorts of things like that. This is just one example. And then this is sort of the countries that we had in 21, and I haven't done the compilation of 2 weeks ago. We had another load like this. This is the sort of variety and diversity that comes into the room, and all these perspectives are super important. And then one thing that is also something that I have been really working on as part of the European Bauhaus is to actually really look at individual regions, because it's pointless if we create a movement that is applying to the usual suspects of Barcelona, Amsterdam, and Helsinki. What we need is small communities from across Europe to really engage with these ideas. And so I actually, for the first time, was able to join together Committee of the Regions, Interreg Europe, and the cohesion funds in a meeting. This was just as the Ukrainian war broke out, so there were all sorts of emergency meetings going on, and they still found this was incredibly important. The proposal that's on the table, and it's now being rolled into the KIC, the new Culture Creativity KIC, is to have 100 labs in 100 regions where we can leverage the intelligence from the ground up and then scale it through a concatenation of European instruments. It's never been done before, because it takes someone from the outside, i.e. me, to come in and say, guys, we need to be all in the same room, and then we need to actually pick up the best ideas with Interreg, scale them, and then scale them towards the Horizon funding, and actually ensure that these ideas because the periphery is now the center. This is where the frontier to climate change is. So these are the voices that need to be heard. And then I said, okay, we need to convince the regions. You need to make some keynotes and speeches. And I did. And then they are now getting bombarded. When can we do it? Because apparently regional governments are usually really adverse to any kind of suggestion, because it usually comes from the top. It's literally like, how about you guys do this? And we said, no, how about you guys tell us how to do things? Let's do that, and let's scale it. Scale it from the ground up. And so this is a proposal that was accepted, voted in by the Committee of the Regions. It's part of their statement. This is my little sketch of how this would look, and it's the idea of the European Bauhaus-inspired lab that would then be scaled in a way that European instruments usually aren't. They all operate in their own little silos, and so this is something that we hope is going to change the game. And I take it there. This has been a sort of pragmatic, optimistic, light blue color, speaking with the president. Even during the pandemic, we had these meetings. And I'm really, really privileged to be working with a few strong women in charge who are often accused of having soft tactics. And I actually think that soft tactics go a long way. You so underestimate the power of this. So not all of us are present in this photo because of, again, for COVID reasons, there were some issues. But there's Bjarke Ingels from obviously big. But as I say, we have Shigeru, we have Sheila, we have Francis Kere. We have all of these representatives from around the world. And I'm currently, I was recently in Singapore looking at starting the movement in Asia, which is a big, big challenge, and they also want to take it to Africa. But take it back to these people, because it's about these people. It's about the people who really make these things happen. It's about the community. So no matter what we do at the top, this is where it all starts. So it's about feeding policy directly from these wonderful minds in these collaborative environments, and then using that to create more instruments that will stimulate these kinds of interactions. So we always say, based on evidence, we don't predict the future, we invent it. Thank you. Sorry, I've gone 5 minutes over, haven't I? Sorry.
Thank you so much. No, you're fine. You're fine. With content like that, you can just keep talking. We are a little bit over, but we'll take a few questions and then we'll take the conversation upstairs maybe. Are there any questions that people want to kind of jump in with?
Probably need to process.
I was going to say, it's a lot to process. Yeah, please.
Absolutely amazing, really inspiring. I can hardly speak because my mind's going up too much. Somehow what comes out for me is it's almost like a re-enfranchisement of people, because I think in the European project we've become a little bit distant to the bureaucracy. I'm not sure that's helping. Whereas this allows people who otherwise haven't had a voice, quite literally, or have been disenfranchised, to get back involved. So I mean, this idea of scaling this type of intervention is just super, super exciting.
Well, thank you. That is the intention, exactly. And the European Bauhaus initiative, when it was first started, we were given carte blanche to formulate a concept for it, and it was a lot of responsibility. And I clocked up so many hours. I wasn't sleeping for months because to me it was so important that we got this right. And one of the things that was in danger there to happen is that it would be seen as yet another top-down thing ultimately, because if you the intention is there, but if you don't implement it in the correct way, then it ends up being still, at the end of the day, a top-down. And so what we did was we, for the first, we're still collecting, but for the first part, there were a few things that we decided to do. One was that we don't talk about technology because it tends to overwhelm the conversation, and it's really the technocentric dialogue tends to dominate in European conversation. So we started by eliminating that at the beginning. It's now being brought back on a project called DG-NEB, which is now looking at the intersection between technology or the results from European projects and the European Bauhaus community. And there, for instance, that's going to be an interesting bit because there again, we need to reinvent, or rather we need to challenge what's the preconceived idea, which is that you create technology, you give it to communities, and then communities test them and use them and learn how to use them or something. And the truth is that communities always take over. So if it's smart communities, technology, smart cities communities, the moment they have their hands on it, they're going to reinvent it. They're going to start to, city councils always say, oh, it's all about, big data is about downloads and providing services. And the truth is that if you put it into the hands of communities, especially now that, the digital is pervasive, it's part of the cultural space, it's part of the cultural dialogue, they will take over. And it will be about uploads and content creation, and about invention. So even there, we need to inform the digital agenda about what it means to have some of these applications situated in culture, and how does it affect human behavior, where are the incentives, and how does it work in the real world. So that's one thing that we've left for now. At the beginning, we deliberately eliminated it. The second thing was that we really wanted to push some paradigms that were existing in the European agenda, like I said, with the beyond human, for example, and ecosystemic thinking. And it's really amazing how fast it kind of filters through to all the programs, and you see it in the text, and it's for the first time happening this fast because cultural creative sector is involved in this, because cultural creative sector always pushes the paradigms, but we were never involved so closely. And then there was this third thing, which was to say it has to be from the grassroots to high level, and then this feedback loop, this virtuous cycle, that we need to create that. So collected thousands and thousands of existing projects. Because we said, people are already doing this. You just need to look in the right places, you need to collect it. And so thousands and thousands of projects got collected, and no money was involved in any of this initial process for anyone in any way whatsoever. It was not going to be the motivation, it was not going to be the incentive, it was not going to be the reason why we do things. And this is kind of tough. Because of course, as you can imagine, everybody needs to eat, and so there are certain things that we did that were, I believe, right, and which is why I think we became credible. And so this idea, when we went out and said, it is about going directly from the community. We want to hear your voices. We want to see what you're doing. We want you to tell us. They believed us because everything that we were doing was aligned with that. It wasn't hypocritical in any way. So hopefully doesn't corrupt now that sort of some cash is coming into it, and yeah.
I wanted to come in with a quick question about IP. Because you talked about how you managed to patent the smallest cultural unit, and that was surprising, but also clearly coming in through ontology and everything. And this is one of the things we often hear.
Patent the way to identify it, not the patent the cultural unit, because that's not
that in itself is interesting, because again, people who work in arts and culture are often told, well, there's nothing,
intangible.
It's intangible, there's nothing to protect here. And I'm wondering if that's a challenge that you have noticed, faced, embraced in the work that you're doing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
One of the things that are, one of the motivations for me personally for concatenating these European instruments is because, for instance, with the EIT Cultural Creativity, which we won as a consortium, and I did the pitch in Budapest for it. For the first time, a knowledge and innovation community is allowed to have societal and cultural impacts as well as economic and technological. And then everybody says, yes, but how are you going to, what's your KPIs? And of course you enter Pierluigi Sacco with his theories and all this sort of stuff. It's wonderful, and that's all great. But I said, no, we just get Interreg to fund the cultural institution that's going to pick up this amazing, wonderful cultural product that's been created. And I don't need KPIs, it's been picked up, it's there. So, looking at ways in which we can, and then they say, oh, what's going to happen with all these wonderful projects that are submitted because we can only fund, the usual European problem. And you go, we roll them into the labs and we give them another route to grow through this concatenation. So we can actually say, okay, this is a multiplier system. And so even within a very stiff system as the European project funding system is, you can be innovative and find, we made it our business to slalom through and find routes. Right. So there doesn't have to be the classic KPI question. There are other ways in which you can prove something. An evidence-based policy that we create through culture is absolutely phenomenal. It's so powerful. Every government we speak to, national, regional, high level, they all recognize it because it's tangible. It's there. It's like you can see the human experience. You can see the human transformation.
Anybody else want to get in before we break for coffee?
Yeah, please.
Is this on? Is it? Hello? Yeah. A small question for clarification. I think it's related because on the Alto Commons, it was too fast for my brain.
Yeah, and also I'm taking you out of.
Yeah, explain what you want, what you're trying to do there, because it sounds like very fascinating, but I didn't fully get it.
So obviously you know what ontologies do, and so each domain. Well, okay, not all domains have their own ontology. Sometimes it's very complex. Ontologies lend themselves more towards domains like material science, where really, you're basing it on, it's kind of similar to doing a taxonomy in the natural sciences, so, you have some very clear relationships there in materials, so you can create an ontology about the relationships between the different meanings in material science more readily, for example. In manufacturing, there are some ontologies for production, some specific use cases, but then they don't relate to anything else, elsewhere. So, once you start to look at meaning, the way that semantic interoperability is obviously governed by relationships between meanings, and a word product will mean something completely different in one domain than it does in another. So one is perhaps a digital device, another one is aluminium. So it's and then the relationship between that word and other meanings is obviously in semantics you need to clarify as sort of what relationships are. So of course it's not portable at that level. And you don't want to affect systems that work. There are systems that rely on their own use case ontologies. So you don't want to affect those. You don't want to start imposing a new meaning on them. It wouldn't work. So what we're trying to do is an ontology ecosystem. So ways in which you can do data documentation as a reference point. The best way that I can describe that, and it's still a huge challenge by now, is if you think of, let's say, if you think of semantic layers in terms of Google Maps. So, like something that looks like a river, an area of reconnaissance will be a blue line, and something that when you zoom in and you're standing on the riverbank at one-to-one sort of view is a completely different object, and therefore. What we're trying to do, there's obviously an agreement on a top-level point of reference, and then looking at harmonization across the middle level, so that, for instance, if you were to look at Google Maps of cities or a number of cities, we understand what a city is, we can agree on that at least, right? So there's some level of harmonization, some common point of reference at a certain level, and then there are individual ontologies down below which make things work, and we don't want to interfere with those. So basically create an ontology ecosystem that will allow us then to interoperate, to have one map,
to release the data.
To be able to then interoperate between different domains with data where, for example, you want to track and trace provenance and the life cycle of materials and products for sustainability, to control all of the aspects. It's massively challenging field, hugely challenging. But it is coming because there is a huge need for it. And it is coming also because it's not just a European challenge, it's being done in America as well, and it's a matter of standardization at top level. Some big arguments over that, of course. as you can imagine. But yeah, it has to happen. I mean, the data market. I mean, we are working towards a European data market for sure, and we need to create value systems within that have the right kind of incentive. It is our opportunity to create a system that is not just based on, you know, the old McLuhan thing of like we are just transferring the old system into a new system. It has new affordances. We have new possibilities. We can track and trace, for example, breakthrough innovation inside the value network. Because before it was happening in the sidelines, it could ambush you. You didn't know if it would. If you were a large organization, you would try to spot it so that you could either kill it or buy it in or something because it was a threat. And then these teams who are developing, you know, great startup ideas are not embedded in any kind of distribution network or business network. So those two worlds, it's not very useful that they are separated. What you want is to be able to build on the shoulders of your peers within a value system, and nothing is disruptive if it's part of your value chain, if it's part of your value system. So here we have the opportunity of embedding this added value, for instance, modeling of new use case scenarios with data sets within the value network. And you can get, as a large player, a notification to show that there are new possibilities with your data set that you wouldn't have thought about, but you can make an informed decision when you see the result. So there's a huge amount of opportunity for new kinds of relationships and interactions, which are value-adding in a different kind of dynamic from what we had before.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's interesting to hear it expressed that way. It's great. Anybody else want to jump in before we go for coffee? Well, I think you'll all be kind of clustering around Michela and coffee.
Oh, no, that's all right.
Is it out in the, or is it upstairs? Okay, so I think we have our coffee upstairs. So take a little bit of walk. We'll come back in about 20 minutes, and then, Ella, if it's okay with you, we'll do the last presentation at the start of the next session rather than now. Okay, excellent. All right, have a good coffee, and we'll see you guys at
Thank you for all the extra time. I mean, goodness me.
only way to really get the energy and the excitement and, of these ideas, and I think it's been really wonderful to have Tamar with us. But I have to say, the prize for most kind of grace in the face of challenge goes to our next team, Mai and Yuri, who went from Tel Aviv to Manchester to Zurich and back to Dublin this morning because of the weather. So, there we have our third finalist in the Innovation Challenge.
Thank you. Airports for you.
There you go, they got to really live it, didn't they?
We have a lot of experience.
So, hello everybody, after 14 hours we are here. My name is Mai Caspi, I'm a researcher and a choreographer and a dramaturg also from Tel Aviv, Israel.
Yeah, I'm Uri. I've been working in tech for a few years and I've recently had like a career shift for architecture.
So we would like to introduce an idea, an innovation that might change the way we experience regional airports. We would like to start with analyzing the pros of regional airports as a public space. By its nature, a regional airport inhabits many diverse guests from all over the world, providing unique diversity in one physical location. Attendants are passing through its ground on their way to different distance locations, making the regional airport a liminal space, providing a pathway between faraway lands. Guests may sometimes have to wait for their flights for several hours on the regional airport grounds, which creates an idle, relaxed situation. Those features of the space seem perfect for creative artistic work. The diversity provides many subjects to the work. The liminality provides a sense of detachment from the day-to-day life, and the relaxed atmosphere provides a calm, enabling environment for the creation of pieces of art. Now that we've explored the benefit of the regional airport as a public space, our next step in the introduction, we would like to discuss about NFTs and the NFTs community.
Alright, so NFT stands for non-fungible token. It's a technology that provides the ability to exchange unique tokens, such as digital paintings, songs, and essays, over a crypto blockchain. The technology and the market taking place on the digital blockchain and not on physical space means that the NFT space is truly global. Without dependencies on local politics, regulations, and tax rules, it provides a neutral space that in some way might remind you of the fond idea of duty-free that was invented in China. NFT enthusiasts are usually part of a community existing majorly on social networks. When we were introduced to an NFT community, we were enchanted by the positive energy and enablement atmosphere of this community. Artists sharing one another's pieces, curators looking for a new piece for their next exhibition. It really seems like heaven for creativity.
With all of that being said, as much as we enjoy the digital space, we're real-life people. We like to talk to people, to physically share our studio with people, to share ideas. We wish there was a way to take all of the good things that the NFT community provides and implement them in real life. Our NFT factory aspires to do so. It's intended to create a real-life version of the NFT community while taking advantage of the unique benefits of the regional airport as an enabling creative workspace. It would work like that. Attendants of the airport will be able to share pieces such as paintings, songs, or essays to the airport's NFT factory team. There can be many potential ways to share the works, either by physical suggestion box, by email, or by a specifically designated mobile application. Among the work that were submitted, the airport's team will choose the ones that will be introduced or minted on the blockchain as NFTs, sell them on the NFT marketplace, or show them in an online exhibition while giving credit to the creators of the piece. Our idea strongly depends on the rule that only pieces that were created on the airport grounds would be eligible to be introduced and sold as NFTs by the airport team. This rule is important, as otherwise the project would lose its physicality and would not be any different than any other NFT community. Also, it would not realize the full potential of the regional airport as a creative enabling space.
So the benefits of implementing this idea are really numerous. We'd like to go over some of the cultural benefits with you guys. So the NFT factory concept provides a major platform for small medium artists. being featured in an online exhibition hosted by the airport might be a serious milestone for a new artist. The airport itself may also increase its popularity by featuring big shot artists that happen to pass through. The fact that the space will now be treated as a creative space may also provide a fertile ground for artistic collaborations between the guests.
So to summarize, we believe in this idea and we'd personally enjoy it if we were to be implemented. We hope you like it too. We'd like to thank you for inviting us to participate in this Innovation Forum. It's an honor. Thank you and have a nice rest of the forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the last panel that I will chair, where we will have 3 speakers dealing with some subjects. One speaker you know very well is Jennifer. She took on a huge challenge is to wrap up the day with all the ideas and the discussions we had. So that will be her challenge, whilst Imelda and Vincent will be talking with us about the theme of enabling structures that can facilitate this humanities and art innovation. Imelda is manager at Enterprise Ireland. That is a quite significant fund that enables the deployment of disruptive technologies and many others. Whilst I think, Vincent, you're a local player because you're professor at computer science at Trinity and also CEO of I think a research institute. So we will be inviting the 3 of you. Myself, my name is Alain Heureux. Heureux is often difficult for English-speaking people, so just remember that it means happy in French. I'm not a research guy at all. I'm a business guy. I started up my first company when I was 18. I'm 56, a bit older. I created about 50 companies in my life, most of them in creative and cultural industries. And so I've always been diving in the sectors in which we all operate now and do research. The one thing I tried to do all my life was to build ecosystems of creative people. I did it in Brussels. We started to dream to be able to, first of all, position it as a collective intelligence for policymakers. So a bit of an ecosystem as a service for policymakers. That started to work, and then we started to dream with other cities to do the same and to do a connected collective intelligence. So Espoo, Trondheim, Aarhus, Cluj, Zlin, Barcelona. We tried to connect all these communities. It worked pretty well. We could work together on creative challenges, and we started to position those creative people, including, of course, artists. So it's art, but it's also all other creative industries. We tried to build bridges amongst them, and then amongst them and other industries. It started to work. I'm still concerned about the fact that the intelligence that we produce in our industries are not presented at the right value on the market. When I invite some people for brainstorms and I collaborate with some audit firms, they are used to invoice 3,000 to 5,000 euro per day. And when I invite artists and creative people, they really literally ask me, do we have to pay them? And I say, yeah, of course. If I would not cite Ernst & Young, but if PricewaterhouseCoopers and Deloitte have helped us in the 20th century to make our companies more performant, I think now the new Deloittes are the artistic people and the creative people. They need to help us to reinvent the world of tomorrow. And so I say to them, at the European Commission or anywhere, you should pay for them 5,000 euros as well. Because what they will bring us is what will solve the problems of our worlds. And maybe they were not or less necessary in the 20th century, but I think they're crucial now. So that's still my battle and my fight. So I'm glad to bring that little stone into the debate. And now I would like to invite, of course, Imelda and Vincent to come. Who will start from the two? Imelda first? Okay. You can sit there, Vincent, because then you see better the slides.
Okay, thank you.
Over to you.
Set up over here. Thank you very much. Let's see, what have I got? So.
Just there.
Yeah. Okay. So, very good afternoon and thanks a million for the invitation. I'm delighted to be involved with DARIAH. I think it's a great opportunity. My slides, what I'm going to talk about today, it's a little bit in two sections. What I want to do first is give you some kind of an indication of what we do at Enterprise Ireland. And for those of you visiting from abroad, Enterprise Ireland is an enterprise development agency, an innovation agency. And you might say, gosh, are we functioning well enough for the arts and humanities community, for example? And so I'll talk to you a little bit about that. And then I'm going to change tack a little bit, and I'm going to tell you about the Disruptive Technologies Innovation Fund, which is a new fund in Ireland, which I think sounds like the language is right. It could be really great and could fit your type of agenda. And I'll tell you a little bit about how that has developed in Ireland. And I think I'll leave you really with the question then as to, is it working for you? What can we do different? And particularly, I think, for the policymakers in the room to see, I think it raises questions as to the fit of some of the types of activities you have and actually the funding models. Where did the two meet? And I think Michela gave some very interesting comments on fitting these types of things together in the European context. So Enterprise Ireland, this is our sort of tagline at the moment, leading in a changing world, which I think is probably fitting, but really this is our mission, and it's to accelerate the development of world-class Irish companies to achieve leading positions in global markets. And I suppose I wanted to tell you a little bit about it today to give you an idea of, here we are, a small country on the periphery of Europe, but actually how we have to operate globally to be successful. And it means we have big aspirations, big ideas to be able to compete globally. And I think that's very much in keeping with your mindset, I would say. So what do we actually do? I suppose we help companies. And so we help companies actually start up, innovate, progress, scale, for example, and ultimately to export, to operate in a global market. And we work across all sectors, and so it should be in keeping with many of your interests. And what we do is we have supports around, what companies need to do financially, in terms of leadership teams, in terms of company competitiveness, their innovation, how they access markets, etc., etc. Full-on support for business development. And actually we do that through a presence here in Ireland and a global network of offices out there in the markets that we're actually targeting. So we have a very big footprint in terms of what we're aiming for. And as I say, we're looking at all of the types of supports that we can give to companies, from the micro startup company through to the multinational corporations. Within that remit, we have a full innovation activity, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about that. You might think, gosh, it all sounds very enterprise development-ish, for example. Where on earth does it fit with the academic agenda? But what I want to show you is that actually we support the academic agenda as part of our enterprise development strategy, you might say, in Ireland. And for example, we lead the network of national contact points and national delegates for Horizon Europe. So the Enterprise Development Agency is leading the activity and providing financial supports for all parts of the programme, for example. And I'll come back to that. And I suppose a starting point is that we drive commercialisation from the research activities within our higher education system, and wherever it's coming from, state-funded research, European-funded research. Just to give you an indication, I wanted to make that point to you that Enterprise Ireland is acting globally. And so when we look at our company client base and their exports, for example, what you'll see typically is a very big first market is the UK, being our nearest neighbour, English speaking. Eurozone is, of course, a huge market and growing exponentially, I would say. And then right across the the world, from US back out to Asia, for example. So again, really to show you the scale of activity that is happening here in Ireland, and that's facilitating our companies from their first steps as what we call high potential startups through to multinationals. I suppose where we are at the moment is that we have our client companies facing all of the major global challenges that all of you are facing right across your countries. And so it's everything from, you know, having lived through a pandemic, Brexit, which is ongoing, you might say, the Ukraine crisis, inflation, as we've seen over the last few weeks in particular, all of the volatility that we see out there worldwide. And I suppose the point that I wanted to make about that is that when you have a support agency in your country, for example, there are absolute priorities around enterprise development. And of course, we have our innovation agenda, but it's actually, for example, can we keep our companies alive in some cases? It's sustaining through a crisis while maintaining core business and trying to be innovative and to really maintain that sort of innovation approach. And so for us, our absolute focus in dealing with any of these is around sustaining and growing employment in Ireland. It's all about jobs and high quality jobs, for example. We're promoting, I suppose, sustainability, digitalization and competitiveness. And really, as I say, it's about keeping the core business of building export markets. And so perhaps you might say, gosh, what's that all got to do with, you know, arts, humanities, innovation and our agenda today? And I suppose I picked a sample of our activities within the agency to give you a feeling for that. Actually, are we supporting the community in Ireland, for example, in this area? And so, picking a couple of samples, at Enterprise Ireland, we lead an initiative known as Education in Ireland, which is the promotion of education in Ireland out into the global markets. So, for example, we promote all of the higher education institutions as places for students to come to Ireland, talent to come to Ireland. And that absolutely includes all areas within the higher education system. And so arts and humanities being a part of that. We fund Knowledge Transfer Ireland. We have a co-funded knowledge transfer programme here, a €34 million programme, where we develop the knowledge transfer system with the higher education institutions. And so it's all about taking ideas to commercialisation. It's any idea from any research happening within the institutions where, coming back to some of the points Michela had earlier around actually can you patent something that you haven't really considered that you could? Can you spin out your company, for example? Can you interact with other companies to develop whatever it is you're doing? Well, actually, here's a whole system that you may not have realised that is supported by the Enterprise Development Agency in the country. I picked innovation vouchers because they're one of our first step approaches, where we give companies a very small voucher to come into a university or an institute of technology, technological university, for example, to explore an idea, to make that first connection, make that first step. And it's a very useful one, but when I take a look at our projects on file, things that are going on, I see a whole bunch of those with our arts and humanities community. So for example, I see them with you know, people in our art colleges, for example, in our media, multimedia areas, a lot of these types of digital innovation areas where it can be a very useful first thing. Horizon Europe, of course, you're no strangers to it, I know, but for example, what you might know in the context of our Irish participants today, Enterprise Ireland provides financial support to prepare your application if you're applying for the European Research Council, for example. And again, in any area, any sort of interest that you have. And I'm only picking one example. Of course, we fund support across the board in Horizon Europe. And of course, we have all of the business development activities that I mentioned a little bit earlier. They're right across the board, multiple sectors. And when I look at the client base, I mean, around some of the more arty type businesses, for example, we have everything in there. So it's, you know, we've companies from Windmill Lane to Cartoon Saloon to all of the big digital players, for example, and all very relevant to your interests, I would say, and all receiving support and funding through the Enterprise Development Agency nationally. So I suppose the point I'm making is that, of course, we have this enterprise development agenda. It can sound off-putting if it's quite staid in terms of the supports given and the language used. Is there enough wriggle room to bring through the very exciting arts and humanities type academic approaches and into business approaches? And of course, that's what we want to make work. So I suppose really that's a little bit about Enterprise Ireland. I wanted to turn to a different topic then. And this has been a very interesting one in Ireland because quite often we have fixed agencies running financial supports for academics or for companies, for example. But actually, this new fund was parachuted in a little bit separate to the current agency system to try to do something new, sort of in the middle of 2018. And the idea was that it would be a very large-scale fund focused on disruptive technologies innovation. And could we deal with these and fund these differently? And could our applicants use it differently, for example, was a very big question mark. But for example, you'll see that it's a little bit different. It's implemented by one of our government departments, the Department of Enterprise, Trade and Employment. We administer it in Enterprise Ireland because we've all of the tools to do that. We have the machine. But the key points around it are that it's about the research, development and deployment of disruptive technologies, and it's a competitive fund for enterprise co-funded projects. And I'm just going to walk you through some of it, and I'll go relatively quickly through the slides because there's probably too much detail. But what I wanted to do was just to show you how the fund is shaping up, because I think you can have a great aspiration to fund disruptive technologies, but as you put a structure on it, do you impede the development of those technologies, for example? Is it creative enough? So I suppose the government's aim really, as I say, is to fund disruptive technologies, and we define it as those that could significantly alter the way we live and work, alter the markets, for example, if you look at it from a business perspective. We want to inspire our companies to actually do this. It's to really take some of the risk and actually help our companies in Ireland to do it. But one of the very interesting things is that it's collaborative. And so it uses the expertise of our researchers in our academic institutions with those companies. They're coming together, collaborating, and essentially they're using this fund to do something that is the sum of the parts. Without each other, they can't do this actual development of the disruptive technology. And really it's for us, it's to keep Ireland apace, to keep Ireland at the forefront of new developments. I suppose a couple of the points I would make as to what's different about the scheme. It's absolutely of a scale we don't fund in Ireland otherwise in terms of research and innovation. So it's typically multi-million euro funding for a project. So people have to think big, and that can be a difficult step to take, for example. Companies must co-fund, we have a minimum of 3 partners, they're typically 3-year projects. And I suppose a key point of this fund is that it's based on industrial research. So for the academics in our consortia coming together in these projects, you must think through that. How do you fit with the industrial research agenda? And again, it can be a difficult thing to do, but I think there are more openings for more people and people from your community, for example, to engage. I've made most of these points. Really, as I say, it's just, I suppose, setting a scene in the Irish context. But I suppose in the Irish context, what we're hoping is that people will use it, they'll build a very interesting large-scale interest, and they'll move out to European circles, for example, and really match the European agenda to what they're doing locally. And of course, it's about building bigger, deeper, stronger R&I type relationships here in Ireland, possibly at a scale that wasn't there before. This is sort of a busy slide, but it shows you that we match the fund to our research priority areas, and these are national areas in Ireland. And all I wanted to do by putting up the slide was to let you have it, so that you can see it's everything in ICT, from future networks through to augmented reality, etc., etc. A lot around health and well-being, food, energy, business processes. There's a little bit of everything in there. You can really see the sort of human interest that can come into each of the areas. And I'll show you a little bit of what's been funded to date. One point, as I say, I mentioned that it's around industrial research. It's not a fund for basic research, pure academic activity. And it's not a fund for companies who are almost at the door of selling a product. It's for a combination in that middle range around industrial research. And that's an important point for us, and we've seen it with experience as we've run multiple calls, how to get a consortium thinking in that frame of mind, and bringing something in that truly fits with the fund. We have an evaluation. I'm not going to go through it, but what I wanted to show you was that, again, the fund being different, it's evaluated by international experts. So not evaluated within the country, it's by experts within the fields of whatever people are applying for. And as a national funder, for example, we use the European Commission database of experts. So for many of you who are experts on the platform, for example, well, we're using your peers when we evaluate the programme. You'll see the criteria, the strength of the disruptive technology dimension. But again, this is coming back to enterprise development. It's about the impact of the project. So the economic impact of the project, we're looking for results. We're looking for business development, for example. We're looking at the quality of the collaboration. So not unlike what many of you are doing at European level. I suppose in terms of outcomes, I'm not going to go through the detail, but at this stage we have approved 235 million euros of funding. And what we have is a very interesting trend where more than half of the projects are in the area of health, life sciences, and medtech. And then we have ICT, and then we have smaller numbers of projects in areas like energy, food, manufacturing and services. And for us it's an interesting profile because it actually mimics the profile that we see at European level for the European Innovation Council, which is where a lot of the small, bright spark companies are actually being funded at European level, and actually some of them are the same companies that we're funding at national level. So I think it gives us an interesting kind of a benchmark. We're funding things, some of them we like, and the Commission evaluators like. Maybe that's a good thing or maybe not. That's probably an item for discussion, I would say. But it's kind of a sense check, I would say. Some of the general trends emerging for us, an awful lot of our projects are led by the small, high potential startup company with the bright spark idea, and they're bringing in academic partners and they're bringing in multinationals, for example. And then we have a smaller number of projects led by an academic from a university, for example, sometimes looking to build some type of platform approach where they're bringing in multiple companies. So we see a nuance there between the approaches. But what I would say is the primary point is it's all about funding people. And for us, when we look at the actual spend on the programme, it's absolutely predominantly people. It's some of the sort of laboratory costs, you might say. And actually we have a big cohort of projects aiming to do first-in-human trials. And so again, it's a very expensive activity and it's taking a lot of funding. But trends that I would say can be of interest to people in your communities. So for example, when I look at the types of projects that we're funding, again, it's a busy slide that you might have a look at some other time, but what you'll see is that here in our national context, it's everything from quantum computing to new food products with a lot of health med tech. But when I look at the projects and think of your communities, for example, I see a lot of the projects are leveraging artificial intelligence, for example. I think there's a full-on overlap or interest for yourselves. And then you'll see that there are everything from human sensory sort of interests around food products. A lot of our health projects coming to first-in-human trials with all of the sort of criteria it entails around ethics, around patient trials, about change in medicine, bringing everything to home or to GP surgery from hospital environments, through to things like enabling visual communication in construction sites. Human factors, I would say, within all of these types of projects. And for me, it's how do we build in our arts and humanities community into projects like these? Is the hurdle that we're making in the fund too high, or does it allow inclusion in the projects? So we're beginning to see results, and I suppose to get a feeling for are they good, bad or indifferent, we saw our first Nature publication a while back from one of our academics. We were delighted to see it. We've seen a lot of our small companies where they take the next step in terms of their investment. They're winning investment based on the premise that they're operating in a higher level circle in Ireland with GTIP funding. And we're seeing, high profile within some of the multinationals, for example. And of course, for us, we're beginning to see results. We're beginning to see patient trials, for example. And these things are beginning to work, and that's of great interest. So I was going to leave you really with that question. Here was a very interesting development nationally. The idea of funding disruptive technologies in a totally new and different way. It has slowly morphed to a structured environment, but I suppose the key question is, can you make that structure work for you in the areas that are of interest to you? And I suppose from our point of view, it is funding high risk, it's high return industrial research, and we're seeing the potential there, the opportunities for academic researchers building their research programs, for example, particularly for the small, medium enterprises, the high potential startup companies, and also the multinationals based in Ireland. So we think there's something there for you, and I look forward to the Q&A to see if it matches. And for those of you in Ireland, just a reminder, we're on the brink of launching the next call in that fund. The opportunity will be there for you. And for those of you on Twitter, you'll see that we have a community at Disruptive EI, and it's well worth following to take a look at some of the news coming through on the projects or the participants in the projects. So that's it. Thanks very much.
Thanks for the invite, and thanks, it was nice following Imelda. As a recipient of many funding from Enterprise Ireland myself, and having spun out a company this summer sold for 50 million, I'm very happy to follow Enterprise Ireland and the support that I've had from the start when we set up this startup company. But today I'm going to be talking about effective inter and multidisciplinary research, and really looking at practice and supports. I'm Vinny Wade, I'm the director of the ADAPT SFI Research Centre. That's the National Research Centre in Ireland for AI-driven digital media technology. It's an interdisciplinary research centre across the entire of Ireland, and really what it's focusing in on is human-centric AI, and looking at taking a different approach. Back when we wrote, the centre has been going since about 2007, but around about 2012 we really began to look at AI and say that there's something wrong with some of the way that it's being developed, which is constantly focusing on automation. And we were kind of saying, well, actually, wouldn't it be better to actually shape AI so that we empowers individuals and users? And in particularly in the technology where the human is the interface, where the human is in the center of this physical digital world that we live in today. So the center is really focusing in on areas of AI involving text, speech, image, video, VR, AR, and robotics. But it's taking a human-centric approach where it's really looking at how does it actually empower individuals and organizations. And looking at the notion of trustworthiness, accountability, and inclusivity in its solutions. It's globally unique in the sense that it's bringing it together from so many different areas across the country to actually create this national centre. In terms of universities, 8 universities involved, it's about 350 researchers at the moment in Ireland across 8 universities, as said, but it operates as a single research centre. It's a single front door for enterprises, a single front door for academics to become part of. It's a single front door for citizens to become part of that citizen creation of next generation wave of artificial intelligence. And in terms of really what it's trying to do, if I explain it this way, we tend to think in terms of AI as the algorithm, the machine learning, the lower level parts. We have the absolutely experts in that, and we collaborate across Europe with a huge number of experts through European projects and through our single disciplinary, interdisciplinary research. But it's not just about the algorithmic level, it's also about the individual themselves. How do they interact with the digital physical world of the future? Things like personalization, things like human-computer interaction, whether we're using different modes of interaction. And how do we actually provide that in a more sustainable and inclusive way? But if you do that, if you look at these new algorithms that are going across from the ones we've used from text, it's now changing the way we process language, right from the way we process speech, right the way we process VR, AR, and interaction, through to how the users interact. You're really beginning to change society, and you're really beginning to change how, at a societal level, we actually want to deal with this and how we want to manage it. And so the whole issue around data governance and digital data governance becomes a real part of the centre. Where we're looking at, and we're driving standards in the area of AI trustworthiness for the EU, we're coordinated for that, but we also look at other issues in terms of how can we actually look at the ethics right? How can we bake in the ethics early in the design of AI so that we end up with more ethically appropriate solutions? So that's what the centre is focusing on. And as you said, as you can understand, that no problem comes shrink-wrapped, whether it be an industry problem, whether it be a society problem. So we actually look at how we can combine those particular expertise for particular initiatives. So things like controllable AI, where the user is in control of the AI, whereas so many times the user feels like they're an appendage to the AI because it's making faster decisions. How do we actually look at low-resourced AI problems? So language, where the language resources are very slight. Or where one of the area where I work with is education, where you don't have tons and tons of learning information, but you still want to be able to reason about that and create an environment which is smart learning can happen. In the area of healthcare, in the area of AI law, are just some of the examples. In order to do that, the centre had to look at how do we actually support this interdisciplinary research and expertise? How can we bring it together where they actually understand each other and that they actually can form teams for particular projects? And this is just an example of where the centre has, if you like, siloed expertise, technical expertise, but it gets unsiloed for particular projects or particular initiatives. And it gets joined with the broader interdisciplinary aspects and disciplines of ethics, linguistics, modern language, law, health science, modern history, psychology, sociology, and business finance. In the centre, we have academics embedded in the centre in those areas, but we also work collaboratively across Europe and the US and Asia with academics in those spaces to really begin to understand how we can shape the future in a much better way. Because we were using this word interdisciplinarity and multidisciplinarity, I just thought I'd kind of nail down what I mean. What I mean is interdisciplinary research where it's teams and individuals that integrates information, data, and techniques, tools, and perspectives or theories from two or more bodies of specialized knowledge to advance the fundamental understanding of the problems and whose solutions are beyond the scope of a single discipline. And that's one of the first things as we began to move forward the centre from 2014-15 on. There is no one discipline that solves this. One can have overconfidence, that's something we were talking about earlier today, but actually we need to be able to drive it forward and create that environment where the different disciplines, their voices, their vocabulary and their practices are respected and which are met in a reciprocal way. A number of times as a technologist I've worked with, or started a conversation with collaborators, and it becomes very clear that they just see me as a computer scientist who can implement their idea. And you kind of go, well, that actually won't give you the best bang. What that will do is just be able to do a straightforward implementation, but actually if you begin to look at peer-to-peer, you can begin to understand how you might want to think about some of the ideas that you have in a different way. Likewise, listening to them, I begin to think technology in a different way because of what they're saying. That's where the ideas actually collide. That's where the sparks happen. And that's what you're looking to create. So when I'm talking to Jennifer about this conversation, this talk, I thought, well, we take an individual case study, a deep dive. Just to give you some examples, Human Plus is a program which we'll talk about in a second, which is really looking at how you can put human-centered approaches to AI technology in the future. And it's a real reciprocal environment. I'm going to talk about exactly how we got that. But other ones like Mads was here earlier from Haunted Planet. Myself and Mads were involved in a European project called Gaming for Peace, which brought together immersive games, developing immersive games for peacekeepers. Next week we're launching an EU project called Vigilant, which is looking to detect and analyse misinformation and disinformation that could lead to criminality. So those types of things can only be tackled by people from multiple disciplines. And if you look at them in the games one, it was sociology, education, technology, and AI. In Vigilant, it's sociology, language, law, AI, and knowledge engineering and human-computer interaction. So putting these together, these teams becomes really, really important, and it needs to be done in a flexible way to really focus in on the problem. I'm going to talk a little bit about Human Plus as an example as we go through. We can think in terms of a spectrum between individual disciplinarity, which is quite narrow, right there through to interdisciplinary, and right the way through to transdisciplinary. I'm going to talk mainly about interdisciplinary today. So a really good project finished about 2020 called Shape ID, which actually looked at what might be the key factors influencing inter and transdisciplinary research, success and failures. What they found was that there was no single most important factor. What they found out was trade-offs across multiple factors, and it really depended on the context of the research and the particular domain and funding mechanism that was. For example, it looked at things like academic tribalism, because if you're part of a discipline, you tend to have a particular value set for that discipline, how you perform the research, how you value that research. However, once you go into discipline, you've really got to begin to loosen that. Cognitive in terms of how they think, career path, why are they doing it, what's the motivation behind it, and how do they deal with the complexity. They're just some of the examples. I'd recommend the report, which is available on the web, as a good overview. I'm going to talk about Human Plus today, and a couple of the research fellows in the audience, so I'll introduce them later. So it's an international and interdisciplinary fellowship program funded under the Marie Sebastian Curie Scope Fund Action. And really what it's focusing on is to build more human-centered approaches to new technological developments in AI, which ensure better, longer-term outcomes for the individual and the wider society. It's collaboration between ourselves and the Adapt Centre and the Long Room Hub, this institution which welcomed you this morning. And my co-PI, co-director for the programme is Professor Jane Allmark, who unfortunately couldn't be here today. It's going to fund up to 18 fellows for 24 months each. It's looking really to provide insights between arts, humanities and technology. And the projects build on this human-centered approach to new technology innovation. Its mission is to place the human at the center of the approaches to technology innovation for the long-term betterment of society. To try and shape the technology that actually fits the human, fits the society, and a broader context. And create that bridge between humanities and technology. What we found was, when we looked at how to put this program together, we want to ensure that every fellow that we took on had an identity in one. If you think of a bridge, when I talk about it, I was thinking of a bridge. It has two pillars on either side and a bridge in the center. It was two. So we wanted to have fellows who were strong and had their roots on one side, but had supports as they went across to the other side and as they researched across. So each of the fellows that we've taken on are strong in either humanities or strong or have a background in either telecom, or in AI or computer science. And have an ability then, and a leadership program, a mentorship program from both sides. So if they're coming from the arts humanities, they have a lead mentor from arts humanities, but a co-mentor from the technology side. To be able to balance that, to be able to build that. And then building around that team, that fellow is industry advisors and other advisors, depending on the particular application. We really wanted to drive that forward because we felt that that would actually give the fellows enough support to really perform the interdisciplinary. We also put together a number of supports in terms of summer schools, transferable skills training, and engagement with enterprise in terms of how the impact of their ideas might have and how they can shape it. So the strand one is, would consider technological developments from the humanistic perspective. So there'd be primary in AH, the secondary in technology. Or on the other side, looking at research and development of computing technology with insights informed by the arts and humanities. That's where the fellow comes from the AI side or the computer science side and is being supported by in the humanities. In this way, one of the first things we realized is that in order to build it, and we talked about it on the panel, I think it was the first panel which talked about it, how do you put together these kind of teams? So within the university, we've had open workshops where we did matchmaking, where we explained the vision of this well before we even advertised it for the fellows, well before, to try and begin to have both sides understand what this was. It wasn't just funding or a fellow in your area. It was definitely something that had to be interdisciplinary. What that series of matchmaking workshops did, it certainly began to stimulate ideas. Even when the mentors came in with some ideas, after the conversations they were changing. And as we began to run that forward, they began to then suggest and have form teams of what they might be able to support. At the same time, then we advertised that on the web as for fellows, so the fellow applicants could connect into those teams so they could see what sort of support they get. They could have those conversations while they were thinking about the proposal to see what was the supports in place. What we found was that was a really, really strong way of getting, if you like, a proposal that were much higher quality, but also a real insight into those candidates who really were interested in the interdisciplinarity of this, because that was key. Some people it doesn't suit. Some people prefer just to be looking at the one thing and that's what they want to do, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just not in this space. Kata and Pat are over there. You have to put up your hands, Harry. The two of fellows, superb. Kata is working with, her primary mentor is Jennifer O'Mara from Creative Arts, and Alice Smallish from the area of B or AOR is the secondary. And for Pat, Jennifer Edmonds, that some of you might know, is the primary, and Conor McGinn, who is our resident expert in the university in robotics, is a second. In terms of what they're looking at, so Kat is looking at the effects, studying the effects of augmented reality on user behaviour. And that's a really simplification for what she's really going into. And she's looking at me going, oh no. So, but the point is that you can see that it's completely interdisciplinary. From Pat's perspective, it's human-machine relations from a feminist perspective. And again, it's looking at what are the ways in which we interact and where does the feminine aspects come in. I'm not even going to go into the details because again, there was a very good tech talk that we had only a couple of weeks ago. So, and that is being recorded if anyone wants to look at it. Other ones, the one I'm involved in is looking at deep assessment. What we're doing is we're changing the way, or rethinking the way actually students' learning gets assessed. We're looking at, so instead of just measuring how well you do in certain tests or how well you do in certain skills, can we analyze a multi-dimensional assessment of your learning behavior? Can we begin to analyze how good a learner you are? And how can we provide the tools to inform instructors, inform the learner, and inform the stakeholders in the education in terms of what that does? And that can actually has potential to change the way people think about assessment. Support structures. So when Jennifer asked me to talk about this, she said, well, think about the support structures, what do you need? Well, from a culture perspective, in interdisciplinary, from the academic, it's explicitly part of the program, and it's rewarded by a selection as potential human plus mentors. So one of the things that it's, again, choosing your team of in our case, so academics, it's part of that. And you need to make it explicit, people buy into it. There was a debate earlier today about, is it culture versus strategy? And you know, the answer is both, but the values matter first. Because you don't get the values right, you won't get the strategy right. But then the strategy comes in for alignment. So the matchmaking exploratory workshops were really important. And it provided an opportunity for actually, if you like, refining some ideas and refining the call, if you like, to the fellows. From the fellows' perspective, it became explicitly part of the application. They had to, you know, in part of the application, they could show that they really were interested in the interdisciplinarity part. They weren't just trying to research a thing and use the Marie Curie as a funding vehicle. And that was definitely not the case for any of the ones that we chose. And the engagement with academic mentors from early in the proposal development stage was possible. And we made that possible so that we could hit the ground running. And the clear exposition of benefits and direct influence to maximize the benefits and impact. We encourage the academics to think about what might be the impact, begin to think about that translation part right from the beginning, even when the ideas were almost straightforward. From an interdisciplinary enterprise perspective, the challenge here is enterprises are still only growing in confidence in interdisciplinary collaborations with academics. We've seen two standout organizations, EY and Accenture, but there's still a long way to go in terms of them understanding, because what happens frequently is the company says, oh, that would be a great idea, yeah. But when they actually go to kind of invest time or funding or whatever in it, they're kind of going, yeah, but how will that happen with this particular problem? And you end up with that translation problem. And I think Donald talked about it earlier, but it's really understanding how that can happen and what are the vehicles by which that can happen, whether it be internships, whether it be exchanges, whether it be usage of resource. But there are difficulties in translating that interdisciplinary from AI and humanities into the because a lot of times that's built on the longer term impact, but a lot of industries are looking for a short term gain for their engagement. And it's a real awkward one. Supports, it needs enhanced communication and translation to benefit both. It needs early enterprise engagement from the formation of the ideas to feel that they're on board, and the need for more informed funding models to assist enterprise engage in such a contribution. I think that there is a lot of them. I know Imelda talked about the disruptive technology one. It's certainly one of them, but there's probably others that really haven't been formed yet and really could, whether it be from a commercial side or whether it be from a pure research side. I think that the other part is that we do need to acknowledge that it does take time. The need to appreciate, manage, and support discipline differences is hard. To encourage that exploration and appreciation of the different disciplines, and that's really poor spelling, and the long pub doing this. This takes time, okay? There's definitely a vocabulary aspect, there's definitely research methodology differences. The worst part is you use the same words and you mean totally different things. We've all been there. As that grows, it gives you the strength, but it still needs time. I think there's real need to respect perspective and empathetic considerations regarding the research ideas. Because it's very easy to see it through the lens of your own discipline, and that's instant, I would say, curtailing the potential for the research. Terminology, as I said, words and language are the same, but the meaning and the impact or import are very different. And the differences in preferred methodologies and research valuation. Again, as academics and in our disciplines, or even enterprise researchers in their disciplines, they value the particular practices that they have, they've built up over years and years and years. And when you get to interdisciplinary, you're asking to, well, actually, maybe you need to rethink some of that because there's this other aspects that wouldn't necessarily be a big part of it. And then difference in practices. The mentor-enhanced research team ensures embedding in the interdisciplinary perspective. It's collaborative, it's team-based, it's panel discussion. There isn't a one leader. It's the fellow is, for us, is the center of this. The team around him is trying to maximize the research. And we do think the interdisciplinarity greatly enhances the uniqueness of the research and impact going forward. So some observations, just some of the things that over the years, interdisciplinary teams, fellows and co-mentors, do take time to gel, especially if the co-mentors haven't actually worked together before. Ironically, that's also some of the places where the most new ideas come from, because they haven't worked together before, they've never put those two ideas together and bang. Culture versus strategy, because it's discussed, I added this point in, the underlying values do matter. You do need the respect of the other side. You do need to have that sort of, this is what we're trying to do, this is what we're trying to achieve, those are values, and this is the way we behave, those are the right values. However, then the strategy does kick in to do with alignment. Is this, how is this aligned? How is this going to really have impact? How is it going to, in our case, drive the fellows forward, drive the research forward? The research direction is not always immediate impact in these sort of projects, but impact must be translated to support the stakeholders, whether it be the mentors, whether it be the enterprise that's supporting it, whether it be the citizen group that you're working with, or where the data is coming from, or wherever the resources are being used. And also to attract enterprise, industry in particular, there needs to be some sort of tangible, significant impact if they're co-funding. And how that becomes part of that discussion becomes really important. I think somebody said that sometimes academics can be a bit kind of defensive. Oh, if commercial people are coming in, then they'll tell us what to do. And it isn't that way. They wouldn't be there if they weren't bought into the overall vision, but they do have a contribution to make. The challenge from industry in interdisciplinary research is that it's not always shrink-wrapped for the industry problems. There's, it's very rarely that it is that shrink-wrapped. And there's probably work to shrink-wrap it if it's particularly going to be applied in a particular problem. And that's understood, there needs to be some understanding of exactly where those demarcations lie. They do need to understand both the larger picture as well as the more immediate potential impacts that we shaped for the future. From a funding perspective and policy perspective, there need to be support for broad investigative as well as applied specific task research. And I was really taken with the DJF, which is looking at that middle ground. If you look at Europe at the moment, unfortunately you've got the ERCs going more and more left, and you've got the others going more and more applied. And you're getting a bit of a wasteland in between. And that's a danger. That's a phenomenal danger. I know in the US, they've already copped it and they're already doing something about it. I'm not always sure Europe we're doing exactly the best there. We are seeing that polarization. There's also need for greater creativity in the interdisciplinary co-invention. So we need to actually put interdisciplinary as part of the funding calls, because it's not just enough to say, well, here's the challenge, go off and fix your team, put your team together. I think it needs to encourage that, otherwise you end up with one discipline potentially dominating. And it needs to be weighted to create this critical mass. Interdisciplinarity it's hard at the best of times. If you only do it one or two, in our case fellows or whatever, it's quite fragile. Actually bringing them together in a larger critical mass creates much more attention and actually is much more likely to create impact and much more likely to create all sorts of commonalities. So for example, in Human Plus, we're trying to now start off what we call the Future Lab, which is where the fellows are working together on a particular vision as well. So it's kind of an extra, but it's a real opportunity to show that the value or the total is more than the sum of the parts. And you won't get that if you don't have enough of this. So just putting piecemeal one or two of them isn't really what it's going to have the effect that we would all love to see. And it needs continuity. Everyone in industry we talk about, when you're working with between an academic and industry partner, the first project is important, but it's really about the relationship and about building that forward and then really creating value in it. The same applies in the interdisciplinarity. It's about building those networks of interdisciplinarity collaboration that begin to know each other better and better and better, and then produce in a much more efficient and generate ideas in a much more impactful way. And so final thoughts. It does require early investment of time and cognitive effort by academics and researchers to establish this interdisciplinary understanding, to learn and embed interdisciplinary working practices, and to create the opportunities. We've seen a number of centres present today who have already cracked it, but actually we're probably the ones who know how to do it. There's an awful lot out there who still don't. It greatly enhances, we've seen it greatly enhance participants' lateral thinking skills and boost creativity. And by participants, I mean the academics, the researchers, the industry, and the citizens that we invite in to do the co-creation with us in a particular interdisciplinary research. It greatly broadens the perspectives and creates better informed research. Again, when I go back to the ADAPT situation, we weren't just trying to generate next generation AI. What we were looking at is how can we shape next generation and create next generation AI that better suits individuals, that really empowers people. And finally, enhances research skills for the participant researchers and academic mentors. I'm a real advocate for interdisciplinary research. Been involved in it for about 20 years. And as I said at the opening, one of my early collaborations was in the area of education. And in particular, I was doing personalized learning technology in an immersive environment 15 years ago. We did the early research. We then had Enterprise Ireland fund some of the commercialization. We spun out the company where there was, at the time, we were ahead of the market, which was a bit embarrassing and nervous. We persevered, which is every entrepreneur knows that it's the number one. We drove it forward, and then 12 years later, it's an overnight success. Sold for 50 million, as I said, has offices now in the US, Asia, and Ireland, and serves a global market, including a number of the companies that I've name checked in this presentation. So it does work. It can have massive impact. In fact, some of the ideas that we had in ETU, actually, funny enough, the company used to be called, the company was called Empower the User, which was quite interesting because that name came out 15 years ago. And now we think of it as being a household thing to do. So, but what was interesting is it's now changed the way education is being delivered in a number of immersive areas, and I know how people expect to develop next generation learning in a personalized way. So it is phenomenally impactful interdisciplinarity. I think we are at that cutting point, at that pivot point where we really can move it to the next level in terms of the experience that people have and in terms of the supports that are in place. But it will take some careful fostering. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We decided to do this in one long day. And it's been a long day, but I have to thank you all so much. Really, what this has been for me, and I think for my DARIAH colleagues as well, it has been a library of examples, a library of ideas, a library of connections, and I feel like we now, nothing a humanist likes as much as a big pile of books that you can send me away to read, but in this way, there's this sense of all of this input that we can unpack. And one of the things that impresses me so much was actually how energized I feel, in spite of the length of the day. Because a lot of times these sort of arts, humanities, policies, events can feel a little depressing. You know, it's kind of, oh, there isn't enough funding, oh, you know, And actually, that wasn't the case today. It really felt like there's all this potential and there's some things that we can do. And that's what I wanted to do in this wrap up. And I trust me, it'll be quick. Really thinking about the things that we can do. Whoopsie. I mean, the opportunities were all there. Like, there were opportunities across this whole set of modes of engagement. Examples of companies built on arts humanities-based ideas. Examples of new approaches to old problems or to new problems that are based on arts humanities approaches. Examples of ways in which human capital, you know, what the way in people engage can be enhanced. And of course, ways in which, and this is where, you know, the arts are so inspiring, connecting with users. Again, a lot of talk about living labs and user centricity, and actually the way in which the arts actually makes that live and breathe in a different sort of way. So the opportunities were easy. They're all there. And I think also there was a lot about the affordances of the arts humanities, a lot about constraints. I love the idea from the first panel this morning, we have to be sugar. You know, the objects of the arts and humanities are generally accessible. You know, there's people who are fascinated by history, fascinated by literature. We tell stories, we love images. So we already have that inbuilt sugar. We know about human complexity. We have these tools for managing diversity, uncertainty, and complexity. The idea that, you know, post-colonial theory can actually help you. It can. Feminist theory can help you. These are the kinds of tools that our community has built, and we have them and we can use them if we learn how. And I love this idea of the latent value in this room. You know, I will walk away from this thinking I was a part of a very high latent value room on this day. And not just because of the biscuits. But of course there's constraints on us as individuals. You know, we're not always trained and rewarded for being innovators. And this is where I think the example of Human Plus is really interesting. You know, there is this idea of how can you train differently. We're not always encouraged to engage creatively. We are not always able to get beyond the discipline and all those norms of authority and all those norms of communication and all those values. As Vinny brought up the values question again. They are baked in there. And also, there's also this challenge of systematizing innovation. I was talking to Angie Butler from Intel at the last coffee break and saying, well, you know, I'm not really comfortable with the idea that I should do something artistic. You know, I'm not an artist. What do I do?
But the idea that that is a way of engagement and that you can do that, you can learn to do that, you can be made, given that, the keys to that kingdom, I think is really important learning. Also, again, let's go look at the environment. In terms of the opportunity, I love this idea of the culture-centered growth and of the life-centered innovation. I think if we can change some of these paradigms to broaden them, then there will be that opportunity for recognition that we can build this kind of world better if we include different kinds of perspectives. The momentum, the good practice examples are really, really inspiring. And of course the enablers are there. Lots of talk about EU funding. And examples as big and small as the Disruptive Technology Fund or the Enterprise Ireland Innovation Vouchers. Those are easy ways to kind of start getting it, and they're there. And Imelda's here saying, okay, yeah, bring it on. That's what we want to hear, right? But there's challenges, and again, this kind of overconfidence and bias in organization. The idea that, oh yeah, I know how to read a book. I read literature in the evening, so I can do the same thing that you can. How do we actually come to understand what that expertise can uniquely bring in? I think terminology, I was talking to somebody in one of the breaks about terminologies, and how marketing, sales, but then when you think about what these functions actually do, it's about communication, it's about understanding what somebody wants and needs. That I can get behind, so maybe we need to kind of find ways of revising that. I think we need the delicacy of colliding gracefully. If we're gonna collide without crashing, which I love that term, we need to find a way of doing that, and we need to find ways of kind of being able to have those sorts of engagements, in particular with others who may not have been thinking about this for 10 years and sort of be ready for that. How do we negotiate those spaces? And of course, there are these innovation instruments, but again, we also have examples of how we can think about even things like patents and licensing as becoming something that we can use in these areas more. So that is something I find really encouraging. So what do we need? I stole this straight from Elliot, He said it all for me, so I don't need to reinvent it. Become more in tune to wider ecologies and sociocultural dynamics, become more multi and inter and transdisciplinary, and be better equipped to grapple with trade-offs. And that's, I think, a big one. It's very hard sometimes to say, well, actually, someone needs to make this decision. The decision will get made, and I can stand back and say, I don't have all the information, and not make that decision, and let somebody who is far less able than me. We're doing a project now in my lab on AI, big data, and democracy, and I really had to convince the NGOs working in democracy that, yes, they're very uncomfortable with the idea that platforms will filter people and profile them algorithmically, but it's better that we do it and document it and critique it than to just let it happen in a black box. So I think that that's really important. So again, this kind of intellectual epistemic courage, to conclude, to say what we think, to simplify, to implicate, to go out on a limb, but always without losing the sensitivity to our own limitations, and to not swap the underconfidence for an overconfidence. So again, it's about finding that balance. But again, the first step towards resolving the problem is defining the problem. So I feel good with the defining problem. So what can we do? I said, I was going to come here, I was going to say what we were going to do. I don't know. And interestingly enough, it looks like ESFRI, who is the sort of the umbrella organization for the research infrastructures like DARIAH, is looking at this already. We've already had a conversation today. They want to actually look at what we're developing. So that's great. So policy, have that done by 10 a.m. But also, how can we really practically make a difference? How can we take up initiatives? And whether it's DARIAH, Trinity, Human Plus, or all of us together, what would these initiatives look like? What would bring the skills, the perspectives, the opportunities, the networks, the enhanced communication, the early strategic alignment, the funding, and the champions and mentors? And this is one of the things I was speaking with Maya and Yuri before they did their presentation about how somebody at their university just sent that around and said, this is for you, and encouraged them to go into the innovation challenge, because there aren't a lot of opportunities to just actually put your ideas out there. And that one person, I've asked them to find out who it was who sent the email, because I want to meet them and say, thank you very much. Because that's the kind of, that's what, we always think the younger generation will do it, but that's what those of us who are perhaps a little more settled in our careers can do. We can be those mentors, we can be those champions, we can pave the road. And we can help them to apply their skills sensitively, confidently, responsibly. We can help them to utilize their skills in these interdisciplinary contexts. I think the reference to Shape ID is really good because they gave us a really good toolkit and we need to build on that. And we can help them to learn to communicate their conclusions in clear and coherent, audience-centered, not self-centered. Not just the way your doctoral advisor communicates, not just the way your colleagues at a conference communicate, but in a way that actually reaches over the barriers between you and the other. And to think of themselves as problem solvers. And one of the things that has always inspired me about working with the researchers in ADAPT and the students from computer science is that they don't think of themselves as computer scientists, they think of themselves as problem solvers. And there's no reason we can't inculcate that from a humanities point of view as well. And then the last thing I would say is, really let's keep in touch. Again, you're part of my library now, each and every one of you. And I do hope that there are things we can do together. You've been here all day or for part of the day, so you have a commitment to this. And I think that it's really much, much to be won by addressing these in some fashion or other. And as we in DARIAH start to develop our thoughts on this, I know we'll be in touch. So let's keep the conversation going. Leaving you with 3 thoughts that I like. Not everyone is a dancer, but everyone can dance. Let's keep that in mind. We may not be computer scientists, but we can actually help technology be better. Soft tactics go a long way. And I think, again, we don't have to have, the president come down and say, right, we need a humanist in every industry now. We can actually do that softly, move forward like water. And again, finally, no problem comes shrink wrapped. And that works for us. So those are the thoughts. This is the kind of, the presentation that you made, that I'm just the voice of. So it just leaves me to one more time thank our program committee, Andrea and Marianne, and also Francesca and Katrina, and Kieran, you're here. And am I forgetting anybody? Okay. For the fantastic, however many months we worked on this, I hope you feel it's been a success. To our wonderful keynote speaker, I hope that you have had some wonderful engagements here, and certainly I know we are all taking a lot away from your address. And of course to all of our presenters and all of our guests, again, it's been really important to have you here today from us, from a DARIAH point of view, because this is what's going to help us, I hope, make a difference in this space. So I can thank you with words, or I can thank you with a glass of wine. There's one last thing we need to do, which is that those of us on the program committee, we need to gather and make a final decision between those 3 wonderful projects. But we're going to go to a smoke-filled room, and we're going to make that decision, and we'll come upstairs to you in a few minutes and make the big announcement. So I hope you'll stay with us for a little while longer and enjoy a glass of wine and a few nibbles. And we'll see you in a few minutes. But we're going to end the formal proceedings here with, again, thank you very much.